Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50? You son of a bitch! Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoking Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is great. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one. They're all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Fired! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corner, Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicap of more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, March 5th to all of you. In 14 days, I will set foot on Texas soil. Pubapalooza for 2 weeks from today. I set foot on Texas soil. Man, Southtown 101 calling my name. Oh, man, sleepless night rough night for me. There's not a lot that can be said about a rough night. Just awful. They got to turn the page, but I have tonight and tomorrow night, and I don't mean to get reachy or needy, but I have 2 nights of action to take care of the debacle from yesterday, because I'm in fine shape with my local until yesterday. And Friday's in and out day, so I have 2 shows, 2 days to fix what went wrong yesterday. Bad, ugly stuff. The Devils scoring those 2 late goals. Now, I moved on the Devils to not make the playoffs to plus 900 that we talked about with Slatsy yesterday. That's down to plus 750. So, Harley scoring with 3 seconds left was good, helpful. But the Stars -1, the Devils team total under 2.5. I come in off a winning night in NHL. If those cash, I couldn't fix college or NBA. It was a rough day, but I'm just going to turn the page and fire away. I hate, though, that I led us poorly yesterday. Hate it. Fucking hate it. So let's get to work here. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Justin McKelvey, Ole Miss plus 3.5, and the Grizzlies over 121.5 team total over. Look, I want to move on the Grizzlies, but is Ja going to play? I would like just to know if he's in. He's missed 2 straight. If he's not in, I mean, do we? I tell you what I did do, and you guys know, you probably predicted it. I'm on the Dallas Mavericks first quarter and full game. I had to stop myself from tripling up. If I hadn't have had such a bad day yesterday, I triple up on that. Mavericks stepping up after Kyrie's injury. It's just the story as old as time. Teams stepping up after their star player limps off the floor. Gorky in the house looking at Gators money line really hard. There's Turns. He says, I love that Leafs bet today. Well, I was hoping that we'd wake up to a plus 105. That's not the case. It's irritating. Lines moving away, but I don't think Vegas is that good. I've been saying that over and over again. We'll see how that works here tonight. Dave Redling in the house says a money line extravaganza tonight. The Nuke Worker says, I'll throw my Wings hat back in the drawer. Dave Redling says, if Ole Miss can't beat Memphis, how the hell did they beat Tennessee? And Turnsy says, anyone looking for morning action, he just bet the Milwaukee Admirals over the Texas Stars in AHL action that starts in 23 minutes. So we can ask Gogster about that as well. Steve G, Avs plus, I think you mean -1.5, right? Steve G, my man, we was thankful. Mel says, Wedgwood played out of his mind last night. The Avs are now 3-0 with Val back lineup. That pass for the game winner was phenomenal. Over 2 sticks. I know he's like a bully in front of the net, and I know he's got soft goal-scoring hands, but that pass, was that the best pass of the year? That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Old E in the house is at work, but got y'all in the headphones. Let's have another great day there. Sportsman of the Year, Lucky Lefty. BJ says Texas A&M was a thing of beauty, fellas. It sure was. Great to see all you guys. The El Dorado custodian in the house. Slatsy, ready to get to work. Rob Free Band says, I want nothing to do with the Ole Miss game. I like Rob Free adding bands to his name. What up, Rob Free? Great to see all of you guys. Wine Time says, at this time in exactly 2 weeks, I'll be flying out of LAX on a nonstop flight to San Antonio, Texas, baby. That sounds real good. And where is Barry Smith? Barry in the house? What a call. He was bullish on the Flames. Same with you, Kelly. And then what? They score 4 goals in the first period. You guys nailed that. Absolutely nailed that. Res Mob, ready to go. Res Mob. Now that was something we did well. We're gonna say Res Mob cashes VCU first half. I cashed Duquesne full game. We called it a day. That felt good. Dan Kelly in the house. Dan Kelly. I've felt remiss that I have not moved on the Cavaliers to win the championship. And they're offering us a bonus today on 365. A bet boost to win outright. They're pushing it up to 700, plus 700. Now, I know you probably have a monstrous ticket in your hands. But I think plus 700 is fine. Fine for what I've seen so far this year. It's sitting here queued up. So plus 700, it's a plus 600. It was plus 625, I think, 48 hours ago when I almost bet it. Tell me what you think of the 7-1. I think that's a fine number. Great to see you, Dan Kelly. We got Made in Philly in the house. Res Mob, Respect, play day 31-21 after a win VCU. Sir Mackey loves pie. Steve G says Devils came in late. That was upsetting. The Stars just took their foot off the gas. What do you expect? What do you expect? Nasty Nate says, told you all Bryant smash. But there's Crystal Craig. Great to see you, Crystal Craig. We've missed you. We have missed you. And Dan Kelly says you can't put the Grizz without JJJ. So there's I couldn't move. But we're going to break that down. We have a massive show today. We have Mr. Gogster getting us started with NHL. We're going to talk about that Milwaukee Admirals game in the A. Then we have college basketball. Morgan Spooner joining us in 35 minutes from now at 11:45 a.m. Eastern. He's with us for an hour and 15 minutes. Then Daby Cab makes his triumphant return to the show. We're going to talk about 4 spotlight games with Daby Cab. And then whatever games we haven't gotten to yet, Jose and I will finish together. So I've capped all of the late games to make sure that we can just kind of roll through it quickly. Blackdoor King in the house. Slatsy says, so lucky to have team total last night. I was thinking the same thing because I had the option for the over 4.5 after the first period. I didn't take it. And then I felt good about not taking it. And then, it cashes with 4 goals in the last 3 minutes. I'm happy you got it. Rob Free says Mavs going to get their ass whooped again. They have no size still. I'll be curious to see what this number is come tip-off. I have a sneaking suspicion that somebody will sit here for the Bucks. I have a sneaking suspicion. But you know what, Rob? This isn't an X's and O's play. This is just we watch it in NHL and NBA over and over and over again. The team stepping up without their stars. We just watch it over and over and over again. And look, if the big that I need to worry, obviously Giannis can run, but if the big I need to worry about is Brook Lopez, then I'm not too concerned with that clod-hopping dunce. I don't think I've ever put those words together. Mel says the drawer is where the Mavs hat belongs. Kong smash play of the day, play of the week. We talked about it. Pereira. We talked about it yesterday for a while. The UFC contest is up here for Pub Sports Radio. We are going to be announcing here. We're going to be announcing the big March Madness bracket contest here on the show. We're going to announce it here shortly. There's Troy Torrance in the house. Viper MB says Washington -5 locked in, plugging my nose. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you guys for rocking with us. I'm going to not talk about yesterday as horrifying as it was. I got to just move on past it. You're going to see the records. Of course, that's the one thing that we promise you. That's the one lock or whatever on the show is that we show all the records and accountable and transparent and honest and as much as it's bothersome with my college basketball. Now I have the most important college month of the year to fix the record, and I'm going to fire away. Mel says the Columbus Blue Jackets ticket takes a hit, but Flames get a big win for the other ticket. That's right. NHL play of the day, Ron Crawford is on Vegas. Lines moving in that direction. I am heads up with the spreadsheet play today. Not a place I'd like to be in. NBA spreadsheet play today is Portland. NCAA is Florida. Let me just copy and paste a couple more things, and then let's get to work. Shout out to Gravy Bets in the house. Gravy, it is great to see you. Let's get all of this in here. Copied and pasted. Here we go. Gravy Bet Super True Story ready to get to work. Dan Kelly said, I just think it's a no-brainer still. I think the main reason the Cleveland basketball team is being undervalued is because it's Cleveland. Can't come up with a better reason. I think 7-1 is a fine number. I think that's a fine number to, stare and watch throughout the season. I think it's fine. I would have liked to have gone early, but I think it's fine. Kent Davies, PGA tomorrow. Corey Connors, first-round leader at 50-1 for Kent Davies. 9 Legacy says Michigan on the spread. Let me copy and paste all of that action here. Let's get it locked in. All right, it's time to get to work. We got Spooner's action in. Now, Spooner's going to be with us here in 30 minutes. We're going to cap that card with Spooner. There's Von Polo in the house. Von Polo, it is great to see you. Mel, want to talk about the Vegas game and get my perspective? It's a really easy cap for me. I could tell you the first two angles of it immediately. I think Vegas isn't that good. Toronto is the better hockey team, and I'm not a Toronto fan. I don't like them. And you lose. The Leafs don't have Chris Tanev, which sucks. But look, the Knights don't have Shea Theodore. And then you have the Leafs coming off an embarrassing loss at home. The worst team in the league. Then we'll break down further. But the Leafs are a better hockey team than Vegas. They beat them in a series if they played them. All right. And Mel says we fundamentally disagree on how good Vegas is. That's probably the main issue. Yeah, that's definitely the main issue. This is the second worst team in my estimation that Vegas has had in their history. And you just see it game in and game out. I watch all their games. Look at what the Blackhawks coming back from a 5-1 deficit. I mean, they're just so weak defensively. Their forwards are so weak defensively. This is the weakest because they don't have Chandler Stevenson, defending. This is the weakest defensive forward group by far in their 7-year history. But we can talk more about it as it goes on, and they get knocked out very early in the playoffs. Let's bring on our NHL expert, having a plus season here with us, a plus season, which is important. Now, we need to climb from this plus season. Please welcome from Bell Vegas, our guy, Mr. Gogster. Gogster, how are you, man?
Doing good, Jamie. How you doing today, buddy?
I am doing great. That's great. Now you guys can all jump on Vegas. It's all good. We're gonna cap this game here. Very, very soon, and it's a fun game to cap. Let's roll here. William Valentine in the house. Great to see you.
Really?
Let's roll. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Mr. Gogster. And also, we are 2 weeks away from seeing each other in Texas, in the warmth of Texas. It is not freezing today, which is a rarity up here. Washington Capitals 39-14-8, 27-2 on the road at the New York Rangers, 31-26-4, 16-13-2 at home. We're at Madison Square Garden in New York, New York. Capitals coming off snapping their 3-game losing streak with a 5-4 shootout victory at home over the Senators on Monday. The Rangers won back-to-back at home on Sunday and Monday and didn't allow a goal. They defeated the Predators 4-0 on Sunday with Johnny Quick in net, then won 4-0 over the Islanders on Monday with Shesty in net. They've won 4 of 5. They're playing without their star on defense, Adam Fox, and left winger Chris Kreider, both of whom are on IR. And we're not entirely sure how long they're going to be on IR. And then Riley Smith is being held out for trade purposes. I don't know what they think. Can you get a 7th-round pick for him? I don't think so. But
really?
They're holding him out here. Steve G says Caps and the over. I completely understand the over with the Rangers not allowing a goal in the last 2 games. But I'm going to continue to fade the Washington Capitals down the stretch. I'm going to do it again here. This line is moved against me. Oh, yeah, it's moved against me. I thought it was coming back for a second. Is it coming back at all? Yeah, it's come back, 2 cents. Look, it's not good. I could have got minus 102. I lost cash yesterday, and a lot of it was with the local, but some of it was in that penny, and so I just sent it in at minus 105 instead of using liquid. I'm on the New York Rangers here, despite Adam Fox not being in the lineup. I don't think Capitals are that good. I'll say it over and over again. And I did say that the Rangers, I would be hesitant to back the Rangers over the Capitals in a series. If Fox is back, I would back the Rangers in a series over the Capitals at plus money. Take it away for us here, Gogster. Capitals, Rangers, Madison Square Garden. Oh, but wait. First, do you want to talk about that game in the A?
Sure. Let's go to the AHL here. The AHL game, guys, we got Milwaukee. Early game there. Texas coming up to Milwaukee. I'm actually on the other side here. I'm on Texas. I think they're getting a couple players back. I just got to pull up the AHL here. But yeah, they're getting a couple players back here. And also, I think the big reason was transactions. You check the transaction report, guys, on the AHL. Milwaukee they just added Kiefer Bellows, but they lost Lucchini there, centerman. They lost Delgazio, defenseman. They just picked up Angelo, but he got called up to Nashville as well. So, they actually added Yolan and they traded Angelo. This isn't a game I love by any means. I got a slight lean to Texas. I know they've kind of been underperforming of late. Matt Murray, goalie from Milwaukee, is pretty good. On the other side, I think Texas, I'd have to check to see who Texas have, but I have a slight lean towards Texas, guys. Minus 130. I don't love the line. Should be a lower scoring game. These are two tough teams, Jimmy, that are probably going to make the playoffs. Lean to Texas, minus 130.
Are you going to move on them, or is just a lean at this point?
It's probably just going to be a lean. I'm trying to quickly pull up Texas's goalie here. Yeah, actually, Magnus Hellberg. He's been bounced around the NHL. He's 20-8, 906 save percentage. I'm not going to give it out, but I would lean towards Texas and even an under. I think the goalies. I would expect 11:30 game. Milwaukee does do this quite a bit throughout the year, but I would look towards the under here in Texas. Not going to be an official play though. No.
All right, my man. Thank you for adding that. Let's roll into Capitals Rangers, Madison Square Garden. Your plan of attack. Everybody in the chat on the Capitals.
Everyone's on the Caps. Well, I was just looking to see the beat writer was just saying it's pretty much going to be the same lineups of the last two games. So I'm just looking at Kreider and Fox are probably going to be out of the lineup here. Washington is healthy right now. Just Milano's out of the lineup. Power play too, since the All-Star break, 27% for the Capitals, 18% for the Rangers, but an 87% penalty kill. Where I'm going with this one, guys, kind of off the beaten track here. Washington's last 10 road games, 8 draws after the first period. And I think we got another one here with how well the Rangers are playing. Shesterkin should be in net, 2 shutouts for the Rangers. So I'm going first period draw here, guys. I think it should be a cagey match. Plus 175 first period draw. And you know what? I throughout this game, I think it's going to be tight playoff game. So I'm doubling down to plus 300 on the full game draw as well. I sprinkled a bit on that. Wow. Between both of those, I think one of them's got a good shot at hitting. If it's not the first period, I think we could see overtime here. Should be a really tight game, playoff game, especially for the Rangers who need the points. So I think it'll be tight. I like the draws here.
You are locked and loaded, my friend. First period draw, full game draw. I'm on the Rangers minus 105. Rolling the game 2 here on our card. Barry Smith.
What's up, Barry?
Man, this guy, his calls on the Flames have been dynamic. Barry Smith joining me on the Rangers. And look, Slatsy a trend. But it is a divisional trend. Slatsy, Rangers 5-0 last 5 versus Caps New York. Barry Smith joining me on the Rangers. That's all I need. Barry and I will take all you guys on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Ottawa Senators 30, 25 and 5, 13, 16 and 3 on the road. Chicago Blackhawks 19, 35 and 7, 12, 15 and 3 at home. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. I came close to betting the over. I felt like this was Soderblom, by the way, confirmed for the Hawks.
Okay.
I want to fade Spencer Knight. I'm happy that he's gotten over the OCD and found an opportunity. I mean, this was the 13th overall pick in the draft. That was the and Turnsey joining me. I love that. I have a close friend who deals with OCD, and when they drink it, they feel better. It calms them down, and that's what happened with Spencer Knight. He would drink just to calm down his OCD. It's going to be a battle for him his whole career. But I'm glad that he's found a spot here, and I'm ready to fade him, after a 41 save performance. But it's Soderblom in net here for us now. Let's get into the line history for this one. We have Ottawa minus 236. There's been a massive move on Ottawa. I guess it's the Soderblom from Spencer Knight situation. On the total here, the 6 is minus 108. It's fishy. It's very fishy with the way the Blackhawks have been playing. And so I was sitting here thinking, how am I making money off this game? I know there's money to make in this game. And it's that I do not believe what the Blackhawks have been doing. 5-1 win at home over the Kings on Monday, them beating up on Anaheim in Anaheim. I went over this lineup and I was like, good God, is this off? Bedard, Nazar, Slaggert on the first line. Teravainen, Donato, Mikheyev on the second line. Now, look, Teravainen and Mikheyev have been a little better this year. Athanasiou, Bertuzzi, and Colton Dach on the third line. It's not a terrible third line, but Athanasiou is, he just shies away from any of the tough areas. Pat Maroon, Lucas Reichel, Craig Smith on the fourth line. You've taken Seth Jones, who I don't think is very good, but now you have Lucas Crevier and Alex Vlasic as your number one defensive pair. You have Ethan Del Mastro, who's a young up-and-coming player, and Connor Murphy, who I like as your second pair. This is a very weak lineup that's completely overachieving massively these last 2 games, and that benefits us. Mel says, who are the Sens to be laying this number? They've lost 6 of 7 games, but we look at this Sens team not from what we saw without Pinto and Norris. We look at them with Pinto and Norris in. With Pinto and Norris in, and then of course Brady Tkachuk in, and Sanderson was hurting. So look, I have no problem with this number, Mel. I think this number, obviously we've seen this 35-cent move towards the Blackhawks, towards the Senators. I'm on the Senators on the puck line. -1.5 at +125. If they win 4-1 or something of that nature, I want to be able to, the over 6 is screaming at me, but I lose in these spots where I'm like, how could this game not go over? And it's just a 6. It's sitting there like a trap waiting for anyone to bet it. I feel like my ROI is poor on these spots. So I thought, then should I bet the Senators team total over? And I was like, no, go to this for the score on the Senators puck line. They're healthier than they've been in some time. Nick Cousins is out. So is Tyler Clevin. I'm on the Senators. Steve G on Chicago first period over. Slatsy backing that up. Let's see what Ghoster's doing with Senators, Blackhawks, United Center, Chicago, Illinois. Just 5 games in the NHL. We're going to be in college basketball in no time. Take it away, Ghoster.
Yeah, guys, the books are scared of Ottawa here. You can just tell by the line how they set it at. It's only going up too. They're a healthy team right now, coming off some losses. Brady Tkachuk, he's not too happy right now with the whole Canadian, Canada Boone, their national anthem. I don't need to get into that, but Ottawa is right for the taking right now, guys. Chicago is playing well, though. They're scoring. Last 3 of their games, what do we got here? 4 of the last 5 since the break have gone over the total. They are scoring, too. They've scored at least 5 goals in their last 3 games, against Vegas and LA. That's pretty impressive. Even Anaheim, who's playing well. I think Ottawa's the play here, guys. What I went with Ottawa and Rag. This is a different one. Ottawa and Rag, and then I took the over 3.5 full game. So I just pretty much killed the juice down to -105 there. I think Ottawa get this one done. The puck line feels right. That 4-1 score, Jimmy, I don't want to say it's going to hit, but I think it's going to be right around there. 4-1, 3-1, maybe 4-2 for Ottawa. They should get at least 3 here, guys, today. Healthy team. Their lineups, they don't got any guys from Belleville really there. The AHL team for Belleville's pretty much intact. So it tells you Ottawa's intact too. Feels like an Ottawa play. I'm also, though, taking both teams to score in the first period. I think Chicago's got enough momentum right now to get one by Ottawa. That's +155, Jim. Both teams to score in the first period. But Ottawa, as this game goes on, I got to think they get this one done. Should be a high-scoring game, but I'm kind of with you. I'm not quite sure what we're going to get from Chicago here. I think Ottawa, though, they net at least 3 or 4.
All right, so we have the Gogster on first period, both teams to score. You have Sens in regulation and the full game, not team total, but the full game over 3.5.
Yep.
Full game over 3.5, and that gives you a -105 here with also with first period, both teams score +155. And I'm curious to see what it is now for me on the -1. -1.5, it's only moved 10 cents. So as the money line is, skyrocketed toward the Senators, puck lines only moved 10 cents, which is actually a sizable move for the puck line.
Sorry, Jim. It's a business trip here for Ottawa too. Just their schedule. They got 2 games back home here against the Rangers in Detroit. So this is a quick, trip down to Chicago, then back to Ottawa. I think they need business here tonight. Yeah. More I'm thinking about it. Like the line just tells you everything. They're -200 for Ottawa, and it's only going up. Yeah, I think Ottawa crushed tonight.
I do too. I think they take care of business. There's Sharpie in the house. As you know, it's time to come out of hibernation. As you can hear the sweet crack of the bat. Shout out to Sharpie. Mel says Bedard is no Celebrini, certainly at this age. But again, that was expected. Celebrini is a puck hawk with a much stronger core. Mm-hmm. It was the same way in North Shore Winter Club when these kids played each other, back in the day. Bedard, when he has a man's body. I mean, look what changed. Look at Mitch Marner. I mean, Marner was physically the same as Bedard. Now Marner has a man's body. He's not only a short-handed monster, but look, I think Marner's a top 10 player in the National Hockey League. And I had to fight people off saying that he didn't belong on Team Canada. Okay, we're going to roll on. Great to see you, Sharpie, in the house. Irish King going to move on the Hawks money line. They're certainly running hot. If you're going to do that, Irish King, I would wait because you're going to get a better line as you wait. Let's roll on. Next up for us is the highly contentious Maple Leafs Vegas Golden Knights game. Maple Leafs 38-20-3, 18-9-2 on the road. Vegas Golden Knights 36-18-6, 22-6-3 at home at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's get into the line history here. Another thing about Vegas, Mel, that we have not seen this, is the weakest goaltending they've ever had. We've not seen this in the history of the Vegas Knights franchise. This is the worst goaltending that they've ever had. It's going to hurt them come playoff time. If Adin Hill thinks that he can just turn it on, we know that Samsonov can't. If Adin Hill can turn it on, which he showed he could do last year, maybe that will change things. But this is clearly the weakest goaltending that they've had. Now, look, Leafs goaltending is nothing to write home about with Woll and Stolars. Let's get into the line history here for the Vegas game. This total opened up at 6 minus 116 to the over. It's now minus 112 to the over. From a money line standpoint here, this line's flying towards Vegas. Good God. Yeah. This opened up with Vegas minus 140. It's now minus 157. The first initial move was towards the Leafs. That's obviously concerning. So that should bring you guys some confidence here. That all of you guys that are backing them. Leafs coming after having their 5-game winning streak snapped in a 3-2 shootout victory at home over the Sharks on Monday. They scored 25 goals over the 5-game winning streak. Toronto without Tanev and Pacioretty due to injury. Tanev is a big loss, but they should keep him out for a long time here. He's not capable of playing 82 games as the most important defenseman on your team. The Leafs, remember, it's trade deadline's Friday. So the Leafs got to fortify that defense badly. Knights coming off their second straight victory in 5th in 6 games, 2-0 at home over the Devils on Sunday. They continue to be without William Karlsson, Bill Karlsson, and Shea Theodore. Well, this is blowing up in my face. This generally doesn't work well for me. The same sort of thing that happened with me with the Lightning Panthers. Take it away for us, Gogster, Leafs Knights.
Yeah, I think I was looking at this game. It was a tough one. I had no play. I ended up changing the lean towards Vegas here, Jim. I think it was just a scheduling spot. Let's see, this is going to be their 4th game in 6 nights. They also had a back-to-back already this year. And if you're looking at this, is what it was. They got 6 games. It's going to be their 7th game since the break. And you're looking at this will be the 5th game for Vegas, and they've only had 1 game on the road. Toronto's had that long road trip now going all the way back. It's the scheduling spot that really throws me off for Toronto. I think 60 minutes. The line's gone up to way too much. I don't think I can take it at minus 150 now, 152. But I would lean towards Vegas here. They have looked okay, since the break. They're 3-1, 1 loss at LA. So beat some pretty weak teams. So Jersey's not doing a whole lot. They beat them 2-0. Vancouver 3-1. It's just the spot, I guess, Jim, is where I'd lean towards Vegas. It's not enough for me to pull the trigger on this game. Goaltending wise, though, Hill 922 since the break. Wall, that's February and March. Hill's got a 922. Wall's got a 921. Both these goalies are playing really well. Hill's also 15-3 at home, so he doesn't lose a lot at home. Power play, small sample size, but 33% for Golden Knights, 26% for Toronto since the break. I got a slight lean towards Vegas here, but it's not enough to pull the trigger. Should be a great game. We got some good late night hockey tonight, so I'll be definitely tuned in, but I'd lean towards Vegas. Not enough to pull the trigger at that number, though.
Let's roll on. It will be a lot of fun to watch these teams play. I do think the loss to the Sharks and the terrible performance against the Penguins, back-to-back terrible performances, is the perfect tonic for Craig Berube to get some of his anger out. And he's going to get that anger out in that dressing room, staring at them all in the face. Because if they play like this, they're going to get blown out by Vegas. It's a perfect situation to have the Leafs accountable after 2 real underwhelming performances. So we'll see how it bangs out. Action Jackson already got the Henny in his hand, man. So shout out from Singapore. Respect. I thought it was that meant you were drinking in the morning, but 12:30 a.m. Respect, Action Jackson. Get that in you, man. Get that in you. Okay, let's move on. 10:30 p.m. here. We have Anaheim Ducks 26, 26 and 7, 12, 13 and 5 on the road. The Vancouver Canucks 27, 22 and 11, 11, 10, 7 at home. That might not count. I'd have to look. That might not count their victory last night. Impressive victory over the Oilers, which is wild. I mean, we're going to see massive moves for their defense. Massive. I mean, they're just going to be such heavy players at the trade deadline. They're still the favorites to win the Stanley Cup in all the books, so I wouldn't get too concerned here. Trinity says this is a Canucks spot if I've ever seen one. The issue now is Quinn Hughes going to be in the lineup? Talkett says that we're at the point now where we'd like to give him a week off just so he can be completely healthy. He tweeted something during the game against the Kraken. Talkett said it wasn't related to the oblique. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. The Canucks coming up their second straight loss, fourth and fifth games, 6-3 at the Kraken on Saturday. And the Ducks are on the second half, very impressive 6-2 after a very impressive 6-2 victory at Edmonton last night to kick off this mini 2-game road trip. Shout out to Wager Detective in the house. Let's get into the line history here. We have the Canucks at minus 221. I mean, it's an absolutely ludicrous number. It opened up at minus 210. Look, I get that it's a spot for them. I get it, but the number is insane. This total is 5.5. Opened up minus 111 to the over. Now it's just minus 108 to the over. So I like this is just nuts to me. You have the market expecting a low scoring game, which I get because the Canucks are playing, but also a low scoring game in which they cover the puck line. It's hard for me to imagine that would happen. So I don't care that it's a perfect spot for Vancouver. I watch them play every game. They're a very weak hockey team. And if they don't have Quinn Hughes, they have squad ass nothing. Because Pedersen is, playing like a journeyman $2 million a year player, but he's getting paid $11 million a year. I said immediately when that contract was signed, the weight around the neck of the franchise, it would be immediately. And now everybody's on board. Besser is the same to me, a journeyman average player. This team is going to lose a lot before the season comes to an end. Take it away, Gogster, Ducks, Nucks.
Yeah, I think the spot here, I got Gibson going tonight. Dole still played unbelievable. He's a good goalie. I think Anaheim's got there. But quickly, Gibson, guys, he's 4-5 on the road here, 9-12, 285. It's pretty good numbers. And then the other side, you got Lankinen going. He's been solid this year, Jim, for the most part. He's 2-1-1 since the break, 920 save percentage. So this spot's screaming, in my opinion, the under. I was trying to make a case for the Ducks at that number, but I end up staying off that. I think the lower scoring game is definitely in play. The Ducks, they only got a 64% penalty kill too. That's without the Edmonton game last night since the break. 93% penalty kill for the Canucks. So defensively, the Canucks are playing decent enough without Hughes. And I was just reading something, Jim. Looks like Hughes isn't going to be back this game. They're just saying that they want to get him good for the last 15 games of the year. So they might hold him for a little bit here. But I'm going to go no goal, guys. First 9 minutes, 30 seconds here. That's the only one on the card, the no goal. I think just the way the Canucks are playing, the back-to-back for the Ducks, Lankinen's been solid. Good penalty kill for the Canucks. I wouldn't talk anyone off. You guys want to do a first period or even a full game under 5.5. Don't see this game. Don't see any team even scoring 4 goals. There's another bet for you if you want to race to 4. I don't think anyone gets there tonight. Low-scoring game, Jim.
What was the juice on the no goal first 9.5?
Sorry, it's plus 115.
Plus 115. You know what? This line's insane.
Yeah, it's quite high. It doesn't make any. The more I'm thinking about it, it's like, what do you see in Vancouver to be a minus 225? Despite Anaheim's playing good too.
If shout out to our guy Gerald Jones, man. Respect Gerald Jones giving a Pub Sports Radio membership. Drew B getting it. Thank you guys. So it means so much to us. The support means so much to us. So thank you so much. Look, I want to bet the Ducks. I understand it's the worst possible. So I should just stay off. It's just, but if Quinn Hughes is not in the lineup, how do you not bet the Ducks at this number? I mean,
I was just going to say that.
It'll drop 30 cents. But at this point, Hughes wants to play. So we have to, it's Talkett that's like, maybe you should have a break here. God, no goal, first 9.5 here for Gogster. Let's move into our final game on the card, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We have St. Louis Blues 29, 27 and 6, 14, 13 and 3 on the road. The LA Kings 31, 28, 19, 3 and 3 at home. Crypto.com arena in Los Angeles, California. Ricky Levine says Gibson and net on the over. I think Gibson's been playing pretty well think he's been playing pretty well lately.
He had
But
that bad start. He had the bad start against Chicago. I think it was. He got lit up. But the 2 games before that, he had like a 920 save percentage. So I think the bounce back for Gibson is in play too. Yeah.
it's a possibility. I might move on this stuff. Toby Lane says Kings money line 60 minutes. Maiden Philly says Blues money line.
Ooh.
This is the spot where I can't do it. I can't just expect the Kings to now look. This is the problem with watching the games. I remember when the first time I was learning about Spanky, they would beat the line by 4 or 5. No, this is like 12, 13 years ago. They would beat the line in college basketball by 4 points, 5 points a day, and they would just go out for dinner. They didn't watch the games. I was like, man, that makes sense. And you don't have the biases that I have. Watching the Kings, now they put up 41 shots, but watching them lose so badly to the Blackhawks, watching them get destroyed. They lose 6-2 at Dallas on Friday, 4-1 at St. Louis on Saturday, and 5-1 at Chicago on Monday. So 15-4, they get outscored. 15-4. This is a completely healthy team. 15-4. And I'm supposed to just say, oh, they come back to LA and they flip the switch. I can't do it. Look, this team is 19-3-3 at home. I'm not going to fade them here, even though they've been playing so bad. But I'm not going to sit here and trust that they're going to be able to put it all together. And I'm sure maybe they will. I just can't. I can't bet it. I can't do it. And maybe it's the right thing to do, but 1-0 Milwaukee Admiral, says Turnsy. 1-0 Admiral. The Blues had their 4-game winning streak snapped in a 6-3 loss at Dallas on Sunday to start a 6-game road trip. And it's a very, very interesting road trip. This is important. Because maybe it's not important because I don't really know what to do with it. But they're going to be in LA until Sunday. They have 2 games against the Kings and 1 versus the Ducks.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know about that. North Ender says thoughts on the under. Look, I like all unders in Kings games, but their goalies are getting torched right now. Torched. So I can understand anyone liking the under. It's a 5.5. It's juiced to the under. It's been a 3-cent move to the under. It was set up in the marketplace as a very nice under. And from a money line perspective, we have the Kings at -153. They opened up at -159. A slight move to the Blues. Gogster, take it away. Can you make sense of this mess?
Well, I think again, I'm looking at the scheduling spot. They're throwing a lot of games together here since the break. Both teams going to be their 7th game in the last on less than 2 weeks. LA too, Jim. They haven't been playing well. They had a back-to-back, 28th in the first, and they played again at Chicago, coming back home off the 3-game road trip. They haven't had 2 days rest since the break either. Just looking, they played like 1 game on, 1 day off. Then looking at St. Louis, it's very similar. They haven't really been able to have many days off, but that last game against Dallas, that was on the 2nd, so they've had a little bit of rest. Short and sweet, guys. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. I don't know what we're going to get from each team here offensively. Goaltending wise, Kemper has been a little bit shaky since the break, but he is 10-1-1 at home with a 920. And Bennington, he's rolling that Canadian Four Nations trophy into the NHL regular season. 5-1-1, 910 save percentage. He's playing a lot better, Jim. Penalty kills though 58% and 61% since the break. Kings are really struggling defensively. Both teams are pretty much healthy. I lean to the under. I couldn't pull the trigger on this game, though, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if the Blues win this one, to be honest. They've been playing pretty good since the break. That 1 loss against Dallas, that was their only loss, and they've had a couple of days to stew on that. So I wouldn't talk anyone off the dog here, to be honest, in St. Louis, but I think a lower scoring game is probably going to hit here.
One thing to add to it, this might be the most important game of the year for the Blues.
Yeah.
It's the trade deadline. They're talking about moving Schenn. If they win this game tonight, then they are 1 point behind the Flames. Now the Flames have 2 games in hand, but they're better than the Flames. They're going to leapfrog the Canucks unless the Canucks win tonight. It's unclear at this point whether the Blues are going to be sellers. And I bet you, Gogster, if they lose this game tonight, Braden Schenn is dealt in their sellers. That's how important this one game is. Toby Lane says Blues are sellers. Their goal is to not make the playoffs, in his opinion. If you said that to Monty, he'd punch you in the face.
Damn right he would.
But everybody can have their own thoughts around each hockey team. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's review all action here. We have myself on the Rangers bad line for me. I got 2 bad lines here. Rangers minus 105. Gogster's first period draw plus 175. Full game draw plus 300 in Capitals Rangers.
Yeah.
In the Senators Blackhawks, I'm on the Senators minus 1 at plus 125. Irish King Montgomery, the coach of the Blues. What do you think I'm talking about? Monty Python? The fuck? Gogster's got first period, both teams to score plus 155. Sends in regulation and full game over 3.5 at minus 105. That's the full game total at 3.5.
Yeah.
Senators minus 1 at plus 125 for me. Then I'm on the Leafs at plus 125. Obviously, it's kind of an uncomfortable spot. Line going against me. Everybody. Well, there is, Barry Smith has joined me a couple and Turnsey, which is Turnsey joined me on the Rangers. So the Leafs is an uncomfortable spot, but I got Barry with me. Gogster, no goal first night. Was Barry with me on the Rangers, or I got to go up and check? Was he with me with the Rangers or the Leafs? Barry's been just dominating. I need to know which side he was on. As I look through here, I know you've got to run, Gogster. I don't mean to keep you here for too long. Like, where the hell's I got to? There, a Rangers money line. He's with me on the Rangers. Okay, he's with me on the Rangers. Nuke Worker by the way saying Gogster, he's going to be seeing you soon.
Yeah, buddy.
That is our NHL breakdown. The no goal first 9.5 for Gogster on Anaheim and Vancouver closes up his card, and we've stayed off the St. Louis LA Kings spot. Gogster, my man, cannot wait. We'll be doing this live together on Thursday and Friday in San Antonio. So I'm excited about that. Turnsey is on the Rangers and the Leafs. I love seeing that. I hope you bet now, and you got a much better number. There we go. That is our NHL coverage for today. Gogster, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, my friend?
Oh, thanks, guys, as always, for tuning in. If we wouldn't have the show without you guys, I appreciate the insights as always. Mel, Slatsy, everyone else. Can't name everyone, but I appreciate you guys always tuning in on these Wednesdays. I've got golf action too coming up, guys. Arnold Palmer sent out some plays there. You guys can check it out at Gogster99 on Twitter there, or X. A couple more plays though in the AHL, Jim. Lean towards Cleveland money line in the under 5.5. Laval, a lot of favorites. Laval money line, Coachella money line, and then the Barracuda on the money line. There's a lot of AHL to look at too tonight, guys. So good night to bet hockey. I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Though appreciate the show, Jim. As always, be good, guys.
There he is, Mr. Gogster. I'm gonna pop his X handle here in the chat. There you go. No, we've tried to get Gogster and Nuke to not call anybody buddy. That's our goal, bud or buddy, but buddy especially. All right, we move on to college basketball, and we have just the man for the job. We have not been delivering, though. We've not been delivering. This is a very, very, very important week for us, very important show for us, and I can't wait to rock with him. Please welcome our guy, the Spoon Dog in the house, Morgan Spooner. Morgan, how are you, my man?
I'm doing pretty well, Jimmy. Getting over some sickness, but finally feeling like myself again. Had a nice winning day yesterday. I'd like to carry that over today and win with everybody here in the chat.
Yes, it's imperative that we deliver today. Let me get all of the hockey stuff here off of line combination, all this stuff off here so we can focus on college basketball. We're going to be working rapid fire, as you see, at 1 p.m. As soon as we're done, we're probably not going to finish. We're not going to finish all of the games. Obviously, there's 27 that we've got set up other than Daby Cavs games. As soon as Spooner leaves, Cavs coming in, we're going to cap those 4 games. Whatever's left over, then Jose and I are going to run through. So let's get to work here, my friend. Let me get this set up here and pull up the cash flow. Oh God, speaking of cash flow, like. This today, I was like, you know what? Just wait, because there's no way I would have been on Utah if the 3.5 didn't move and 80% of the tickets in cash are on them. And I was like, you know what? Just fucking wait. Why don't you just wait and then lower your volume a little bit today? That's my plan to get back in business here. Let me move our line history over to college basketball, and I'm coming off a horrific day. It's the second worst day of college basketball for me for the year. Had one of these days a few weeks ago, and I bounced back in a major way, and I need to so badly here. It's going to be a very costly Friday if I don't change anything in the next 48 hours. It was still a costly day for me because a bunch of my action was on Penny, so not good. Let's get to work, Spooner, and we start with a major line move. Southern Miss Golden Eagles against the Georgia Southern Eagles. This is Sun Belt Championship round 2. Yesterday, we saw Southern Miss barely squeak by a very weak Coastal Carolina squad. 66-63. It snapped an enormous losing streak for Southern Miss. For Georgia Southern, they've been playing good basketball. Georgia Southern been playing good basketball. They won a very important seniors night game against Georgia State, 76-75 on Friday. That was on the heels of beating App State at home on Tuesday. But here we are in a neutral location. They faced Southern Miss earlier this season. They lost 72-68, which really sets up nicely. But as this line moved, hasn't moved too far. Great to see you, DC Capper. We got Dolo in the house. Let's take a look at the line history here. Right now we have a 5, but I see 5.5s across the board. This opened up at 4.5. The reason why I talk about the big move is because for some reason, when this was opened up with the site we played poker at, it was opened up at a 1.5. 1.5. So we've had a 4-point move there to Georgia Southern, which maybe would tell some people to hammer it immediately, but that's a very fishy opener. I mean, we have no information on the spread. We do have some information on a lot of these games, just not the tournament games. Take it away for us here, Spooner. You have the floor. Game 1 on the card.
Yeah, that is really an alarming line move there. If you're looking at these two teams, you can look at the earlier matchup in the season, and I think that's naturally what most people will do, which makes you scratch your head a little bit more about the line move. I tried to look at injuries. I noticed that Georgia Southern had a player missing from the lineup for the last 3 or 4 games. I wonder if he's not ruled in healthy, and that's something the books know and just the public hasn't really gotten their hands on yet. But still wild that it's moved that much. I didn't move on this game. Honestly, had it stayed around to pick them, I might have looked at Georgia Southern, but not how we're going now. I'm skipping this one.
Lex Steele says Southern Miss on that back-to-back. I don't mind that first round to second round in early conference play. Is that something that bothers you in early conference tournament play, a team on a second half back-to-back?
So in March, it's a completely different thing. These kids are been playing AAU since they were 8 years old. AAU tournaments, they're playing 6 games a day in the weekends. This is tournament basketball. These are things kids get excited about, and like back-to-back is nothing for college kids. If anything, it kind of makes me like them more. You get that momentum going in March. You look at teams that just really have no business finishing where they do. They just get hot at the right time, get a few things clicking. Confidence can go so far in basketball, and a win can cause confidence. I would rather get on a team that is on a back-to-back than fade a team off a back-to-back, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree with that in early round action. Let's roll on. Let's roll past this spot here. And I can understand Wager Detective, moving on the other side. If I was going to move on the other side with Southern Miss, I would take them first half, which I'm not against doing. I'm not against doing if this is a spot where we get the information in a few hours and it's 90% of the cash and money on Georgia Southern, I'm not against moving on that first half. Let's roll on. Chris Smothers in the house, and Rob Free bringing us into this says, got to take Michigan senior night, plus coming off a home loss, and it was an ugly one, 93-73 to Illinois on Sunday. It was as ugly as losses get, ugliest loss of the year for Michigan, snapping their 2-game winning streak, which was they were both underwhelming victories. Seems to be a team moving in the wrong direction. Ever since that Michigan State loss, they've looked quite vulnerable. I mean, they beat Nebraska, but only scored 49 points there. The Terps got back to their winning ways off of tough home loss to Michigan State. They beat Penn State 68-64 at Penn State. They've been just getting better and better as the season's gone on. They've won 5 of their last 6. They've won 9 of their last 11. And we also have no history between these two teams this season. So this is the first time that these teams are meeting. Chris Warren says Michigan or nothing. I might bet them. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have the Wolverines -2.5 and -109. It's opened up at -2 at 5:04 p.m. and now we have a 2.5, a half-point move towards the Wolverines. When we get to the total for this spot, we have it sitting right now at 152. It's heavily juiced to the over. I'm looking at 153s and even a 153.5. But this opened up at 154 and has dropped to 152. When it first dropped to 152 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, this was actually, after a minute, was juiced to the under 152. Now, since then, we've had a 7-cent move towards the over. So it's climbing back a little bit. Let's get into the cash flow. We're going to have that information for this giant game 2 on our card. 42% of the tickets and 50% of the cash on the Wolverines. 68% of tickets and 60% cash on the over. Dolo says home teams dominate this series. North Ender took some Michigan -2. And Wine Time says, my boss just gave me floor seats for Lakers Knicks tomorrow. The wait is over. I get to watch Luka. Wow. That's phenomenal. Take it away for us here. Spooner, Terps, Wolverines.
Yeah, this is the first play of the day that's on my card. I really like Maryland here. This is a matchup, as you said, that's the first of the season in the Big Ten. Kevin Willard has been in the Big Ten for quite a few years, and this is Dusty May's inaugural year in the Big Ten. Michigan has a lot of problems with turnovers, and what Kevin Willard teams do really well is play defense that cause turnovers. Kevin Willard is a former assistant for Rick Pitino, and a lot of Rick Pitino coaches, you see their defenses on the court, and it's really obvious. They're overwhelming. You can tell that practice is just defense. The offense is all predicated off a successful defense. And with this Maryland team, unlike past years where I don't think Kevin Willard was able to have as much success, he has a good offense. Jacoby Gillespie, Derek Queen, Julian Reese, these two big guys down low are a thing of the past. You don't see two successful power forwards of this size, and they match up well size-wise with Michigan. I think Maryland's really smart with the way they handle the ball, and I don't think Michigan's going to be able to cause many turnovers against them. I think Maryland's going to be able to put the ball in the basket with just good looks over and over again. I think Michigan's going to shoot themselves in the foot in the second half with turnovers. Michigan's got a really big game on deck with Michigan State. That one means a lot more to Dusty than this one does, in my opinion. The Michigan State thing, I don't know if you need to put it out there, but it's a big rivalry. And for Dusty, it goes back 20 years. So I'm not sure this is everything for him. It's been a great first year. He's focused on getting ready for the Big Ten tournament and the ultimate goal of trying to get this Michigan team as far as he can. I think it's a really good spot for Kevin Willard just to show up. Everybody's saying, oh, Michigan has to try hard today. They have to try hard today. Michigan's had to try hard all season. They've had a good season. Those turnovers, it's not something they can fix. They've tried. It's a product of the way they run the offense. They want there to be turnovers. They like the high capacity to score that it also comes with. And I think Maryland just is set up so perfectly with their length to take that away. That's why I'm on Maryland moneyline today.
Maryland moneyline at +115. We have DC Capper and Wager Detective both on the under 154.5. Let's roll on to our next spot. We head over to the Big East. DePaul Blue Demons 11-18, just 2-16 in conference. At the Providence Friars 12-17, 6-12 in the Big East. Amica Mutual Pavilion in Providence, Rhode Island, home of our nasty Nate. We have DePaul. Well, Providence has lost 3 straight and hasn't looked good, but DePaul in the throes of a 6-game losing streak. Coming off a 10-point loss at Creighton, that wasn't too bad. The 12-point loss to Butler was nothing you want to write home about. They got destroyed at home by St. John's, and that was just 2 weeks ago. But they're losing. They've lost 6 straight. They've lost 9 of 10 basketball games. And this is their lone game against the Providence Friars this year. So there's no Rebenga. There's not much going on here for these Friars. This is seniors night. They care about putting these losses behind them. They've lost 7 of 8. They're coming off a 75-63 loss at versus UConn. It does sort of set up nicely for Providence. This total is at 144. It's minus 106 to the under. It opened up at 144. It opened right there where it's U-shaped move, and it's gone down to 142.5. It's gone up to 144.5. On the point spread here, we have Providence minus 8 and minus 107. This opened up at minus 7, so it's a 1-point move towards the Friars. Nasty Nate says Friars smashing. I don't really see why they wouldn't. Now, it is a public spot. 72% of the tickets, 82% of the cash. 52 and 53 on the under. Take it away, Spooner. Providence public, but the line is moving towards them. What are your thoughts in this Big East matchup?
There's no easy wins in the Big East. It's a really strong conference, and these are 2 of the weaker teams in it. And if there was an easy win in the Big East, it would be when DePaul hits the road. Holtman's had a storied history of just not being able to win conference games on the road. That's the reason this is a 7.5. Providence, the dunk. It's a really nice home atmosphere. I don't think it is what it was under Cooley, but I think Kim English is trying his hardest with this Providence program. I think this is a spot where he really needs a win. It's the last home game at the dunk for the year. I don't see any way, shape, or form that DePaul comes in and wins this game. That being said, 7.5 is a lot. I could see maybe that back door being open, and that's why I'm not going to be on it. You also look at the amount of public people on Providence. It doesn't take a lot to know that it's senior night there. I don't know. There's not enough to make me want to go either way in this. I just can't ever back Chris Holtman team on the road in conference play. And ultimately, if I can't fade the public and I can't get on the dog, I just got to get off it and move away.
Yeah, I agree. I agree here. I agree wholeheartedly. I can understand anybody being on Providence. I can completely understand it. Nasty Nate focusing on the first half. We have an SGP for Super True. He's on Friars first half and the under 143.5. Robert Franklin moving on Providence. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Clemson Tigers, 24-5, 16-2 in the ACC at Boston College. We're at Conte Forum, Chestnut Hill. By the way, Chris Smothers is moving on the under in the DePaul Providence spot.
Boston College. I'm sorry, they changed it. Why would you change the name of the dunk to the amp? That's lame. I'm sorry. That's bullshit.
We have Boston College off 2 losses in California. They didn't look good there. They haven't looked good all year. I mean, they had a couple wins. They beat Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech, and they held Virginia Tech to 36 points. Then they held Georgia Tech to 54 points. So that was at home. That was at Chestnut Hill where we are. If you go back, they lost to Notre Dame in double overtime in Chestnut Hill. They're not bad here, but that was a pretty ugly performance. They lose 82-71 at Cal on Saturday. On Wednesday, they lose 78-60 at Stanford. A pretty ugly performances. And here is their seniors night. It's their seniors night here. Can they take care or stay in this basketball game? I think is the better term. We have a Clemson team that's just rolling at the right time. They've won 6 straight games. They've won 12 of their last 13, and that only loss came in triple overtime. Now, it was at home versus Georgia Tech, but we've watched them destroy teams on the road. They beat Florida State 72-46 back on February 15th. They just beat Virginia by 13 points. And this is their lone matchup with Boston College, so we're not dealing any sort of revenge. Let's get into the line history for this one. We have Clemson minus 14.5. This opened up at 13. So went to 13, 13.5, 14.5. This got up to 15 and dropped back to 14.5. A 1.5 point move towards Clemson. When we get to the total for this one, we have, here we go. We have a 136.5. It's juiced to the under. I see some 136s, 136.5s. So we have a half point move towards the under. And when we get to the cash flow for this big one, and it's going to be harder to find these games here shortly. I'll have it all set up. 95% of the tickets and 98% of cash on Clemson. 95 and 98. 77 and 77 on the over. We don't see 95 and 98 often. in college basketball. Not that dramatic. Now there's
That
only
sounds like a
3,300.
baseball total number.
It does, doesn't it? Super True Story says senior night gone wrong. Ricky Bobby Clemson first half team total over. Take it away for us here, my man. Big one. Well, big one for Boston College, I guess. Take it away.
As you noted, Boston College has played pretty well at home this year. Clemson is a chance to win the ACC this year. They've already beaten Duke, one of the best teams in the nation. They lost to Louisville on the road, which is a really tough place to go and play. Chucky Hepburn's having a great season. They're a team that's really performed and executed the way that you would like them to. With Boston College having a senior night, their last home game of the season, a chance to kind of make a splash. Sometimes I'll circle those spots. I see a big number like a 14.5. Makes you think Boston College might be able to do something with it. But then you look at Clemson's schedule, and they got Virginia Tech on deck. And that's a team that I think they could probably win without starting 2 or 3 of their starters. Clemson's rolling. This is a really good team. They're really well coached. I expect them to look at Boston College, look at the games they played at home, and respect them. If I were going to be on any play, it would be Boston College in the first half, just trying to capitalize on that energy. The energy can get contagious, maybe make some shots fall that otherwise wouldn't. And then Clemson starts to look for answers, and they find those answers in the locker room at half and then come out and put Boston College squarely away where they should be. I'm not going to move on anything there, but if there was a move for me, it would probably be a first half Boston College look.
Yeah, I wish this line was just at a standstill. Now there has been a tiny bit of buyback. The dogs I was on in this number, they all delivered in the first half, double digits and up. Not Duquesne. I was lucky that I only had Duquesne full game and not first half, but like New Hampshire, what a train wreck that was. And they were. That was such an easy casher in the first half, and then they just lose by 40. So I can understand it, but I'm just going to leave it as a question right now. I'd like to see. I'd like to sit with this. If this stays at 95% and comes back to a 14, there's only a half-point move. Then I'll maybe have some interest here. Jeff Slaughter, by the way, is on DePaul +8. DePaul +8 for Slaughter. He has a very interesting angle with these dogs at the number around 8, and UTSA fit the sample from yesterday and it cashed. Slaughter moving on DePaul here. Slaughter 2 weeks till I set foot.
Yeah, but Austin Collins is a better coach. That's why UTSA angle hit.
UTSA did take care of business for us. Rob Free says Boston College doesn't deserve a seniors night. Let's roll on. We're going to talk tournament basketball here for 5 straight games. 5 straight games of tournament basketball, and the Northeast Conference tournament will be coming up after the Ohio Valley Conference tournament first game, and then we'll have 4 for Northeast. So let's get into the Ohio Valley Conference Championship first round. UT Martin Skyhawks 13-18, 9-11 in the OVC. At the Tennessee Tech Golden Eagles 15-16, 10-10 in the OVC. Ford Stenner in Evansville. Wine Time says he's ready for a burger. It's Southtown 101. I'm ready for the wings. I want the wings, but the burgers are real good. All right, let's roll here. UT Martin Skyhawks. Losers of 3 of their last 4. It was a pretty ugly performance, their final game of the year at home versus Morehead State, losing by 12. Morehead State decided to deliver on Saturday. Weren't capable of delivering for us during the week, but delivered on Saturday. We have Tennessee Tech off of 2 losses to close out the year, both at home, losing at Western Illinois, and then losing pretty. Well, no, that was a pretty tight game against Lindenwood, just losing by 2. Let's get into the line history and set this one up. These teams met here. They faced each other Saturday, January 25th. It was an overtime game. UT Martin lost in overtime. And then they met again just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago at Tennessee Tech, UT Martin lost again. It was much closer, 71-66 in overtime. Let's get into the line history here for us. We have this Tennessee Tech total, 141 minus 111 to the under. This opened up before 143.5, so we've dropped 2.5 points. And when we get to the point spread for our Ohio Valley Conference first round game, we have UT Martin. UT Martin has gone from dog to favorite. UT Martin, the team that's 0-2 against Tennessee Tech this year and just put up 47 points against Morehead State, has gone from dog to favorite. We have no cash flow information. This is absolutely wild. Take it away here for us, Spooner. Skyhawks, Golden Eagles.
Yeah. So this UT Martin team, we've touched on it a few times this season. They got a coach in his first year, and they got a roster that's from across the globe. When they call a play, they have to call it in at least 2 languages at any time, sometimes 3. None of these guys played high school basketball in America. Maybe one didn't. It's a really neat group he's got here. He's trying to moneyball the whole NIL situation. He's looking for different value. These are all guys that would have been playing low league levels in foreign basketball instead of NCAA basketball. And he got them all to come over here to America for a chance to get a chance to play basketball at a bigger college. And that's the selling point coming in here. That being said, I don't think the experiment really worked out that well. Still here in the last game of the season, they're messing around with their lineup. UT Martin went to overtime twice with this team. And what that tells me is these games came down to coin flips. 1 extra free throw here, 1 missed jump shot, 1 foul call. It was all it took to change that outcome of that game. And when I can get a coin flip price at plus money, that's what you want. That's what you want in gambling. You want to have plus money on your side. That's what the books always have, that utility that they want you to buy, that feeling of safetiness. That's why they put the minus 110, the minus 112s on things. They know the plus 112s are things that you don't want as much. And at the end of the day, you want to switch the script. The books always win because they have the odds in their favor. So you got to look at coin flips and try to put those odds in your favor. And just because this Tennessee Tech team hasn't played the best basketball all season, I don't think that means they can't tonight. They have a much more experienced head coach who's been around the D1 game since the early 2000s. I think that really comes to play tonight. It's one of my favorite angles in college basketball, and that's why I'm on Tennessee Tech here.
Interesting. Very interesting. And going up against the dog to favorite angle here, Tennessee Tech for Spooner. And what did you tweet this out as well?
Yeah.
What did you get on them?
I got it right around plus money. I think it's minus 102 or plus 102. I don't have my card right here.
Oh, minus 102. I got it right here. Sorry, my man. Minus 102 for Tennessee Tech. Wow, that's a wild breakdown. I'm going to need to sit with that for longer here. Some very kind words said about you by Mr. Tomatoes. Says, really enjoy Spoon's bet capping. He's a very calming demeanor in a chaotic space. Says, thank you, Big Spoon. All right, let's roll on here. Spooner moving on Tennessee Tech. We move on. Next up for us, we're going to head into the Northeast Conference Tournament. We're going to talk all these quarterfinals. So we got all 4 quarterfinals. We're going to go back to back. And we have the Chicago State Cougars here. Losers of 7 straight basketball games, 4-27, 4-12 in the NEC. At the Long Island University Sharks, 16-15, 12-4 in the NEC. This is a home game for Long Island. They're in Brooklyn, New York, Steinberg Center. And they've faced this weak Chicago State squad. They played at Long Island on January 5th. Long Island won 53-39. And then they faced again here at home for Chicago State, and Chicago State won. They won in overtime 73-67 over Long Island University. But Long Island is clearly rolling right now. I mean, there's no doubt about this basketball team. It was the taint play of the day in that game against Wagner that they won by 13. They followed that up by beating up on Fairleigh Dickinson 74-55. The Long Island University Sharks are clearly rolling, winners of 6 straight games. It's interesting that that came on the heels of a 4-game losing streak. That last time they lost was at Chicago State. They're undefeated since then. Let's get into the line history. We're going to get no cash flow information. We do know that this is a minus 12.5 for Long Island University, and it's not moving, which is a bit of a surprise here. It is moving a bit. My bad. So it opened up at minus 112. Sorry, minus 12. Moved to minus 13. Now we're back at 12.5. So I didn't think we had to move, but we do have a half-point move towards the Sharks. And then on the total for this one, we have it sitting at 131, heavily juiced to the under. I see 129.5 on the board. The interesting part about this total, it's come up from 127.5. We've come up 3.5 points here. Take it away for us, Morgan. Our first quarter final game in the Northeast Conference, Cougars, Sharks in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I just see a really big number with LIU like at 12, and it makes me think that's a very fraudulent number. The Sharks aren't a bad team by any means, but I don't think they should be laying 12 in any way, shape, or form, especially to a team they already lost on. You're smiling about Chicago State because on Friday I took them on the money line and with the points, and they ate shit. That happens. I like to bet on some bad teams sometimes. You get plus money in your pocket and you hit. It feels nice, and those plus money spots, I really like to go back with. Chicago State, like I said, in that game, they have players that won't be playing on Chicago State next year, and they will be playing on other teams. Rod Strickland's a former NBA guy. His son's on this team. I know they want to show him up any chance they get. Chicago State doesn't want to go off. They're going to lose this game. They don't want to get blown up by 20. They don't want to get blown up by 30. I don't know. I'm not putting my money on it, but if I were, it would only be on Chicago State.
Is the concern that LIU has really found themselves and their last loss was against this team, so they're not going to take them lightly?
So there's that angle to it too. There's also the LIU's playing at home, kind of changing the narrative of what this school is. You look at LIU last year, they were the 350th ranked team in the country, I believe. Lost to Merrimack in the first round of their tournament. This LIU team has really taken a sharp turn, and getting to host a home game in your tournament, I really expect them to have a little bit of excitement there, come through for the fans and everything. This number lives somewhere between 12 and 0 for me. I don't understand how you could lay that 12 with Long Island. Maybe that's why you do it, but not for me.
Barry Smith looking at backing the Cougars here. If they weren't coming off a loss against this team, and I was sure they would not, if I thought that there was a chance they could take them lightly, I'd be on the Cougars here for sure. And I'm not against it too heavy. I'll keep an eye on it as we go throughout the day. But let's roll on to the next spot. Next quarterfinal Northeast Conference tournament. Wagner Seahawks 14-15, 6-10 in the NEC at St. Francis. Red Flash 13-17, 8-8 in the NEC. We're in Loretto, Pennsylvania for this one. Wagner Seahawks have come off 2 losses. The LIU loss was bad. Then they lose to Central Connecticut at home 55-48. Nothing wrong with that. That's the team at the top of the ledger. 14-2 in conference play. St. Francis, Pennsylvania has won 3 straight overtime games. A wild way to come in to the conference tournament. They beat Moyne 81-76 in overtime on the road. At home, they beat Fairleigh Dickinson 85-80 in overtime. And then they beat Chicago State 80-71 in overtime. So 3 straight overtime wins. Will the luck stop here? That is the question. Wagner faced St. Francis twice, and they beat them twice. They beat them 70-68 in double overtime at home on January 20th, and then they won 68-66 at St. Francis just 6 days later. So Wagner 2-0 against St. Francis. Very difficult to go 3-0 against any team in a season, especially in a 35-game regular season or 35-game season like we have in college basketball. Let's get into the line history for this one. This total, as you would guess, very low. It's a 122. It's really a 122.5. It's 122 here minus 124 to the over. It opened up at 124.5, so we've dropped 2.5 points on a very low total. Again, we're going to have no money information on these games. On the spread, we have St. Francis minus 2.5. This opened up with St. Francis minus 3.5. So we've had a 1-point move towards Wagner. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Quarterfinal Northeast action in Loretto, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, as you said, St. Francis is coming into this one off 3 overtime wins, and a lot of times you see that as a luck factor. I look at that kind of like I do a baseball game, and when you come down to a one-run game, it comes down to certain factors, and those factors are your bullpen, your clutch hitting, and your managerial decision. And in basketball, that's similar. How a coach handles his timeouts, how he handles his defensive versus offensive schemes, and who's on the court at what moments. And I think a guy like Rob Krimmel, who's been around this league a long time, knows what he's doing at the end of the games. He's lost 2 really close ones to Wagner already this year. Both of those games came down to 1 bucket, a double overtime game, and a 68-66 loss at home right after that. 2 coin flips that didn't go in their direction makes me think the next coin flip probably will go in their direction. Now, that's not always how it works in the scheme of things. You have variance, and you can have 10 heads in a row just as likely as you could have 5 heads and 5 tails. But I believe that Krimmel has the better pieces to play here. He's got a guy in Riley Parker who's playing some great ball in those 3 overtime games. He's a guy who came here from a foreign national team from Australia, and he's played with Olympic professionals. He's a guy that really knows what he's doing. He's not going to be on the St. Francis team next year. He will be transferred to a much bigger school. But I think today, knowing that I get Riley Parker in my pocket, it's really a big confidence boost. I think it's a really telling note that St. Francis lost both of these games, and they're favored here in this game. Wagner's not a good team. Wagner is not capable of beating any team 3 times. And I don't think especially St. Francis. So that's why I'm on St. Francis. I think the 3.5 is there to just try to scare you off, because who wants to lay 3.5 with St. Francis to a team that's beaten them twice? You'd have to be maybe clinically insane. But I think St. Francis has a better team. They have more experienced coach. I think this is a good spot for him. I don't think a better team loses 3 games. Sometimes you can pop up and situations happen. You get the right call, but the more times you play, eventually the better team will rise to the top. And I think that's what we're getting a line telling us, that St. Francis is going to win. I'm on them here.
St. Francis a -110 for Spooner. DC on the other side. Let's continue to roll. Aditya on Rangers money line. I'd like to see that, Aditya. A lot of people on the other side of me in NHL today. Let's roll on to our next quarterfinal conference tournament. The Stonehill Skyhawks, 15-16, 7-9 in the NEC at the Fairleigh Dickinson Knights, 12-19, 8-8 in the NEC. We're in Hackensack, New Jersey, home of the Bogota Savings Bank Center. This Stonehill team has faced Fairleigh Dickinson twice and lost to Fairleigh Dickinson twice. They lost at home to them 65-54 on January 26th. Then they lost at Fairleigh Dickinson 82-69 just 6 days ago. So back-to-back losses. So this is a very, very shout out to my guy BJ in the house. Thank you for sharing your best bet. That will be discussed here on the show. Thank you for sharing that with us. So for a team that's lost, Spooner, twice to their opposition, once by 11 points and once by 13 points, one might be a little surprised that this spread is a 3. Fairleigh Dickinson, 3-point favorites. They opened up -3 and -110. Now they're -3 and -116. So just 6 cents of movement here. I mean, this is as fishy as a line can get. When we get to the total here, we have a 143.5. It's heavily juiced to the under. I see 142.5. This has climbed up from 141.5, but other books have not climbed that quickly. Res Mob going to be the ACC tourney next week. That is incredible, my man. So take it away, fourth guy. I wish I was there. I got to see Sweet 16 Elite 8 in Chicago, the 2016 year before I went down to Costa Rica, and it's like one of the best trips of my life. Take it away here, Spooner. Skyhawks Knights in Hackensack.
Yeah, I tried to back the Knights here. I thought that Stonehill, missing their best player, Josh Morgan, down the stretch, was going to be a different basketball team heading into this tournament. You so often like to talk about how teams step up without their best player. And I don't think that's as true in NCAA basketball, but it bit me in the butt yesterday when Vermont lost their point guard and they came through in the second half and won. Teams find a way to step up. But I think if you look at that last loss, it was a bit of a scheduled loss. We were just talking about the St. Francis overtime game that they lost, and that was something that came right down to the last buzzer. So then they go into a game at Stonehill versus at home with just one game versus LIU on deck, and LIU had been rolling. They probably weren't going to win that LIU game. They knew that. They're off an overtime loss with their last chance to get a home win for the year. I think they just took advantage of a good atmosphere. I don't think that atmosphere will still be here today. These are two bad teams that I haven't watched play enough to have strong takes on, and it wasn't something I needed to move on with the line or the market developing at the time. So I just left it alone. I always lean back to it's hard to beat a team 3 times. I like to take the team that's lost the first 2 to win the third game. But that's all.
Yeah, it's very, very fishy line. It couldn't be more fishy. Yeah, Rez, I remember, man. It's a fun spot. It was tricky. There was you couldn't drink in the stadium in Chicago there that day, so we'd show up just obliterated, and then be completely sober as we walked out. So here we go. No move here. I mean, is this not is this the right line based on the season as a whole, not the right line based on the 2 meetings between these 2 teams?
I would say so. So like independent third-party company like KenPom that sets lines that the books are well aware of has this as a 2-point game in favor of FDU. So I think it being 3.5 makes a lot of sense, especially when Stonehill lost those first 2 games. That bettors only have so many things they can draw from, and they're most certainly going to look at the past matchups between the 2 teams. The fishy part to me is why isn't it more? But I'm off. It's
exactly. Yeah.
Playoff basketball. It's March. You should expect the unexpected. There's no 90% favorites in basketball. Anything can happen.
Let's roll on. The final spot in the Northeast Conference Tournament quarterfinal is the Moyne Dolphins, weakest team here, 9-22, 4-12 in the NEC. At the number 1 team in the NEC, Central Connecticut Blue Devils, 23-6. We're New Britain, Connecticut for this spot. Moyne's lost 4 straight. They've lost 9 of 11 games. They faced Central Connecticut twice. At home, they played Central Connecticut Friday, January 24th. They lost by 23 points, 93-70. And then they went to Central Connecticut and played much better. Lost by 9 points, fought throughout. They're coming off that 85-79 loss at Stonehill to close out the regular season. Central Connecticut here wants the tourney and wants it bad. They are winning. Now, they lost to Wagner in Long Island long ago. Since then, they've put a nice little 12-game winning streak together. They're an impressive basketball team coming off a win at Wagner, 55-48. They can score if you want to play a high-scoring game, and they can defend if you want to handle it in that arena. They know they can play both ways. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have a total of 144.5 for the pick'em. This opened up at 144.5, went up to 145.5, then dropped back to 144.5. So it's right from where they started. And then on the spread, we have Central Connecticut at minus 13.5. No movement on the 13.5, and we have no cash flow to study. Take it away for us here, Spooner, our final spot in the Northeast Conference.
Yeah, Central Connecticut has the longest win streak in the nation right now. This team is absolutely rolling. Moyne just lost one of their starters for this season 2 games ago before the Central Connecticut game, and I think maybe they had that step up without your starter moment there, and that's what kept them a little closer. Whatever it was, I didn't see it carry over to the Stonehill game. I'm not trying to get in front of Central Connecticut. I think they have aspirations of getting to the playoffs, and I don't think this Lemoyne Dolphin team's going to get in the way. I'm not in the business of laying 13.5 points. I could only be on the dog here, and I don't like dogs without continuity. When you're missing players that have been there for every single start, except these last two, that means there are people getting minutes that haven't been getting minutes all season. And this isn't the time of season to be learning, especially against Central Connecticut. You're going to get blown out, and I'm just not trying to get in front of that.
Yeah, I hear that. We have a Newkirker saying Central Connecticut can cover easy. Ricky Bobby says Central Connecticut is his best bet. Troy moving on LaSalle. I've got that copied and pasted. We will discuss that when that game comes up. But that concludes the 4 quarterfinal games in the Northeast Conference. We're making good time. Let's keep rolling. Next up for us, let me get the Nukes and Ricky Bobby's action right here. Let's move on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, Spooner, Oklahoma State Cowboys, 14-15, 6-12 in the Big 12. At the UCF Knights, 15-14, also 6-12 at the Big 12. We're in Orlando, Florida. For this spot, let's discuss the look here. We have the Cowboys coming off 71-61 loss at Baylor, their second loss in 3 games. They've not looked good at times. They're a real Jekyll and Hyde squad and probably untrustworthy on the road. If we want to go through their road games, they lose by 10 to Baylor. They lose by 32 at Kansas. They lose by 1 at TCU. They played tough against Houston, losing by 9. Then another debacle. They lose by 28 at Kansas State. They lose by 10 at Texas Tech. They lose it by 16 at BYU. They lose by 20 at Utah. They lose by 19 at West Virginia. So you get the idea. This is a team that fails on the road. They faced UCF once this year. It was at home. They won 104-95. The question is, does UCF have that Rebenga here, which is quite possible. Let's take a look at the UCF situation here. They're coming off a loss at TCU 89-78. This is their senior night. A lot of things are lining up for a UCF squad. Now, this team had a real terrible stretch. They lost 7 straight games between January 28th to February 19th. Then they won 2 games at home, beat Utah by 4, beat Kansas State by 4, and then lost at TCU on Saturday. So can they deliver here on Seniors night? Let's take a look at the line history for this Oklahoma game. Oklahoma State game. We have right now UCF minus 6.5. That's a big number. They open up at 5.5 and a 1-point move towards them now 6.5. It's a bigger number than one would expect against in this matchup between two teams that are, both below average. From a total standpoint here, we have a 164. That's exactly where it opened. It's moved 4 cents. And cash flow wise, I'm not sure if we're going to get any info, but we may. Just give me 1 second. We do. We have 59% of tickets, 76% of cash on UCF. This just really seems like a sharp side. 73-73 on the under. Spooner, take it away. Is this too big of a favorite for UCF, or do you think this is a smash and grab game, Seniors Night Rebenga?
I don't think it's a smash and grab. I think I definitely would lean UCF. Oklahoma State has not shown it to me that they're going to show up in this spot. But looking in that last game, there was almost 70 free throws shot between these two teams. And if you look at that, I would normally think that was probably a closer game. Both of these teams shot around the equal amount of free throws. So I think this game will be closer. And because of that, these 6 points is too many for me, I believe. This is a stinky line. I think you need to be really locked into these teams if you're going to be moving on this. I don't like it. Are you thinking about moving on UCF, Jimmy?
I'm going to have to sit with it because it's a bigger number than I was expecting, but it's clear that the big bets are coming in on them, that the line's moving towards them. I mean, I don't know. I don't. This isn't a UCF team that that I would expect to beat any team in the conference by margin. So
do you make
unsettling.
anything of it being the last chance at a home game for UCF on the season? Because they're going to West Virginia next, which is a really hard atmosphere. You're probably not going to walk in there and get a win. So do you just put everything into it in this last game and really just walk away with all the energy?
That would be the expectation. I think that's what the gamblers are thinking here, and that makes sense to me. I just don't know if they're good enough to complete the transaction. But the cap that'd be the cap for me. It's certainly one-way traffic. I'm not looking at the Cowboys in any form. So, do I trust them to take care of business? I mean, Chris Warren saying it's 3 possessions with this team. Oldie looking at that UCF team total over. I wonder if that's what Nut Flush Allen's going to look at. But Wager Detective is on the Cowboys here. So I'll take a little bit more time. Is there anything you want to add to that, or do we move on to more Big 12 action?
No, we can move on to more Big 12 action.
Let's do it. Kansas State Wildcats, next spot on the board, 14, 15, 8, and 10 in the Big 12. It's Cincinnati Bearcats, 17 and 12, 7, 11 in the Big 12. We're at 5th, 3rd in Cincinnati, Ohio. The Kansas State is a strange team. I mean, it certainly felt there in February that this team was getting it all together. They went into Iowa State and beat them by 19 when Iowa State was ranked 3rd. They didn't have a letdown after. Well, they did the following game against Arizona State, but that was expected. They didn't have a letdown though. They beat Arizona at home afterwards. They were beating good teams, and then they lose at BYU by 15, lose at Utah by 5, lose at home to Arizona State. Arizona State got to Rebenga by 5. By 12. They lose at UCF by 4. And then they have to beat lowly Colorado to feel good about themselves, 65-56. So this is a team that's certainly moving in the wrong direction. They face Cincinnati, but you got to go way back to December 30th at home. They won 70-67. That was a long time ago. So if we're saying that Kansas State, is pretty clearly getting worse, we'd have to say that Cincinnati is getting better. They look like a good basketball team right now. They're coming off a loss at Houston, 73-64. There's no shame in losing by 9 at Houston. That's not a tough place to play. They beat Baylor at home and TCU at home before going into that loss. They lost a couple games. They also, had that win at UCF, began a run where they beat BYU, beat Utah at home, beat them both convincingly. So here we go. Is Cincinnati live here to take care of business? And this is their seniors night. This is the Bearcats seniors night. They close the year at OK State. So a lot does sort of come together for Cincinnati, but it's built into the line. This total is a 136. It's juiced to the over. I'm looking at 136.5 and 137s. This is bouncing all over the place as we speak. This got up to 138.5 before the show started. It got back up to 138.5 while the show was on. And now we're down to 136. So it's just bouncing all over the place. When we get to the point spread here for this one, we have, too many games here. We have, where the hell is the Cincinnati one? I thought I had it right here. I apologize. God, it's so annoying. I'm tripping here. Why don't you just roll into your, here we go. Cincinnati -9. I mean, talk about baked into the line. This is a huge number. They open up at 9.5. They get down to 8.5. There's been a little bit of buyback, but this is an absolute monstrous number. We talked about being baked in the line, but 38% of the tickets are on Cincinnati and 48% of the cash. It's 59 and 56 on the over. This is an enormous number, Spooner. Take it away. Your thoughts on Wildcats, Bearcats?
I was going to say right off the hop that I was leaning towards Kansas State here. I heard you painting the picture very well for Cincinnati, and it wasn't necessarily the way I had been viewing things coming into this. Yeah, Cincinnati's definitely been playing well at home. They were the last team to hand BYU a loss. But this Kansas State team, you were rattling off their losses. They go hand in hand with losing one of their best players, Coleman Hawkins. And everybody believes that Coleman Hawkins was going to play today. I was kind of looking right before the show. I didn't see anything concrete, but I had heard some coach speak throughout the week from coaches on both sides of the aisle, and everybody was talking like Coleman Hawkins was going to be in this game. I could only take Kansas State with the points here. You got a guy, Doug McDaniel, Michigan, kind of fizzled out there. It didn't work out that well, but high recruit. CJ Jones. There's a lot of really good players on this Kansas State team. They've shown the ability that they can win some good games. And I think if you inject Coleman Hawkins into the lineup, that's some energy they really need. They feed off that Cincinnati building, really good home crowd there. And they just steal some of it. I don't think Cincinnati's that good. I could only be on Kansas State here. I don't like the not knowing about Coleman Hawkins thing, and I don't like trusting coach speak. I like to see lineups and concrete information. In the Undoing Project, they talk about you don't bet numbers or statistics. You only bet stories, and that's an issue that everybody has. We don't bet numbers. And if I look at just the numbers, I can't get there with Cincinnati here. It would have to be a Kansas State spot for me. I'm not on it. I pass.
Now we have a team with a worse conference record this late in the season that's almost a double-digit favorite at home. I mean, it's as fishy a line as one could imagine. Lex Steele says Cincinnati wins by double digits. Troy Torrance says Cincinnati and the under is the only way, says maybe the K-State under. This is going to require more time here, but the number it's alarming. Cincinnati plays in rock fight type basketball games, low-scoring basketball games. Are we going to have to trust them to win by double digits? It's a little just uncomfortable. But we'll talk more about it. We'll sit with it throughout the day. Let's roll on. Spooner, next up for us, ACC action. Pittsburgh Panthers 16-13, 7-11 in the ACC at the NC State Wolfpack. 11-18, 4-14 in the ACC. We're in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Lenovo Center here. Pitt coming off 3 straight losses and not good ones. Now, they lose at Louisville on Saturday. There's no shame in that. Louisville's a good basketball team. They lose by 11. But they lose at home to Georgia Tech by 6. They lose at Notre Dame by 4. They've not been playing very good basketball. They're losers of 7 of their last 9 basketball games. They won 2 of their last 9. And now they face NC State, a team that they have yet to play this year. So there's no revenge. There's no angles from prior meetings. The Wolfpack have lost 2 straight, both on the road. But when we take NC State home of recent, they've been playing some pretty good basketball. They lose by 25 at Georgia Tech. Look, that's ugly. They lose by 14 at Syracuse. Yes, that's ugly. But their last 2 games at home, they beat Wake Forest by 12, and they beat Boston College by 8. Now, if we keep looking at their home games, it's going to be just a bunch of losses prior to that. But they won 2 straight at home. Can they take care of business here, Spooner? Let's get into the line history. From a line spread spot, there's been a half-point move towards NC State. They've gone from plus 2.5 to 2. I'd like to back NC State here, but I don't know if I can get there. This total is a 141.5 minus 112 to the under, and we do have some cash flow information. We do know on the money line, Pittsburgh's being hammered. 76% of tickets, 97% of the cash. And this line's moving away from them. Now it's 77-97. This line's moving away from them. That's got to make NC State a little more appealing. 63-66 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Panthers, Wolfpack.
Yeah, this Pittsburgh team is a shadow of what it was in the middle of the season. They've dealt with injuries. And on the other side of this, NC State has not had a good season. I'm sure they'd like to cap off the season with a W here. And the line being at 2 was kind of telling me that was going to happen. NC State doesn't have a lineup that I want to back. They have some older guys. They have a stayover from last year's team in Jaden Taylor. I can't put my money on Pitt, but that's the side I want to bet. The further I look at it, I don't like Pitt's team. I'm not a Jeff Capel guy. I'm passing on the game. I think Pitt should win this game, but the line's telling me that NC State will.
It sure is. It sure is. And this is it's very appealing to me. It really hasn't become any less appealing. I expect to be on the Wolfpack tonight. Let's roll over and head over to the A10. We're going to be in the A10 for 4 more games. We only have Spooner for 17 more minutes, so we've got to play quickly here. Troy Torrance says the Cincy game reminds me of Georgia Tech first pit. Yeah, I'm going to put that a note here too. No, yeah, Cincy is better, especially defensive efficiency. But I'm going to put those notes here, Troy, and we'll sit with all of this here as soon as the show comes to a conclusion. Let's roll on to the next ball on the board. Rhode Island Rams, 17-11, 6-10 in the A10. St. Joseph's Hawks, 19-10, 10-6 in the A10. We are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for this. On the total here, we have a 154.5. We've had a 7-cent move towards the over. Just a 7-cent move towards the over. On the point spread, over here quickly. On the point spread, we have Rhode Island plus 11. Pretty giant dogs here at St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's been playing great basketball. Let's speed this up here. I'll have everything else set up for the A10. Your thoughts on Rhode Island Rams, St. Joseph's Hawks, Spooner? Yeah,
I think St. Joseph's rolls here. I think that's why the line is where it's at. They have a really good offense, and Rhode Island has a bad defense. That's where this number comes from. Over the course of 40 minutes, they're just going to continue to put up easy baskets where Rhode Island doesn't really offer much resistance to it. And then on the opposite end, Rhode Island doesn't get that many easy looks at the basket. And St. Joe's defense, while it's not that good, I think their ability to rebound will keep Rhode Island off the boards and keep the possessions away. 11's big enough for me to keep me off, but it's St. Joe's or nothing here.
I can understand that. This is the lone meeting between these two squads as well, the lone meeting. And yeah, I mean, it's a big number, but clearly the expectations they can get there. This is also seniors night here for the Hawks. It's just such a big number. I'm hesitant to try and get there, but I'm going to write it down.
This is one of those peak at the right time of the season's thing. St. Joseph's been playing their better basketball while Rhode Island played all theirs at the beginning of this season.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We've seen St. Joseph win by margin against tough teams. I mean, just going back to that St. Bonnie's game, they were 6.5-point favorites and they covered by 11. They completely took over in the second half, of that basketball game. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to the A10. That may be too big of a number. Now, speaking of the Bonnies, they are in business here in our next spot. St. Bonaventure at home to the Massachusetts Minutemen. Massachusetts 12-17, 7-9 in the A10 at the Bonnies, 19-10. Also, though, 7-9 in the A10. St. Bonaventure, New York, for this spot. The Bonnies coming off the loss, the one we just spoke of, 75-64 at St. Joseph's. But at home, they've looked good. They beat Duquesne by 7 in their last home game. They also have a loss at home to George Washington. Then previous to that, they beat Fordham. They destroyed Dayton. This is a legitimate squad here in the Bonnies. They had their 2-game winning streak snapped in that loss to St. Joseph's. And again, here, this is their lone meeting with. Oh no! They just played UMass. They beat them 73-59. They just went into UMass and beat them. Is there Rebenga here in store? Let's see here. UMass coming off that win at home against Rhode Island. Now they've got to get into St. Bonaventure and beat them. The same thing that St. Bonaventure just did to them. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot. Speaking of here, we have a super true story saying smash and grab for St. Joe's. Justin McKelvey with St. Joe's minus 10.5. And also here, Res Mobs to St. Joe's first half is my biggest bet on the card. Wow. Ricky Bobby here is on the Bonnies, 7.5-point favorites. This line's moving towards UMass. Opened up with the Bonnies at 8.5, and now we have a 7.5. Now it's heavily juiced as the Bonnies, so there's still 8s everywhere. But UMass is being bet. This total here is a 139. It's minus 116 to the under. It opened up at 130. Oh, sorry, 139.5. It's moved up a half point. Take it away for us here. By the way, we did get all the information. 66% of the tickets, 70% of the cash on St. Bonaventure, and this line's moving towards UMass. 66 and 61 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. The lay 10 action.
Yeah, these are some really good coaches here with Frank Martin and Mark Schmidt. Mark Schmidt has the benefit of getting a roster that was built by Adam Wojtkowski, the NBA. I don't know exactly what you call that executive type person, but he stepped away from the NBA last year, and he's got connections to St. Bonaventure, and he helped recruit this entire team. They had a really great start to the season, and as conference play hit, it definitely didn't go the way they wanted. But this is their final home game of the season here, and I think they take advantage of that. This UMass team is on a different skill level. They could win a rock fight, and if it was a lower scoring game, it'd be the only way they keep this within the number. But I think St. Bonaventure's ability to score will ultimately come out. That energy, just they feed off of it. I think tonight's a good St. Bonaventure spot. I don't like laying 8 points with any team in college basketball in March, but that's the only spot I could be on here.
Yeah, it's a peculiar line move away from them, which does pique my interest in, UMass fighting back in this spot. Let's roll on. We've already heard that our guy, Troy Torrance, is backing the LaSalle Explorers, who are 12-17, 4-12 in conference. The George Mason Patriots, 22-7, 13-3 in conference. These teams have not met this year. LaSalle is in the throes of a 7-game losing streak, coming off losing 71-60 at George Washington. And here they are facing a very, very tough George Mason squad, sitting second, game and a half behind VCU, coming off a really ugly loss at Duquesne. They've lost 2 of their last 3 games, and they're back home here. It's interesting that he's on LaSalle. I think that the idea from the betting public will be that George Mason is going to smash, but they didn't really after that loss at VCU. So there's no real, they lost at VCU on Saturday the 22nd by 16. They came back and beat Fordham, at home by 10. I don't know if that's enough. They were 12.5-point favorites, so they didn't cover. They shot 50% from 3 against a team that shot in the mid-20s percentile in that game. Maybe they are somewhat vulnerable. I know that an interest for Troy is here. We have 96% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on George Mason, 76 and 76 on the over, but the public all over George Mason. This total opened up at 133.5. It's now at 133. We've had a half-point move towards the under. And then on the point spread here, we have LaSalle plus 12.5 at minus 109. It opened up at 13. It got up to 13.5 at 9:30 in the morning, and we've had a 1 point of buyback, and the juice is moving towards LaSalle. DC Capper looking at LaSalle first half. Take it away for us here, Spooner. An interesting one. Explorers, Patriots in Fairfax, Virginia.
Yeah, you got 2 teams in different ends of the spectrum here. George Mason's had one of their best seasons ever, and LaSalle's, like you said, in the midst of a losing streak. They're going to part ways with their head coach at the end of this season, Fran Dunphy, while George Mason has a rookie head coach in Tony Skim. It's a spot I like to look for where the veteran coach will find ways to get possessions down the stretch and make the game closer than what it should be. I have a lot of respect for Tony Skin, though, and I'm not trying to get in front of him. Looking at this line, looking at the market, I can only try to find a way to back LaSalle. And if I'm looking at this game from tomorrow's perspective, and I'm trying to figure out a way that LaSalle covered this or LaSalle somehow ended up with an upset win, I would be looking at George Mason. Their defense is great, but they don't have a point guard. And when they don't have a point guard, they don't necessarily always get into an offense. They rely on that defense to create their offense. Tony Skin is on the coaching tree down from Patino. I really believe that LaSalle is a much worse team on paper, but they have a chance to make this a game coming down the stretch. Last week when I was on them, if I'd been on them in the first half, I would have cashed, but I lost on them full game. I could see maybe wanting to go to the first half here, but George Mason's inability to score at times just makes me not want to lay 12 with him. And when I see the public that heavy on him, they just see the big number next to the name, that really positive record, and they don't necessarily know that this is a George Mason team that at times has really hard time getting a bucket.
It's a fascinating breakdown. DC Capra on LaSalle first half, Troy and Red. Oh, and MMA Locker Room, Millsy is on LaSalle as well. Obviously making LaSalle appealing at this point. I'm very interested in joining you guys. Let's get to this final spot in the A10, and then we'll hear from Spooner what his best bets are of the games that we've missed. We'll bring on Daby Cab, and then Jose and I will finish going through these spots. But a great job from our guy Spooner. Let's roll on to the next spot here. It's George Washington Revolutionaries, 19-11, 8-9 in the A10 at the Fordham Rams, 11-18, 3-13 in the A10. We're at Rose Hill Gym in the Bronx. A very fishy line here with, Fordham 3-13 in conference against a team that's 19-11 and 8-9 in conference. As Fordham are pretty short home dogs. George Washington coming off 2 wins in the last 3 games, coming off a win at home versus LaSalle, 71-60. Now they head out onto the road. Fordham, the senior night here. These teams haven't played this year, so there's no Rebenga or anything of that nature. Fordham coming off their 6th straight loss at home to St. Joseph's. They've not been playing very good basketball. They've been losing by margin. So it's a extremely fishy line here. It couldn't be more fishy. Justin McKelvey is Fordham plus 3.5 in his pocket. Let's get the line history in. We're sitting at a 3.5. This line's not moved. It's moved a cent towards Fordham. This has been out since 5 p.m. yesterday, so it's not like it's just got here. On the total, we have a 146.5. It's minus 111 to the under. Open up minus 110 to the under, so we had no movement. And then I'm not expecting to get cash flow information here, and we are tight 4 times, so I don't want to sit around here searching. But I'll give it 5 more seconds. I can see we have no spread information. I mean, 94% of tickets, 99% of the money line bets. Now it is a 3.5, but they're all on George Washington. 61-62 on the over. Take it away, Spooner. Any interest in Fordham here? It's a fishy spot.
I think the line's about right. I don't believe it's that fishy. 4 points is right where Ken Pom and Bartorvik have it. George Washington doesn't necessarily rebound the ball that well, and Fordham doesn't do a lot of things well, but they do offensively rebound pretty good, and that creates extra possessions. Extra possessions and energy make the ball go in the basket a few more times. It's the last home game of the season. If you're going to get it up for one more game, it's right here. I could only be on Fordham here. They've had some issues, coach suspension throughout the year, in and out throughout the lineup with a few different players. It's not a team that has the continuity that I really want to back or energy. But if I were going to pick one of the 2 teams and I had a bet from the books that I could use, I'd put it on Fordham here. I think that 3.5 with George Washington on the road is a bad bet. If I'm going to look at this 100 times and bet it 100 times, I can't put 3.5 in George Washington's pocket.
It's a very, very interesting spot here. I think I'm going to roll with these Fordham backers, but I want to study it a little bit more. Let's talk about the bets that we haven't got to, and we'll cap them bigger here. Spooner, great job running through the card. You're on UMKC Kansas City. UMKC, the Roos here are in the Summit League Championship first round, facing the Oral Roberts Golden Eagles. You want to touch on your bullishness here on UMKC?
I was hoping I'd get some of your opinion on that, but this Oral Roberts team hasn't shown the ability to win on the road. They haven't won a single conference game on the road this season. I think they're a team that really needs that energy. They have to feed off that energy. And you look at a team like Kansas City and you're like, why would they be laying 5.5 points? It's now 6 points. Well, it's because Oral Roberts is that bad. Oral Roberts beat Kansas City one time at home this year. And anything that they did in that game that they can be successful with, Kansas City's coaches will be breaking down in film, and they'll be very ready for it today. They're a better team. The line's telling. You're not going to see Kansas City laying 6 points a lot. When I see lines, I ask myself, why would the book set the line there versus why would the book set the line here? And the only reason they would put the line here is to try to get some extra money on Oral Roberts, in my opinion. And I'm fine giving my money to Kansas City and cashing my ticket tonight. I think this will be not necessarily a good atmosphere, but a good spot for Kansas City to win.
Yeah. It is a neutral site, Kelly. Yeah, the Sioux Falls here for the Roos game in the Summit. We're going to cap that in a deeper here after our guy Daby. Oh.
One last note is both these coaches used to coach at New Mexico State, and there's a little bit of a history between them. I really think it favors Marvin Menzies' team here in Kansas City, but I don't really have enough time to get into more of that. Carry on.
We have 1 minute till you need to leave. Because we have your next bet here. It is actually our next game on the schedule. Xavier Butler here in the Big East. You are backing Butler. There's another capper that's on Butler that I will mention here after we lose our guy Spooner. Xavier is rolling right now, playing very good basketball. They're the winners of 5 straight games, 6 of 7, and they're facing a Butler squad that they just beat 76-63 at home. So it's an interesting spot here, but I'm imagining that Butler has the Rebenga here on seniors night, coming off a 10-point loss at Villanova. The last home game, they look great. They lose by 6 against St. John's. They were rolling here. Let's just quickly grab the line history. This is the final spot on the board other than UMKC for Spooner. We have this total at 154. It's juiced to the under at minus 113. This opened up at 155.5, so we've dropped 1.5 on it. And on the point spread here, we have Butler a +4 at minus 113. They opened up +1, so we've had a huge move. Wow, this guy even got up to 4.5. We've had a huge move towards Xavier. So I'll mention who else is on Butler after the breakdown, but talk to us about this spot, you backing the Butler Bulldogs at Hinkle.
Yeah, you got a coach here in Thad Matta that coached at Butler 25 years ago, and he came back a couple seasons ago. And he hasn't had a ton of success yet, but he has played well at home always. And there's some talk about him not being the head coach here next year. And he's a pretty proud head coach. I watched him at Ohio State for years. He has teams that play really good defenses, and Butler hasn't executed his defense all season long, but they have showed glimpses of it. And this defense with Ohio State, I remember in 2014, was the best defense in the country. And the concepts are there. Being the last home game for a coach, for all the players, for all the seniors, I think there's a lot that goes into it. I think from a story standpoint, if you're looking at this and they're just 2 teams on paper and you're not a big college basketball fan, I could only write this as this has to be a Xavier spot. And that's why it doesn't surprise me that the line's moving towards Xavier. I kind of wish I had waited a little bit to move on it. I didn't want the points with Butler. I didn't want to pay any juice in this spot. I don't see this as a Butler loses by 5 or loses by 3 game. I see this as a Butler wins by 5 or loses by 9 kind of game. And I have Butler money line on my card. I fully expect them to win here. They got a really tough one with Creighton on deck. I don't think they'll win that game. And Xavier gets to go home and host Providence next. Xavier's kind of in an interesting spot where if they win this game, they probably lock themselves into the tournament. One of those bubble teams. the 2 wins would guarantee it. And so I know the public's just saying they have to win this. They want to win this. They need to win this. And I like to fade those kind of storyline spots. The books know you're thinking that. They know that the NCAA March Madness bubble gets posted this often, and these teams are currently highlighted. They're well aware of that. And you saw some of the SEC bubble teams perform pretty well yesterday. But if you look before that, some of the bubble teams had been really crap in the bed. And that's something I could see here with Xavier. Sean Miller's a good coach, but he's a guy I like to back at home. And I think this is a nice revenge spot for Butler. This is not an easy place to come into. You saw it with St. John's, who is head and shoulders above Xavier. They almost lost here. I think Butler gets the win. That's my cap on it. I hope everybody has a good day. I hope we win some money today. Good luck. I got to get out of here, Jimmy. Enjoy it.
Our guy Spoondog in the house. Please support Spooner on X. I'm gonna pop his X handle in the chat. It's interesting spot in the cash flow market for Xavier Butler. The bigger bets are coming in on Butler. 31% of tickets, 59% of cash, and yet this line is skyrocketed towards Xavier. I'm gonna pop our guy Spooner's action here Spooner's X handle in the chat. Please support our guy. DC Capper on the under 137.5 in the Oral Roberts game we were mentioning earlier. Let me get that here in my notes and lock that in here for you. Thank you for sharing that with us, DC. And the other capper that we were talking about that's also on the Butler Bulldogs, none other than our very own Matty Ice. Let's bring on a wager detective. We do that. Says, can we make it more interesting with our chatsters? Track their calls. If they put POD in the chat, we track it. It's on our website. The Pub Sports Radio website is great. It's got so much going on, and we track all of the cappers. We track all of the action, and we track them weekly and monthly, and it's great job by Swiggy. So anytime you want to see what people are on, just head over to pubsportsradio.com. We do that, wager detective, my man, and there is the action right there, an idea of it. So definitely check us out, and anytime, just go over to the website and you'll get everybody's goods. Let's roll on to our next guest. So we did pretty well. We got through a bunch of games here with Spooner and set us up nicely. So then when our next segment is over, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games that we'll do with Jose. And as I mentioned to Spooner how I was gonna back from backwards to forwards. I was gonna cap the late games first. So I've got a lot of these games capped, and I'm excited to break them down. Our next guest, and Dan Kelly liking Portland money line tonight in the NBA. Let's copy and paste that here. We have our next guest making his triumphant return, getting back to what he loves to do, capping college basketball. It's been a tough road for our next guest for the last little while, excuse me. And now we have him back where he wants to be. Blunt in hand, capping college basketball. Please welcome the star of Medicate Mondays and the Starting Five and the Rotation, our new live stream Monday nights that starts at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. Please welcome Dallas, Texas, Dabra Kadabra. Daby Cab, what's good, man? How are you?
Oh, man, it feels like it's been so long. I thought about starting on mute, but I figured I'd be unmuted right now, man. I'm glad to be back, Jimmy. Don't take your health for granted, guys. Being sick sucks, but we're back at it, ready to make some money. And hey, we got it out of the way before San Antonio, so it don't get better than that.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Getting COVID, going through it. This is perfect timing. It is great to have you back, Daby Cab. You are capping some huge basketball games here. So let's get right to work. We get started with Daby Cab, 7 p.m. Eastern, a game that we've heard from a lot of you guys. Florida Gators at the Alabama Crimson Tide. Let's go back over the action because I've been, obviously copying and pasting action here on the chat. 9 legacies on the under here with Alabama. I do have Florida here. It's being backed by Gorky. Gorky is on the Florida Gators, and I have some other guys on Florida. I'll just go through all of the. Oh, Mills MMA Locker Room is also on Florida. Florida plus the points for Mills. Florida money line for Gorky.
Let's go.
And now we will hear how our guy Daby Cab is going to attack this basketball game. This is the big one. Everybody wants to talk about it, so let's get after it. 7 p.m. Eastern. These Gators 25-4, 12-4 in the SEC. At the Alabama Crimson Tide 23-6, 12-4 in the SEC. Coming off a 3-point loss at Tennessee's Alabama. They had those 2 losses to Missouri and Auburn. We know they're a very good basketball team. Florida lost at Georgia. It was a game a lot of you guys had, sussed out. You guys were all over Georgia in that one, and I joined you guys on Georgia in that one. Here, Florida bounced back with a giant 19-point win over Texas A&M, took care of business. This is the lone meeting between these two heavyweights here, giant teams that will be capping when we're at the Southtown 101 for Pubba-Palooza. Let's get into this. So Alabama coming in off the 79-76 loss at Tennessee. Let's get into the line history here. Chris Warren says, I need this Florida game. Wine time on Bama -3.5. Let's take a look at the line history for these Giants. We have Alabama right now -3.5. They opened up at -3. The initial move, and it took about 8 hours for it to happen, I guess it took about 10 hours for it to happen. The initial move was towards the Gators. The Gators moved to 2.5, then back to Alabama. And it is juiced at the 3.5 towards Alabama. Let's get into the total for this one. We're all going to get all the cash flow information for these monster games that Daby's attacking. As you would imagine, it's a very high total. All Alabama games are 179. This opened up at 178, so we've gone up a point to 179. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, let me move this up here. When we get to the cash flow, we have, we have 37% of tickets and 44% of cash on Alabama. The public is on Florida. The line is moving towards Alabama. 73 and 71 on the under. Troy Torrance says, honestly, I think the style Alabama's coach implements is devastating to their potential. Wager Detective says Florida beat Bama at the deadline last year, 102-88. Here we go, my man. Take it away for us, Daby Cap. A big one in the
You'll love this one, Jimmy. When you get off, I challenge you to go find one person who did a write-up that's taking Alabama, because you won't do it. Every single person out there is on Florida in this game. And I get it. Look, these teams match up very evenly. Alabama wants to get out and run, right? They put up a ton of points. They push the pace. And usually that's a problem for teams. But Florida, that's not a problem for Florida. I mean, we've all seen what this Florida team's done this year, sitting at 5th in the nation. But it comes down to, the guard play. You got Clayton Jr., you got Will Richards, Condon can get up and down the court. Martin can get it. Florida's stacked, man. This is a very good Florida team, and I understand why people are backing Florida in this situation. But I think Alabama's hungry right here, and I think being hungry and at home and as good of a team as Alabama still is, Alabama wins this game, and I think they cover the number. I got a 3. I got it earlier, and I didn't tweet it out, so if I got to take a 3.5, I'll take a 3.5. But I just want to touch on a couple things here in this game first. Alabama lost to Tennessee that last game, and they should not have lost that basketball game. They were up with 30 seconds by 4 points. They were up by 4 with 30 seconds left in that game. Nate Oates made some terrible coaching decisions. As much as I want to put it on the players, I put that loss on Nate Oates. And that's why I wanted to talk to Troy in the chat, because he said that he thinks that Nate Oates' coaching decisions are affecting Alabama. I agree 100%. That being said, I think he knows that he fucked that game up last Saturday. And I think this Alabama team comes out hungry and ready to go today. And Florida has had Alabama's number of late also. So you want to talk about, revenge spots, this, that, and the other. Florida's taken it to Alabama the last 2 times they played. So this is a good spot for Alabama to get right after the Tennessee loss. I like Bama here. And I love the fact that, I'm going against, I guess, all the quote unquote sharps you would say. I don't know.
I like the look I think this makes sense. They do have Auburn on deck, but I don't know if that's as a look ahead as much as they need to win this one. It's interesting with these powerhouses. Our friend T-Moss here just got to the funeral home. Says he will talk to us later. Of course, Daby Cab and T-Moss both dealing with the losses of very important family members. So thoughts to both the Daby Cab family and to T-Moss. We also are trying to raise funds and help T-Moss raise funds for the burial. So Jose, if you could pop that into the chat at some point, if anybody can help out our friend T-Moss, it would be a lot. BJ says he's convinced it's Bama. DJ Big Boss in the house says tired of chasing Bama. Leave that to Daby.
Hey, I mean, Bama covered against Tennessee. They lost by 3. The spread was 3.5. So, I mean, that buzzer beater won the game for Tennessee, but it didn't cover the spread. Look, I understand the look ahead thing too, but you don't look ahead when you've got a team that's ranked higher than you at your home court. So this isn't like, even though Auburn is, Auburn, the best team in the nation, right? Shout out to A&M last night. But you don't look ahead over the number 5 team that's kicked your ass the last 2 times you played them.
I think it's pretty clear that it's a sharp side. I'm very interested in joining you on that spot. Let's roll into the next one. Sorry, before we roll in, I needed to look and see if we can find a. Sorry, I moved over to the Oklahoma game. See if we can find a 3 on the board. Jesus, did this just actually happen? No, that's a stale line. Okay. Yeah, you'd have to pay for it, and we'll see how much that will cost here if you wanted the 3. Just now, this is again just for record keeping purposes. We have, if you want to pay for it, it's going to be far too expensive. Yeah, minus 121.
I guess I'll take that. Usually, I wouldn't want to take that juice, but
you want to
I'd rather give out the actual number that I got. So
yeah,
and it's 11 cents. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't take that every bet. You lose 11 cents on every bet, but for this one, it's okay.
No, I get it. You want to give out on the show what you have in your pocket, even if it's a little more costly. I get it. All right, let's roll on with Daby Cab. We have another big one in store in the SEC. Missouri Tigers, ranked 15th in the nation. I like them a lot. I want them to go on a little run here come tourney time. 21-8, 10-6 in the conference. At the Oklahoma Sooners, 17-12, 4-12 in the SEC. We're in Norman at the Lloyd Noble Center for this Sooner game. Missouri coming off a loss at Vandy, 97-93 in overtime. Last time we saw them at home, they destroyed South Carolina by 30. The time before that, they beat Alabama by 12. We know what Missouri can do at home. The question is, can they do that on the road? They lost in overtime at Vanderbilt. Then before that, they lost by 7 at Arkansas. Before that, they beat Georgia. And then before that, they played Tennessee tough, losing by 4 to Tennessee. Here they are facing an Oklahoma squad that they haven't played this year. Let's talk about the Sooners here. These Oklahoma Sooners have seniors night. Seniors night here against Missouri. They're coming off an 87-84 loss at Ole Miss. That was on the heels of an 83-82 loss at home to Kentucky. I mean, they're playing these teams really tough. But if you go back before their victory over Mississippi State at home, which was impressive, they lost to Florida at Florida by 22. And that's not the one I meant to speak of. I meant to speak on the loss at home to LSU. I mean, there was no excuse for that. And then I apologize for saying that these teams hadn't met. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I'm looking at too many games. They went to Missouri and got absolutely destroyed just back on February 12th. They lost 82-58. They were down 20 at halftime. They got absolutely demolished here. So I apologize for saying that they hadn't met. Let's get back to the line history here for this spot. We have, quickly get over to the Missouri spot. I had it set up here. Again, this game is at 8. I'm looking at 8:30. We have right now Oklahoma sitting at plus 4.5. They opened up at plus 4. There's been a half-point move towards Missouri. It's uncomfortable to back a team that was so heavily embarrassed by their opposition and now it's seniors night. You have to think that they show some heart and some character here. This total is a 162. It opened up at 161, so we've gone up a point, but it's not really up a point. It's heavily juiced towards the under. DJ Big Boss says that he can't make it to Southtown 101, which is sad news for us. But yes, we're still planning a big. We're not sure which senior center we're going to have the party, but we're looking around, seeing who's interested at this point. Let's get into the cash flow for this giant game for Oklahoma fans. Just 26% of the tickets and 22% of the cash on Oklahoma, 37 and 46 on the over. Take it away for us here, Daby. Tigers, Sooners, and Norman.
This is a perfect first half spot for Missouri, in my opinion, and what I look for, right? Coming off, Missouri's lost 2 of their last 3 games. So as good as they've been, they're hungry right now. And they're going against a team, you said it, that they beat the shit out of. Now, I know this lines up different. Oklahoma's now at home. It's senior night at home for Oklahoma. I get it. They do not have the offensive firepower to keep up with this Missouri team. Oklahoma can hang in there with average offenses. They can. They've shown that. They've got scorers that can do that. But when you get, Caleb Grill, whether you're talking about Mitchell or Bates or Robinson, these guys on this team are going to push this pace to a point where Oklahoma is not going to be able to keep up. And I don't really think it matters what momentum they have starting this game. I think Missouri is angry from losing 2 of their last 3 games, and I think they come out and they handle business here from start to finish. The reason I take first half in this game is because if Missouri's losing at halftime, I very likely will bet the game live. And this is just, like I said, one of the spots that lines up for me here. Missouri's defense has faltered a little bit the last 4 or 5 games or so. But I don't see Oklahoma as a team that can take advantage of that. And that's been my only problem with Missouri going back to last season. Even last season, I liked the offense for Missouri. It was their defense that I didn't really trust much. But here in this situation, I think their defense locks down knowing that they need a win. And if they start playing a little bit more defense, I've always trusted their offense. So I got Missouri here in the first half. I got a -2. Again, whatever line you can get. I haven't tweeted anything out.
All right, let's line shop for you here for the Missouri first half spot. It's an interesting game. Very, very interesting game. It's funny that you're on the first half. Because I was thinking that if Oklahoma was going to be in this, they'd be in this for that first 20. We can get you a -2 here. It's 2.5 across the board. The 2 actually it's gone down a little bit. It was up to -117. We're back to -115.
I guess I'll take that. I don't like these numbers I'm taking, but yeah, I'll do that.
First half -2 at -115 here for Daby Cab. Moving on, Missouri. Troy Torrance says Missouri wins at home, then falls subject to revenge on the road. But he says he doesn't know. Tough game. A wager detective backing Oklahoma here +5. This is an interesting one. I'm certainly going to need more time on it. But Daby Cab moving on Missouri first half. He says, even though if this closes Missouri -5 or better, database says it's a smash spot. So that being a smash spot on Missouri. Expecting maybe some overvalue for the home court. Okay. Nats Nate says, are we playing poker at the same place as last year? So as you guys see, this is very important. For those of you who are coming to the Pubapalooza poker tournament, if we may do it at the Southtown. We just want to know numbers. So if it's a smaller group, we have a different idea of how we're going to. If we're under 25, we're going to do it at the bar. Basically, if we're around 40, we're going to do it at the Ace Card Club. That's why we really need to know for the numbers. We have the offer at Ace Card Club, which is a great spot, but we might just want to stay at the bar and have the games going on and all that. Also, if we stay at the bar, we're going to do it where we're going to do one table at a time, starting with 9, depending on how many we want for the final table. Maybe break it at 3, and then the next table of 9, and top 3 go on with big show dealing. So that's why we really need the poker players to let us know if they are going to be, if they're in for the poker tournament. Very important. So thank you, Jose, for putting that up here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here for Daby Cab, another monster. It's the Big East in play here, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Number 20 ranked Marquette Golden Eagles, 22-7, 13-5 in the Big East of the UConn Huskies, 29, 12-6 in the Big East. We're Gamble for this spot. UConn sort of righted the ship. They were having some tough times. That was a tough loss. Losing to St. John's twice was not what the doctor ordered, but they beat Georgetown at home 93-79, and then they win at Providence 75-63. So a couple wins by margin to make the two-time defending champions a little more confident. Marquette rolling, absolutely rolling right now. They won 4 or 5. They had that 3-game skid. That 3-game skid that happened beginning of February started with that loss at home to UConn 75-69, followed up with a loss at St. John's and a loss at Creighton. Since then, they've been playing better basketball and coming off beating Georgetown by 15 on Saturday in Georgetown. So now they face the Huskies here with revenge on their mind. And this is not seniors night for UConn. That is coming up in 3 days' time at home versus Seton Hall. Let's get into the line history here. Daby Cab. And let's hear your plan of attack. Sorry, I'm on first half, so let me quickly move over to full game. And here we go. This one, of course, popping off at 8:30 p.m. We have Marquette right now +4. So we've had a half-point move towards UConn. UConn's gone from -3.5 to -4. And then when we get into the total for this one, two teams that will be capping when we're sitting at the Southtown 101. We have a total of 143.5. It's juiced to the over. It's going to be bouncing around all over the place. This got up to 145.5, an hour and a half ago. Now we're down to 143.5. That move did come about an hour, a little over an hour ago. Cash-wise, it's a 50-50 ticket count, but 56% of the cash is on Marquette, so slightly lower on UConn for cash. 73% ticket, 75% cash on the over. Take it away, Daby Cab. A big one in the Big East. Marquette, UConn.
Yeah, I've taken a little bit too much joy, in watching UConn kind of fall off. Now, like you said, they've bounced back. But right now sitting at, I think they've got them projected at 8 seed for UConn. So, there should be motivation as far as that goes. But, they did the right thing making Seton Hall their senior night. Last game against Seton Hall, because if they would have made last game against Marquette, but it's just letdown after letdown this year for UConn. And I don't think it's going to change. I like to see UConn lose this basketball game, struggle against Seton Hall, struggle in the tournament, and not even make it. So maybe they won't be two teams we're capping. I know that's a little bit of a stretch, but I'd have no problem with that if that happened. I don't really like UConn very much as a team here. That doesn't mean I'm super high on Marquette. But I think Shaka Smart has his team at least ready for this game. I got a 2.5 in the first half with Marquette. And I think UConn could lose this game. I really do. I think this is going to go down to the last possession. In a game that comes down to the last possession, if you're going to give me points, I'm going to take it every time. So I'm going to take 2.5 in the first half with Marquette here, and I'll adjust my bet accordingly at halftime if I want to.
Let's get that all set up for you. Dave, so this is another one where you want me to shop for you?
Sure. Yeah, I didn't post anything.
Okay, so let's grab this Marquette first half with revenge on their mind. There is a +2.5. Let me just make sure it's not stale. And yeah, it looks like it's a legit. There's a +2.5 -110 here for Marquette, but most books are at the 2. +2.5 here for Daby Cab. Marquette first half +2.5. Wager Detective says Marquette worth a look. Over looks likely. All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board. The final spot here for Daby Cab. Then Jose and I will finish off the 10 games before we're joined by both Wine Time and Billy Briz here. BJ saying Marquette has a revenge angle in this too. Embarrassed by this team. Yeah, we talked about that. I do find Marquette appealing here. I want to see how long this stays in UConn's favor, because I figure that there'll be buyback at some point here, but it's a 50-50 ticket count. That's the only angle to be really confident in, is that Marquette will revenge that earlier loss here, which is appealing. And Jerry Davis says UConn's 0-13 first half against the spread at home. And I know that well. I
just didn't want to say it. I wish I didn't even see it, but it's all good.
Well, they didn't cover by a point in their last game, and I was trying to catch a falling knife. It was a mistake. Let's roll on. Our final spot with Daby Cabs in the SEC. The number 4 ranked Tennessee Volunteers, 24-5, 11-5 in the SEC at the Ole Miss Rebels. Ole Miss Rebels, which then brings us to the stacks play of the day. Ole Miss plus 3.5 for our guy Justin McKelvey, who, by the way, I loved his Medicaid Monday breakdown. He's just money in the bank, man. He's. I wish he was rocking with us in San Antonio. Justin McKelvey money.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
So Ole Miss snapped their 3-game losing streak at home on Saturday with that victory over Oklahoma. It was very underwhelming, 87-84. That came on the heels of us being very disappointed in Ole Miss at Auburn. We got that money back with A&M, though. But it wasn't enough. We have Tennessee rolling. They won 4 straight. They've won 7 of 8 games. And they haven't played Ole Miss this year. So there's no Rebenga in store here. And for Ole Miss, though, Ole Miss Rebels, this is their seniors night. So we have seniors night for Ole Miss. BJ says Ole Miss spot all the way. Let's get into the line history for this Ole Miss spot. Let me get off the first half very quickly here and get into full game action. Again, Jose and I are going to talk about the last 10 games here in college basketball. Then we get into NBA. This Tennessee Ole Miss spot pops off at 9 p.m. Ole Miss right now is the line's moving very quickly towards them. Ole Miss opened up at plus 3.5. We now have a plus 2. Now, this did get the plus 1.5 before the show started, but we're back up to a plus 2. So a clear move towards the Rebels. For the Volunteers, Rebels total, it's a 138. It's minus 114 to the under. This opened up at 138, minus 110 to the under. So we had a very slight move towards the under. And then when we get to cash flow, we have 45% of the tickets and 48% of the cash on Ole Miss, but this line continues to move towards them. 84 and 82 on the over. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab. BJ says this market is screaming Ole Miss. What are your thoughts?
Man, seeing everybody. So I ended up staying off this game. I'll start with that. But where my head was at was Ole Miss money line. I liked the money line with Ole Miss here because listen, there's a few things in sports betting that we kind of just know, right? Let's say like unders in service academy games, taking Houston first half in basketball games. You know, another thing that I know is I don't bet on Tennessee at the end of season, whether it's in football or college basketball. I don't trust them. I never have, and I never will. Tennessee's been great. You said it, won 7 of their last 8, but it's March now, and this is where I know that this team always fucking lets me down. And every time I've ever put any money on Tennessee at this point in the season, they screw me. And I think that might be the only reason why I've, pussyfooted around this bet with Ole Miss is just because Tennessee, they hate my bankroll. It's the one team that hates my bankroll. So I ended up staying off this game. But like I said, I like Ole Miss here. This has been an Ole Miss team that I've made money on this season. In certain situations, I like the way they play defense. You got a senior night here. The spread should be telling enough with Tennessee. And I'll say it again, Tennessee should have lost against Alabama. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. They found a way to win. They hit a buzzer beater. Outstanding. Good job. But Nate Oates gave you that game. Nate Oates fucked that game up for Alabama. And if he didn't do that, they lost there, and it would have started the March trend for Tennessee right then and there. And they got lucky. They got past Alabama. I think it starts here. I like Ole Miss to win this basketball game. I just have not bet it yet.
It's certainly the sharp side at this point. But I can understand Wager Detective's concern about fading Tennessee, and that's why it feels like a must-do at this spot. I'm certainly interested in joining everybody here on the Ole Miss side. Let's review Daby Cab's action here. Alabama -3. Now, he bet it with regular VIG. Here for record-keeping purposes, it did cost him 11 cents, -121, which is the same deal with Missouri first half, -2, -115. Marquette first half, +2.5, -110. And we will see if he moves on Ole Miss. You must follow Daby Cab on X to find out if that happens. It's great to have you back in business with us, Daby Cab. Great to have you back in business. Tell us a little bit about what's in store here for the starting 5 on Saturday.
I mean, it's March, guys. I don't know what else to say. It's March. So make sure on Saturday you tune into the starting five. It's a best bet show. We do cover NBA and college basketball, but we got great cappers that come through, like our guy Wine Time in the chat. I hit up Troy. Hopefully we can get Troy to come through soon. But we'll be there on Saturday morning breaking down all of our best bets, giving you guys our action so you can get paid with us. And that's what we do right there. It's a lot of fun, man.
Respect, Daby. Thank you for rocking with us. Please support our guy, Daby Cab, Medicate Mondays, the rotation Monday night, and then, of course, support our guy with the starting five. All right, we are going to run through these last few games on the card, starting with the Big South Championship first round, South Carolina Upstate. Jose Bouquet's going to come in and give us the line setup and the market setup with the cash flow. Jose, how are you, my man?
Doing well. Can't complain. College basketball has been good to me recently, so excited to talk to you about it as well.
That makes one of us. Let's get to work, my man. Let's get to work. So set up our Big South Championship first round, Jose. We'll roll through that. We will still do the Summit League Oral Roberts Kansas City game that we've got some inclination from Spooner on, but we'll run through. This won't take very long. Take it away, Jose, and then we're going to get into NBA with Wine Time and Billy Brisbane. So take it away, Jose, my man.
Sure. South Carolina Upstate, household name. We all know and love them. And Jimmy, everyone loves a little Big South first round action here in Johnson City, Tennessee. Shout out to you, Darius Rucker, wherever you are. No line information on the spread and action. We will hope that it improves in March because, God damn it, do we need that information come March Madness here. As for the total, let me scroll and look for that here. But while I do that, I can tell you that South Carolina Upstate started at 4.5 here, up to 5.5. So Gardner-Webb getting some love there to 4 or 5.5, and it's juiced to that 5.5 here as well. 6s even being shown here. So we're going up and up here. Jimmy, what do you think?
I don't find it too appealing. The first time these two teams met, Gardner-Webb destroyed them 97-68. That was back on January 18th. They come back and they play, South Carolina Upstate at home, and it's a closer game. It's a 9-point game. This just happened on February 15th, so it's a 9-point game. That spread with Gardner-Webb on the road opened up at 5.5 and closed at 4.5. And in that game as well, South Carolina Upstate shot 47 from the field and 38.5 from three. That's as good as they're going to shoot. They got out-rebounded by Gardner-Webb. I find this line also, you would think that at home it would be a different line than it was on the road, and it's not. It's not. So it doesn't appeal to me, and if it did, it would be South Carolina Upstate or pass. I mean, I think that it would be fair for us to say that Gardner-Webb is clearly moving in the wrong direction. The problem is South Carolina Upstate moving in the right direction? If you take off that win against Charleston Southern, that's a horrific basketball team. If you don't count that game, then we're talking about a team that's lost 14 in a row. So as much as we think maybe Gardner-Webb's moving in the wrong direction, you want to sit there and have money on South Carolina Upstate? I mean, there's just nothing that appeals to me. The last win for Gardner-Webb was against South Carolina Upstate.
I was going to say, isn't it funny that this line's even this close for a 6-25, 2-14 team in conference? But it's going the other way, so I wouldn't be interested in it. But the fact that it opened as close as it is pretty surprising.
Yeah, I can't say that this appeals to me. I understand why the line's moving to Gardner-Webb. That doesn't even like that. Why would that doesn't interest me? Of course it's moving to Gardner-Webb. Anybody would look at this line and would say, oh, well, it's too short. But I mean, if it's immediately too short, also this got to 6 at 10:45 in the morning. So this has actually had a half point of buyback. So South Carolina Upstate would be the only, and Jerry Davis is right. He says line is telling me Upstate is live. I think you're right. But Super True Story says Upstate doesn't have enough horses in the stable. I'm gonna take another look at this, and the idea would be it's South Carolina Upstate, or or pass, and I'm very comfortable passing. So why don't we roll into this Lubbock, Texas spot? Red Raiders, Colorado Buffaloes.
Sure. Shout out to Texas Tech and fat-faced Daby Cap. It was nice to see you
Wow.
today, Daby. He just called my face fat.
Yeah.
So I have to return the favor. I've got yellow picket fence teeth. My face is fat. I've got pussy hair on my head. What could
Yeah.
possibly go wrong?
Yeah, your nipples look like pepperoni pizzas.
Yes,
Remember that?
bulbous lips as well. You know,
giant lips, just a huge
Yep.
twatola on you.
And we're not talking about the ones on my face either, which are
No,
also
we're
big.
not. Bottom lips. His bottom lips are hideous.
Bottom mouth only here. But let's talk about Texas Tech and Colorado here in a game that seemingly indicates that Colorado is going to take it in the bottom mouth tonight. 92% of the bets, 89% of the money on Texas Tech. We obviously have a gigantic spread here as well, 17, 18 and a half here. As for the total, 75 and 74% of the money on the over in this game. We went from a 17 and a half to an 18, some 17 and a halves still littered out there across some sports books, but we're seeing 17, 18 and a halves here. And for the total, it was even juice to the over at where we used to play our poker tournaments. I'm seeing a 143 as well, and 143s and a half here. So very interesting that it's all bounced around a little bit on totals wise, but this is apparently an ass whooping spot for Texas Tech.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's seniors night, but they're not really in that. It's kind of a spot where you expect these teams haven't played each other. I mean, I don't see why Texas Tech would just annihilate this Colorado team. In fact, I would maybe kind of have some interest in the Buffaloes, for a half or 20 minutes, stepping up on seniors night, with the pressure on Texas Tech. Did we have all the cash flow information on the side?
Yes, yeah. It was all the bets and money on the Texas Tech Red Raiders here. 92% of the bets, 89% of the money. 2,800 tickets in.
I don't know. Look, yes, it's seniors night and they're supposed to destroy, but does that add a little bit of pressure on them? I don't really. I certainly don't find Texas Tech appealing here in this situation, and I think that seniors. I wonder if, and I don't have this information, and this is something that maybe we could see if we could whittle down through Troy's database. But I wonder if on seniors night, as a 15-point plus favorite, if it sort of works against you. You're supposed to destroy this team in your last game of the year. I wonder if that sort of works against you. Honestly, I don't know. I don't mean to say that I'm going to bet Colorado first half year, but I'm going to take a look at them here. I just don't see why this would be a smash and grab for Texas Tech. Let's roll on to that Summit League Championship first round spot, Jose. And Troy would say the same thing. He said, I would guess it would work. It does work against Owen. I would guess it would too. I would guess honestly that in a spot where you're 15 to 20 point favorites, it's your seniors night. It's your last game. You're emotional, and you're supposed to destroy this team. I bet you the first 20 minutes are a little uncomfortable. But again, I would like to look into that a little more if I decide to move on the Buffaloes first half. Let's roll on to that Summit League spot here, my man. We've already heard from Spooner. UMKC, Kansas City, -5.5 and -112. We are in the first round of the Summit League, so we're in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. This is a neutral setting. Take it away, Jose, my man.
Sure. We are in the beautiful Sioux Falls here in South Dakota. Shout out to all the Sioux Native Americans out there as well. These are the two worst league teams in the Summit League, like you mentioned, Jimmy. 4-12 and 3-13 overall. Good Lord, they're bad. But everyone loves some Oral Roberts here. No information from action on this game here. But let's talk about where the total and spread has opened up. I'm seeing an opener of 138 for this total here. That's very interesting. 138 now down to 135.5, 136. That is very interesting there. As for the spread here, and I need to open up 2 pages so I don't have to keep going back and forth, but we've gone from a 6 to a 5.5, which kind of makes sense to me here. If this total is going down, as maybe not as quickly, but it is going down, I would expect that the points were to be less than there on the favorite there. So under looking semi-interesting. No cash flow, unfortunately, but under dropping here.
I thought that Saturated thought our breakdown made sense, but it turns out he thinks what made sense is that he's read that enlarged nips can be caused by late-stage circumcision. I wouldn't call it late stage for you, right? I mean, that's not late. Late stage is my buddy Meyerhog.
Sure, yeah, the hog, yeah.
Yeah. Yours, I wouldn't necessarily say.
It wasn't early. Let's just call it that.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely was not early, yeah.
No.
Maybe not on time either.
No. I think I agree with that. I think you're just dropping lyrics of some R&B song. But we have, in this one, Oral Roberts is a bad basketball team. The first time these two teams met, Kansas City destroyed them. It was at Kansas City. They beat Oral Roberts 90-67. And then Oral Roberts came back and beat the Roos at home on February 1st, 73-67. So I think a lot of people know that, look, Oral Roberts can play with the Roos. The Roos aren't that good of a basketball team. The Roos also at home beat the Tommies 71-66. That was just on February 22nd. So we've seen the Oral Roberts, and they were in that game the whole time. They were 8.5-point dogs. They were in that game the whole time, won that game outright. Here, what we've seen from Oral Roberts is you get them out on the road, they suck. They lost by 23 at Omaha last time they were on the road. Before that, they lose by 11 at Denver. Before they lose that, they lose by 11 at North Dakota. They played North Dakota State okay, losing in overtime. But here at St. Thomas, they lose by 15. That's 6 straight road losses. At South Dakota State, they lose by 14, 7 straight. At South Dakota, they lose by 10, 8 straight. At Kansas City, they lose 90-67, 9 straight. Then they lose at Oklahoma State 10 straight. Of course, they're going to lose at Texas Tech 11 straight. They lose at Idaho State 12 straight. They lose at Ole Miss 13 straight, Belmont 14 straight, Tulsa 15 straight, Minnesota 16 straight. Oral Roberts is 0-16 on the road.
Jesus. The friendly confines of Oklahoma, I guess, are needed.
So I mean, that's a whole. I mean, I don't know why at this point. I mean, Kansas City Roos know that they can't look past this Oral Roberts squad. So I think that the Roos should. I mean, look, Oral Roberts has improved as the season goes on, but there's a reason that this immediately went to 6.5. It went well. It didn't immediately. That was the first move was to 6.5. I mean, that took like 8 hours or so. So I don't know. Maybe it's too big of a line with these two shit teams, but I guess I have interest in joining Spooner here. I think you take Oral Roberts into a different environment and they lose. And why wouldn't they just lose here? Now, would they lose by enough of a margin for you to get the cash? That's what needs to be discussed. Let's roll on here, Jose, because all the rest of these games I've capped already. So let's roll into Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Sure. Sir Mackie Loves Pie is asking if I'd be considered an amputee as well. Things that need to be considered. I've already gotten a few yeses as well in the chat. So
I think that other amputees would be really honored that you've decided that you are one as well.
Whoa. I did not decide anything. I'm just reading the chat here.
Because I think what would happen is you'd get smacked the fuck up by a one-handed man or woman is what I think.
Yeah. They'd take their fucking leg and beat me with it. So shout out to all the amputees out there.
Oh, this is not please don't.
LeVar Ball, shout out to him.
Please don't cut this out and show it to anybody.
Wisconsin, Minnesota. This is the battle of the axe, I believe, in football here. Hopefully they just get some little pickaxe and they're out here swinging it against each other. 6.5 was this opener. We're at 7s now across the board here. Wisconsin getting some love there. And for the total here, we're starting with these openers here. 140 down to 139, even seeing a 138.5 here as well. So some under love is apparent here for this game. We have market information as well. Unsurprisingly, 86% of the bets, 98% of the money on Wisconsin there against the spread. 6,000 bets in here. Total wise, it's actually pretty split. 54% of the bets, 56% of the money on the over here. Again, 6,000 tickets in here. Total dropping a little bit like we've been talking about. So I definitely lean under, but nothing for me, Jimmy. What do you think?
I'm astonished. Wisconsin's not playing good basketball right now. And it's tricky trusting Minnesota. And Winetime's made a lot of money off Minnesota. I know that he's also made a lot of money off Minnesota on the road. I mean, they just snapped a 2-game losing streak with a win in Nebraska on Saturday. Wisconsin destroyed Minnesota at home back on January 10th, 80-59. Minnesota's gotten better as the season's gone on. Jerry Davis says whiskey smash. I mean, I can't imagine that anybody on whiskey likes seeing 97% of the cash on the -6.5 and the line not moving. I think that Minnesota is a must bet here. I think you must fade the public. The books have no concern about every single bet coming in on Wisconsin. They're not looking for 50-50 action at all. What does that tell you? Look, Whiskey's a good basketball team that's not been as good, but Minnesota's improved as the season's gone on, and I'm very interested in backing Minnesota here. Very, very interested, and I expect to be with Wine Time on the Golden Gophers.
Yeah, he's on money line too, which is big balls there. Wine Time, let him drip in the toilet.
Yeah, I'm interested. Jerry Davis says Minnesota sucks at home. Wisconsin good on the road, but Minnesota is a road dog. No, I hear that, Jerry Davis. That makes sense to me. But I don't know if Wisconsin's moving in the right direction right now. This is a point where I think it's I think that you must fade 97% of the cash on any spread bet when the line is not moving. How do you just think the books are schmucks?
I agree. I agree. And this is definitely one of those cases where, you'll still hear people say that books want 50% action on each side. And this is obviously one of those cases where it's clearly not the case. So I agree.
Yeah, it's here. I got it for you right now. Not flush, my man. All right. I think Minnesota's got to be decided. Let's roll on to Sun Belt Championship second round. This one's a really interesting game.
It is indeed. Let's go to Old Dominion, Louisiana here. A fun game here, Jimmy. A fun game indeed here when it comes to ODU, Louisiana. Very similar records here. This is the second round, and we're in Pensacola. And you could pay $28 to go to stores and go watch UConn Marquette, or you could go down to Pensacola, enjoy the lovely weather, pay $2 extra to go to the second round of the Sun Belt. $30 American dollars to get in there. A great time is going to be had by all. Now, total opener here. We're seeing, and Jimmy, I might need you to double check this for me, but I'm seeing a 140 opener here. Our site that I usually use is saying 143, but I don't believe them. So I'm going to trust the 140 here, and it's gone down all the way to 135 here. Very interestingly enough, people in the chat, if you guys could also do me the favor of double checking that line move is very interesting here. We'll talk about the money in a second. -2 for ODU has gone up from 2 to 2.5 to 3 in a lot of places here as well. And action not giving us any information on the cash flow here. 1,700 tickets in. I would love to know what the total cash flow is, but I guess we'll have to wait a little longer here. But that total dropping like a rock, it seems.
There's an angle in these conference tournaments that I like. I don't like it as much when we're talking about weak basketball teams. And the Raging Cajuns are a weak basketball team. But when a team gets through the first game in overtime, they can take a breath. We're not complete ass clowns. We're not going to go home and be an embarrassment to the community. And they play a little freer. Also, they only ODU faced the Raging Cajuns once this year. They beat them by 11 at home back on January 9th. I like backing teams that come off an overtime victory against a team like ODU, who hasn't played since barely getting past Coastal Carolina on Friday. I like backing these teams in the first half. Now, I want there to be some, correlated feel from the market and the cash flow. We don't have that yet, but I've always liked this. It's just, there's a relief for the Raging Cajuns. And I think that they can surprise Old Dominion in the first half. This line's gone from 2.5 to 3. I mean, this is if how many points are you giving to home court? I mean, this team, ODU, beat the Raging Cajuns by 11. Louisiana Monroe could have very easily won that game last night. And it angers me that I'm not on Louisiana, on Monroe last night. But then if I was on them, they would have lost by 10 in overtime. I think that the Raging Cajuns first half is a bet that I expect to make here. I expect to make it. I do want to know that this line doesn't move too far towards ODU. But everybody in their right mind would want to back ODU here after what we've seen from these two teams over the last little while. So I'm very interested in backing the Raging Cajuns first half, and I expect to, but I do want to wait a little bit more, a little bit longer. So that's what I plan to do here. But the look for nut flush on the team total over with Minnesota is appealing. Double up here if you do like the Golden Gophers. So I'm looking at the Raging Cajuns first half. Looking at Raging Cajuns.
Beautiful. Nut flush. I moved on that team total over with you there, over 66 minus 115 for me. By the way, I'm also on Ole Miss as well for those who care out there. I'm on Ole Miss as well. I got them +3 minus 120. Had to pay a little bit, but I do like the spot there. Moving on. Let's go to the ACC and shout out to Kong's Clips wherever you are. Louisville is now a program of repute again. They are back into being a basketball program that we care about. And Jimmy, I wanted to use that vocabulary word just for you. Hopefully, I've used it correctly. Now, let us go into the KFC Yum Center where you can get into this game, Jimmy, for only $12 American dollars here. What a deal. 14.5 has gone down to 14. So maybe you Louisville backers out there are shaking in your boots because there is 57% of the bets and 89% of the money on the Cardinal here. A bird with teeth. So sharp action, big bets seemingly on the Louisville Cardinals. As for the total here, pretty split, 50-50 action here. 56% of the bets, 55% of the money on the under in that. And for the total opener here, let's do a little Control F to find our place. Here we are, 154 opener down to 153.5. So not much movement there, but bigger bets seemingly on the Cardinal.
And what has gone with the line history? Where the spread? Where's it moved?
It was, and I'll just go back real quick here. It was a 14.5, I believe, and I just need to refresh my site here real quick.
That's what I have here right now. It's 14.5.
I'm seeing 14.5, and at the place where we played poker it's at 14. There's one 14.5 I see on the website I'm looking at, but I don't have like all of the books available, obviously. So yeah, I'm seeing 14.5.
This is a suspicious spot, not a suspicious line. I think the line is pretty sharp, but it's a suspicious spot because they have no history with Cal. They haven't played them this year. They coming up their 7th straight win at home over Pittsburgh on Saturday. Coming up on Saturday is their seniors night against Stanford. A much better team than Cal, or at least a better team than Cal.
Yes.
Cal comes in off snapping their 5-game losing streak with an 82-71 home victory over Boston College on Saturday. I just
You were talking about it earlier, Jimmy. This feels like the spot where Louisville comes in kind of sleepwalking in the first half. They've got the senior night coming up, obviously. Who gives a fuck about Cal? This feels like the sleepwalking first half to me of the two we mentioned earlier.
It does. It does. Now, in saying that, we've already heard from not only the respect play of the day, and I don't know where Billy Friedrich is, but I was perusing Pig Milk for graphics. I was perusing Pig Milk last night to get me away from the anger I was feeling watching college basketball. I did take a look at some Pig Milk images for our new graphic for him. Respect play of the day is on Louisville, and he's not alone. Your friend Kong's play of the day is Louisville first half. So, I mean, God, I do not. I would not be relaxed watching Cal go into the KFC Center. I mean, it's a dangerous place to play, but it's and then again, you have these guys on Louisville first half, where I would want to cut the game down to 20 minutes if I was on Cal. Look, going up against Kong and Rez is not good money, but
yeah,
I'm going to look at Cal first half a little bit longer here. I just think it's a midweek spot that could be a little lazy. They're going to party on Saturday night, seniors night. Everybody, I'm sure it's going to be a massive game there against Stanford. Is this one going to be?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the sleepwalker. I'm not going to move on it personally. I don't want to bet against Kongs and company, but I agree. If I had to make one play in this game, gun to head, it's Cal first half here. And Jimmy, I've talked to you about semi-content ideas for Pubapalooza, ways to bet on these live streams. This is Cal race to 10, no doubt. This would be a slam dunk race to 10 spot for me against Louisville here.
The race to 10s that you're going to be doing are hilarious. I would like to be involved, but I just don't know how much I want to bet on them. I guess
you and me both. You and me both. I have no idea how that's all going to work out.
Well, let's do this though. If we're going to think about backing Cal first half on the road against the monsters who are on Louisville, let's talk about some of the road games that Cal has played. They lost at Stanford 66-61 last time they were on the road. They played great. The time before that, the Saturday before that, they played Georgia Tech on the road and lost by 2. They played great. The game before that, they lose to Duke by 21. You know, that was obviously not doesn't fit the mold.
Spot.
They lose by 11 at SMU. We know SMU is really tough at home. They beat NC State on the road. I think Cal can come in here and possibly. So I'm interested. I'm very interested. But let's roll on. Let's stay in the ACC for Stanford Notre Dame.
Let us go to Stanford Notre Dame. And man, DJ Big Boss, wherever you are right now, probably saddled up to some wrinkly women. You could go to this fucking basketball game and you could bring all the women you want because you could get in there for $3 American, DJ Big Boss. So shout out to you. This is a very interesting line because I'm seeing Notre Dame -1 as the opener here. Quickly goes to a pick and flips to Stanford -1, 1.5 to 2 now. Stanford is favored. Very interesting. Let us pray we have some some news here. We don't have a spread cash flow, but we do have 75% of the bets and 77% of the money on the over in this game. I do indeed, like I said, wish we had the spread there because how interesting would it be if obviously all the bets were on Notre Dame and the line was moving that direction, or the other way, I should say. Total opened up at 141.5. I'm seeing 140.5 now available here. Like I said, all the money on the over there, 75 and 77. Line's gone down a point. Always very interesting here, but totals are exceedingly tricky. So no action for me here to start this off, but we are in South Bend as a reminder. So we have some home court, but it does not seem to matter because Stanford goes from +1 to -2 here, Jimmy.
think they're clearly the better basketball team. Coming off a win at home versus SMU on Saturday, but SMU is just Jekyll and Hyde depending on what floor they're playing. Notre Dame comes out their fourth loss in 5 games, 74-71 at Wake Forest on Saturday. This is their lone meeting with Stanford this year. I don't. Stanford does not appeal to me in this spot, and the fact that they've gone from dog to favorite, that doesn't. Of course, they're a 19-10 team, and people are just looking at record. And some Capitals looking at records. The going back over this spread more, like I do not want Stanford here on the road. We can go over their road games here, but this doesn't appeal to me. It's coin flippy. Stanford on the road. Now, does Stanford care about getting this win before they're destroyed on senior night in Louisville? Because I could really see that happening. Last time we saw Stanford on the road, they lost by 36, to Duke. Before that, lose by 8 at Georgia Tech. Before that, they lose by 24 at SMU. They did beat North Carolina. It was kind of a tricky spot for North Carolina. This one doesn't appeal to me. I don't want to jump on Stanford. I kind of leaned toward Notre Dame before, but I'm not going to. And this opening up with Stanford, as a dog, and people move on them. I'm passing on this one. This doesn't appeal to me. But let's head over to Chicago, Illinois for Loyola game.
Let's go to the home of Troy Torrance. Shout out to you. As you all know, when you fly into Chicago, you have to call Troy Torrance to let him know you're there because he runs that city. Shout out to you, Troy Torrance. Davidson versus Loyola Chicago here. And Troy, you can get into this beautiful game for $13 American, Troy. Expect to see you, the family, Tatum, all there in the lovely Loyola Chicago arena. 141 was the total here. We're down to 139.5, even 138.5 here as well. So another total here, seemingly dropping all day here. Very interesting that these totals have been dropping. Just bet an early under here, and apparently you'll beat the line move. It seems like it's happening today. -4 goes to -5.5 and -6 for Loyola Chicago here. So a lot of love for old Sister Jean here. No spread information. Basically right down the middle. 50-50 ticket flow for the total here. 51% of the bets, 50% of the money on the under here. So not much information, not much help, but the the line is moving quickly in Loyola Chicago's favor.
Yeah, but this line is so fishy. When was the last time Loyola Chicago lost at home? I mean, they're beating the best teams in the conference at home. The last time they lost at home was January 4th versus VCU. And it's just such a fishy line. And so the idea, you have Loyola Chicago on this home winning streak. You have them coming off a loss where they got completely embarrassed. And this line just, when it came out, it just made no sense. When the line makes no sense and it moves towards the team that should be a bigger favorite, that doesn't make it appealing. Loyola won at Davidson on February 18th by 8. They're angry. Davidson's coming off a loss by 24 points, and this line opens up at 4.5. It just makes no sense whatsoever. It makes this. I mean, look, it's not good business fading Loyola Chicago at home, and it's not. I don't want to fade Loyola Chicago off of getting destroyed, and they just got wrecked by St. Louis on Saturday. But this line, it doesn't make sense. It's too short. So of course, when we see the cash flow on this, I imagine it's going to be 85% of the tickets on Loyola Chicago. Like, I don't want to fade Loyola off a bad loss, though, coming back to Gentile Arena, but I don't want to be involved in this one. I'm very comfortable moving past it. We could move on. Let's move on to the Ohio Valley Conference Championship. Morehead State Eagles showed something the last two games, I should say, taking on Lindenwood. Let's set that one up.
Sure. This matchup just full of dick jokes here in Morehead State, Lindenwood here. So let's just move right into the cash flow here for Morehead Lindenwood. No information. 0. Action says you're fucked on this one. Nothing for us here. Openers. Let's get to that here. Morehead opened at -1. It's gone up to -1.5. And I'm even seeing a 2 there. Short line 2, obviously almost plus money, but a 2 nonetheless here. And as for the total, 134 has gone down to 133, 132.5 here. No information on the money line, on the total or spread there for us. But I can tell you this is the first round of the OVC Championship in beautiful Evansville, Indiana, which I'm sure our guys in Chicago have run through there once or twice as well.
You know, Slaughter moving on Lindenwood +1.5. Spooner says that Kenny White, is being hurt here for Morehead State. Morehead State got it together the last couple games, but they've been so bad for a long stretch. Kenny White Jr. was leading. He's senior. He was leading this team throughout, but we haven't seen him now in 3 weeks. I mean, for me, Spooner, honestly, I feel like they've now gotten comfortable with him being out. More comfortable. Morehead State snapped their 8-game losing streak with that 59-47 victory at UT Martin on Saturday. Lindenwood snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 74-67 victory at Tennessee Tech on Saturday. Lindenwood lost 82-65 at Morehead State on January 18th and then revenged it 73-60 at home February 13th. So they lost when White was still in the lineup. Morehead State's been such a mess to me here that I'm pretty uncomfortable backing them. And then seeing Jeff on Lindenwood, Morehead State's such a mess. And Jerry David says fading Morehead's been a moneymaker. It had been. Spooner says that he started with Morehead on his card, flipped to Lindenwood, and ultimately kicked it off his card. This is a coin flippy situation between two weak basketball teams. Although Morehead sort of righted the ship, that doesn't mean I want them. I mean, can we look past that 13-point loss to Lindenwood at Lindenwood? I don't know if we can. This doesn't. There's a lot of spots on the card that I'm going to bet here, and this isn't going to be one of them. Let's move on to our final spot in college basketball. Jose, our final spot, Huskies, Trojans, before we have NBA with Brizzy and Wine Time.
Sure. Shockingly, this game, again, not Pac-12, Big Ten. Big Ten, don't forget that. Big Ten conference game here. Both these teams not very impressive. And in a city where you can do anything, Jimmy, you could go down to Echo Park and get eggs thrown at you. You could probably sidle up to some ladies of the night. You could also go down to the Galen Center and pay $5 to go watch Washington versus USC. Now, I know what I'd do in that situation, and I'm shelling out all the funds to go see the high action in USC here. 151.5 was our opener here, down to 150.5. Juice to the over still. So say 151, sure, but 151 around there is the total here. And as for the spread, as most people need to know this information the most here, we have a 6.5 opener up to a 7 and a 7.5 being shown here as well. Final game on the slate here. Let us see if these bastards at action will show us what their cards hold, and they will. 66% of the bets, 80% of the money on Washington here. So very interesting. I'll just say this one more time. We opened up at a 6.5. Our friends where we used to play poker had a 6.5, moved up to a 7 a few hours later, 7.5 2 hours after that, have come back down to the 7, but we've gone in the direction of USC and more bets and money on the Washington Huskies there, 66% of the bets, 80% of the money. As for the total, it's pretty split. I'm not used to seeing people betting unders because in baseball, everyone loves betting an over apparently, but 58% of the bets and 57% of the money on the under in this game. Jimmy, are you going to take it back to Cali?
I'm shocked. I refreshed when you gave us the information on the tickets. I refreshed because I haven't had any information. Now we have it. I'm astonished. Well, I guess I'm not. You know what? I'm not. I was leaning towards Washington on the road here. It feels like USC is just letting go of the season. The season's just a write-off here. And now they have their seniors night. And, I don't know if anybody cares. But the betting public thinking the exact same way, and this line moving towards USC slightly, but still moving towards them, it makes me uncomfortable. And if we look at Washington's road games, look, they lose by 26 at Wisconsin. They lose by 6 at Iowa. That was pretty good. They beat Penn State. They get destroyed at Ohio State. I mean, if we want to look, if we narrow it down to, let's just look at the West Coast games on the road. They lose by 11 at Oregon, and they lose by 11 at UCLA. UCLA is better than them. I kind of like Washington here, but I'm uncomfortable that it's a public spot, and I don't know what we're going to get from USC here. 5 straight losses, 7 and 8 games, getting killed at Oregon on Saturday. Also, USC destroyed the Huskies, 85-61 in Seattle. I mean, doesn't that set you up for the perfect revenge to go back to their barn on seniors night and play them tough? If we didn't have any cash flow information, I would say to you guys, I think Washington can come in here and play them tough. But with the cash flow information and the public also backing Washington, I don't know if I get there. I don't know if I get to the window. But great job setting up those games, Jose, my man. Let's review all action here in college basketball. The NCAA play of the day from our Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford is Florida. It is the Florida Gators spreadsheet. Spooner is on Maryland moneyline, Butler moneyline, Tennessee Tech moneyline, St. Francis, Pennsylvania -3.5, and UMKC, Kansas City. When we get to our other cappers, we'll go over this. I have interest in Southern Miss first half. It's the same angle of the why I kind of like the Raging Cajuns first half. I don't know if I get there. The Kongs play today, Louisville first half as well. So we have both Kong and we have our guy Rez both on Louisville. DC Capper on the under 154.5 in the Michigan-Maryland game. And again, Spooner on Maryland. We stayed off DePaul, Providence. I have some interest in Boston College first half. I don't know if I get there. Spooner moved on Tennessee Tech, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised. But he broke it down nicely, and I had been leaning towards UT Martin. MMA Locker Room is on Florida +3. We stayed off Chicago State, LIU. DC Cappers on Wagner +4.5. Spooner on St. Francis -3.5. I have some interest in Stonehill. Troy Torrance is on LaSalle. The best bet from BJ is Ole Miss +3.5. I kind of like the Ole Miss spot that everyone's on. Nuke Worker is on Central Connecticut, and so is Ricky Bobby. And Ricky Bobby said that's his best bet on the board. I like UCF a lot. I'm interested in their team total over as well. DC Cappers on the Oral Roberts under 137.5. Troy Torrance is on Cincinnati. It's a huge line, but I'm interested in joining them. I'm interested in joining NC State as well. Justin McKelvey, we talked about the Kentucky smash and grab yesterday. I wish I doubled up and didn't just have him first half. But St. Joseph's has that exact same line that St. Kentucky's on. I'm going to take a closer look at him. I expect to move on UMass. I have interest in LaSalle. I expect to move on Fordham. I have interest in South Carolina upstate, but there's question marks there. I want to take another look. And the Buffaloes of Colorado, I kind of want to take a look at. UMKC, I'm interested in joining Spooner on that one. And I'm interested in Minnesota. Nutflush said that Minnesota put up 59 the last time these teams met. And now their team total is 66.5. He's looking at the over team total there, and I'd like to join him on that. The Raging Cajuns first half, I don't know if I get to the Cal Golden Bears. I mean, it's not a comfortable thing being on the other side of Kong and Rez, but it might happen. Off Stanford, Notre Dame, off Davidson, Loyola, Morehead State, Lindenwood off. And I have some interest in Washington. Then Alabama -3 is a Daby cap spot. I like it. He's on Missouri first half -2. I kind of like Oklahoma in that spot, but I'm going to study it longer. He's on Marquette first half +2.5. And I want to join everybody on Ole Miss. That is our college basketball coverage for Wednesday, March 5th. We move on to NBA. Jose, my man, thank you for rocking with us here in college basketball. Is there any college basketball games that you're moving on?
Of course. Yeah, I'm on Ole Miss. Shout out to them. -120 for the 3 there because I am a ussy. And I'm on Minnesota team total over 66 -115. Shout out to you, Not Flush Allen. It's going to be a fun week. I've fully embraced the Spanky method when it comes to college basketball, Jimmy. I don't watch a fucking second of college basketball. I've been betting on it all year. I have not watched a second of any of my bets, and it's been a pretty stress-free betting, so it's been kind of good. So shout out to Spanky wherever you are. I respect that you do that. I cannot do that for baseball, obviously, which is rapidly approaching. A quick reminder for members only, I'm going to start doing MLB previews, team by team, division by division. I'm going to figure that out here shortly, but it's going to be for members only, so you guys can watch it here. And we'll get ready for baseball season. But shout out to you guys and good fucking luck in the NBA. Good Lord, this sport.
Yeah, NBA was horrific. It was the worst day of the year for me. And I've had 2 bad days in NBA, and that was a horrible days in NBA. Let's bounce back. Let's bounce back right here. We have just the cappers to lead us towards the cash. Please welcome from South Jersey, star of our most popular show on the channel, the Locker Room Talk podcast. Please welcome our guy, Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
What up, Jim? How you doing?
I would like to get paid here tonight badly. I coming off a horrible night, and I invested a ton, and I felt sick. I'm fucking sick all night, just staring at the ceiling. I capped until I was so tired. I was like, I gotta keep capping. I slept from 11 at night till midnight. And then got up, was like, all right, let's fucking go for 2 more hours, 2.5 more hours. Like, it's just such a battle this week. I need to win here today. I have to win here today. So let's get that cash. This is as important as any day of the year for me. And it's great to see you, my man. Let's bring on the third of the trio. Shout out to De La. Our guy from Los Angeles, California. 60% in the regular season in college football. It was a monster campaign for him. We are both coming off rough Fridays here, and our records will tell that tale. Please welcome my guy and yours, Wine Time in the house. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Billy B, good to be here, guys, on a Wednesday. Yeah, coming off that Friday, that was a rough one, man. I think I went like 1-4, 1-5, I believe. Just a rough day in general. NBA kind of been kicking me in the ass here the last week or so. I'm not going to lie. I had an 0-1 day yesterday. Didn't cash with the Nets, and I actually didn't officially give out Pelicans, but I did take them last night. Took an L on that one. I think it's going to be the last time I fade the Lakers for quite some time. But on that note, man, I'm ready to get to it today, Jim. Gave out 5 plays on X about 10, 15 minutes ago. I've got another play I'm really close to pulling the trigger on. There's a little bit live movement in this game. I hope it's the first game we talk about, but I'm ready to get to it with you guys.
Let's touch on that Lakers game once more, because I wanted the Pelicans too. I truly believe in the NBA and the NHL that you cannot fade a team on the 5th game of a 6-game homestand or the 6th game of a 7-game homestand. The second to last game of a long homestand, they're completely in rhythm. They're complete, like it's the perfect, all the continuity of how they do their day, how they handle themselves. Everything is so perfect. You either back the team in the say what, Brizzy?
I say don't say that about the fucking Magic last night. I mean, they fucking jacked up that fucking spot. Shouts to Jacoby Walker.
They did, but that wasn't the second to last game. That wasn't the 4th game of a 4-game homestand.
I would have to go back into my notes.
Well, I'll do that right now because I'm telling you, it has to be. Oh, sorry. Let me move back to March 4th. This has to be done. You cannot fade a team when they're in that situation. So here we had the Magic.
A 6-game or 7-game homestand.
Oh wow! Let me move back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, you're absolutely right. You nailed it there. Wow. Okay, you nailed it there.
That was one of the main reasons why I bet them yesterday. That's one of the spots that we always love to back.
Yeah.
These homestands, they don't really start popping off like that into the new year. I feel like only in the NBA and WNBA do we really see like these long extended homestands. Like I remember the Seattle Storm last year. They're on like a 12-game fucking homestand, and we just kept on like auto betting them the 17th, 9th game. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
No, but that's well put. Now, you know what happened to me in basketball last night? I'm on the first half. I'm on the Magic first half. And I had the first half team total under. Loshak gave it out at 49.5. I could have bet it at 49.5 at 365, but it's minus 125. So I take the 48.5 and minus 104. If you saw what happened there at the end of the half, it was Wendell Carter accidentally smacked a Pirtle in the face after a 3 from the Magic, which was I forget. I don't know exactly what they called it, but it was. Then we got foul shots for the Raptors. Where all they had to do was miss that shot. They only had 8 seconds to get up the floor, which is a tough situation. They missed that shot. I cashed the under and I cashed the spread. Now they hit the 2 foul shots, and then the Magic came down and hit a 3, which did get me the -4. But by not taking the minus 125 and taking the minus 104, it cost me $250. I was so fucking angry. I couldn't have been fucking angry. But very important note that there are spots where it doesn't work, because that was a 7 or 6 game or 7 game homestand. Same thing with the Lakers, but it got me off of fading the Lakers. Let's get to work here. But important note. 7 p.m. Eastern, we get started with the Portland Trail Blazers 28-34, 12-20 on the road. The Boston Celtics 43-18, 19-11 at home. We're at TD Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. Blazers coming off their 5th win in 6 games, 119-102 at the Sixers on Monday. And this is game 6 of a very impressive road trip. And we heard from Dan Kelly. He said, if you want to back the Blazers to make the playoffs or get into the play-in or anything of that nature, you have to wait 2 more games, because they play here at Boston, and then on Friday they're in Oklahoma City. So the 2 toughest teams in the league. The Celtics snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 110-103 win at home over the Nuggets on Sunday. This is the first of a home back-to-back. They host the Sixers on Thursday. Let's get into the line history here. Chris Warren says the Cavs is another team fading against the spread is a losing strategy. Look, they covered last night when it didn't look like they would. They covered easily. They just keep fighting that Cavs team. They just have so much character on that squad, but I hear what you're saying. Let's get into the line history here of Blazers Celtics. There's been a big move towards the Portland Trail Blazers. The Celtics open up here at minus 10.5 at 9:31 p.m. At 2 in the afternoon, it was 12.5. So there's been, according to this, very sharp offshore, a 1-point move towards the Blazers, but we know that other books have moved this 3 points. When we get to the total here for this one, we have it at 224, juice to the over. This opened up at 223.5 and got up to 225, back to 224. We've had a half-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow here for our first spot on the NBA board, we'll start with Brizzy here. We'll go back and forth with our cappers. 33% of tickets, 38% cash is on the Blazers. Lines moving towards them. Well, obviously, that's appealing. 92% tickets, 87% cash on the over. We have Fat Wally in the house. Says yes. Says he'll have his NASCAR picks in the chat on Friday. Yes, we've had a bunch of cappers talk about how spectacular you've been, Wally. And we've all decided that we want in at Publipalooza 2 on your NASCAR action. Take it away for us, Brizzy. First game on the board, Blazers Celtics.
Yeah, with the way that Cleveland has played, the second seed has kind of became essential in the East to secure this home court advantage. Boston's usually a team that you kind of want to back ATS coming off a loss, not on a front end of a back-to-back. This is a 3rd game of a 7-game homestand for Boston. It all depends on who plays for them tonight. I feel like Horford's the only person on the injury report without an injury report tag in this game in the starting lineup. Portland's been rolling 5-1 ATS and straight up in their last 6. They won 6 of their last 9. 6 of their last 9 have gone over the total. Head-to-head wise between these two teams, 8 of the last 10 have gone over the total. Portland might not be able to win this game outright, but their form has been more than fine to cover this large of a spread. I mean, they damn near scored 120-plus points throughout the whole entire month of February. This could be just one of those sleepy home Celtic spots. I kind of lean towards Portland, but the one-player prop that is just staring at me all day today, I haven't made a move on it because, it's the time of year where, you kind of just don't need to fire off a bunch of NBA plays. But, man, I really like this Donovan Clingan PRA prop. Points and rebounds, PRA, double-double plus 310, playing in TD Garden, spent all 4 years of college at UConn. UConn spent a lot of games at TD Garden. Is probably going to have a lot of people there for this game. I think he could smash over this spot. I believe one of the last times we talked about the Celtics, we were talking about how bad their center defense has been. But I like Donovan Clingan, though. He's gone over 5 of his last 5 games when he's played 25 minutes. I think he could smash this over on his PRA prop, or double-double at plus 300 is a really good line.
Back to who's going to be in and out. Porzingis doubtful, Drew doubtful. So they're both, and Brown's still sick. I mean, whatever he's going through, it's just not going away. We know that Derek White is probable. With Derek White being listed as probable and Brown and Tatum still questionable, Holiday and Porzingis doubtful, that means that it looks like, Brown and Tatum are actual real game time decisions. Pritchard, and the reason why I say that is because we've already had the designations on probable and doubtful. So it's a tricky spot. Ayton out, and Jeremy Grant looks like he'll miss another game. He's missed, I think, 3 straight. What are your thoughts here? One time, take it away.
Yeah, I wish I would have gone in on this at the 10.5 with Portland. I am on Portland in this spot, though, guys. Shout out to Boston. I was on them over the weekend against the Denver Nuggets. Took care of business there, first half and full game. Just texting my guy Nasty Nate about that. But I'm not on them in this spot. These are two teams that have had really good reads on all season long, either been fading them or been on them in certain spots. I'm on the Portland Trailblazers here, plus 9.5, minus 110. I kind of hope Grant does get ruled in. I know he's questionable right now. We know Holiday is going to be ruled out today, along with Porzingis. We'll see about the other guys, but even if the other guys play, I just think it's kind of tough for the Celtics to cover this 10 points against a good Blazers team that's really, like what you mentioned when you're breaking this down, trying to make the playoffs. 6 games under 500 right now. This team's been playing really well the last month or so. Seemed like they're out of it. Looked like to me that they should have fired Chauncey Billups. They're turning this around. They've got a good team. They're playing good team basketball. Different guys are taking turns. Tonight, I think it's going to be Denny Odbia's turn, though. I'm on his over 15.5 points. I just want to see what number I gave that out. Minus 120. It's a little juicy. I think it is for a reason. I think he's going to easily get 20 tonight. He didn't get it in his last game. I think he's going to be able to eat in the paint today. He's going to attack. He's going to knock down a couple of those 3-pointers as well. And he's a good free throw shooter as well. So as long as he gets the free throw line, makes those free throws, I think he's going to get easily 20 tonight. He's going to need to keep them in this game tonight. I think him and Simons are both going to have good games tonight, but I decided to go with Denny Odbia tonight. So yeah, 2 plays today. Portland Trailblazers plus 9.5. I don't know if they win this game outright. I think the Celtics probably going to end up winning this game at the end of it, but Portland Trailblazers, I think it's a lot to ask Celtics cover here. 10 points here, double-digit points at home. Against a team that's really fighting to try to make the playoffs. So yeah, I'm on the Portland Trailblazers.
It feels like if you just replace the team names and what you knew about the Celtics and the Portland Trailblazers, and you just put the stats right there, this line should be 5.5, 7.5, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I would say 7.5, 8.5, probably. Yeah. Honestly, I like the Portland Trailblazers starting 5, man, and they're just starting to come together as well. I mean, they were hurt all season long to start this year. They were really a lot of guys were inconsistent in and out of the order. Jeremy Grant really inconsistent this season in and out of the order, but they got Simons in there. They've got Odvia.
Yeah, they're letting Denny just cook. I guess Chauncey Billups watch a couple of Denny Odvia's Euro League tape,
right?
Fuck it, just let him cook in the fast break. And ever since,
no, seriously, yeah, he's hard to stop too. Strong guy attacking the paint. So, and he's a good free throw shooter as well. And he can knock down those open threes. He's not afraid to take shots, and I think he's
very
going
good.
to.
He could dime the ball as well. His assist props are always pretty low as well. But I really like the Donovan Klinging, the player prop on Donovan Klinging going back to TD Garden tonight. Played a lot of college games there.
So let's just go over some juice here. You got the 9.5 with Portland, or you get 10?
I got 9.5 minus 110.
And Avdia over 15.5 points was with what juice?
Minus 120.
Minus 120. All right. Locked and loaded for wine time. I'm like saturated. I would have thought Portland might be a little more public. They're not. And another interesting thing is that, well, I assume that this spread is moved purely based on, KP and Drew being doubtful, but it might not. It might be sharp action. It's hard to decide or decipher, why it's moving to Portland. But I would expect there's more. It feels like that Tatum or Brown will be out for this one. And again, remember, this is the first night of a back-to-back. Now, who do you need in the lineup to beat the Sixers? Almost nobody. So, interesting spot. Wine time moving on Portland plus 9.5 and Avdia. Brizzy looking at clean props. Let's move on to the next spot.
Game for tomorrow, though, which could, make them, even though, you don't need anybody to beat the Sixers, you would want the Stars to play in a national TV game rather than a random at-a-conference game against the Portland Trailblazers that they probably wouldn't give a fuck about. Just trying to put a little caveat in there.
No, there's truth in that for sure. Let's roll on. I mean, I see why anybody would be on. I'm like saturated. I'm surprised the public's not more on Portland. I could see why.
Nobody watches the Portland Trailblazers, man. And besides us degenerates that bet the NBA week to week and stuff like that, I feel like nobody. It's not like you're going on ESPN and they're talking about the Portland Trailblazers who scored 120 plus points the whole entire month of February. If that was the fucking Lakers, that'd be like frontline ESPN head news for the whole entire month. But because it's the Portland Trailblazers, we just bat an eye and just be like, it's Chauncey Billups.
Big Sean's done a great job. Let's roll on. Next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. The Minnesota Timberwolves 34-29, 17-15 on the road. At the Charlotte Hornets 14-46, 9-22 at home at Spectrum Center, Charlotte, North Carolina. Timberwolves come in off their second straight win. They're on the second half of a back-to-back. Second straight win, 126-112 at home over the 76ers on Tuesday. The 3 games in 4 nights is, different if the fourth night is the second half of a back-to-back. If you have the third game in 4 nights, but you had the back-to-back games, the day off, and then the game, it's easier. So this is a tough spot for Minnesota, with travel included. The Hornets come in off their 7th straight loss, 119-101 at home versus the Warriors on Monday. This is game 3 of a 5-game homestand, and Wine Time Enough Plush looking towards the Portland team total over. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have the total at 226 at the pick 'em. This has come all the way up from 222. It was 222 at the afternoon. It was 222 in the evening, but it's come up to 226.5. And when we have a spread, we're sitting here with Charlotte plus 8 at minus 102. They opened up plus 9. And a 1-point move towards the Hornets. Nurkic is expected to be in the lineup for the Hornets, so it'll be another game for Nurkic. We have Taj Gibson listed as probable. He's not getting a lot of run now at 39 years old, but they have a couple bigs that they can use against Naz Reid. I don't expect Randall to be in the lineup with this groin strain, but he's listed as game time decision. Conley and Gobert are out. Take a look at the cash flow then for this spot. We have on the total 62 and 58 on the over. On the spread, 80% of the tickets, 68% cash on Minnesota, and the line's moving towards Charlotte. God, it's hard to plug your nose and bet Charlotte, man. Take it away, Wine Time. Your thoughts with Wolves, Hornets.
Yeah, Jimmy, you just said it. It's hard to do it, but I'm going to do it here. This is the game I didn't move on officially on X, so whatever best number I can get available, I'm going to go with the Charlotte Hornets here in this spot. I'm honestly even tempted to take the money line here, plus 250 in this spot. I just think this might be an extremely let down spot for the Timberwolves coming off 2 straight wins. Mike Conley's out of this one. I don't expect Randall to be in this one either. Hornets still have some guys that can put the ball in the bucket. They just can't win ball games. That's why I'm staying away from the money line in this spot. But I won't be surprised, guys. I mean, if you're putting together a couple money line parlays, I wouldn't have the Minnesota Timberwolves in that spot. This is one of the games where I just think they could lose this outright. But I'm going to take the points here with the Hornets because I think it's too much. What's the best number you can get me right now, Jim?
I can get you the hook. The hook is available.
I'll take the hook. I'll take the 8.5.
I can get you the hook, and it will cost 2 cents. The what I'm looking for at a couple of the Costa Rican offshores that are sharp. It looks like stale lines. They haven't moved since 5 a.m, which is not their MO, so we can't trust that. But there are 2 spots that we can get that 8.5. It moved back to 8.5. This is so where we used to play poker went from 8.5 to 9 back to 8.5. But yeah, I can get you that for minus 112. Hornets plus 8.5 and minus 112. Brizzy, take it away. Your thoughts in Wolves Hornets?
Yeah, the Hornets are on a bad 7-game losing streak, second worst record in the NBA. I think the main concerning part compared to like the other bad teams that we're going to talk about has just been their effort level just in general on both sides of the ball. Like they're barely cracking 100 points the whole entire last month. This losing trip into the new year has just been extended with them losing 16 out of their last 18 games. Had a conference matchup with the home game versus the Cavs on the horizon. It kind of seems like another schedule loss spot here for the Hornets. Like I think there'll be a little bit more alive Friday night when they play Cleveland with a long win streak. Back in Minnesota at these largest sum of numbers isn't my favorite thing to do nightly, especially on a second night of a back-to-back. But all their games in the second night of a back-to-back have gone under. They're 3-7 towards the under. The Hornets in their last 10 games, each of the last 8 games for Minnesota versus the Southeast Division have gone to under. So I like the Hornets team total under. I just don't think they're going to crack 100 points in this one. I actually ran a same game parlay for this one. It's going to be my first official play of the show here. Is Minnesota money line, Naz Reid 8 rebounds and 2 3-pointers. I think they're going to the one thing I like about Naz Reid before we talk about his stats is just plays at the same exact effort level every game. Like doesn't matter who's in front of him, what the matchup is, what the game is, what the situation is. He's just going to play at the same exact level. Coming off a team high in points last night, I think they're going to lean towards him again. It seems like a really good spot. I don't think Julius Randle is going to play on the second night of a back-to-back. Rudy Gobert's been listed questionable for the whole entire week. I don't think this is the game that he's going to return against Charlotte. He probably comes back Friday for Minnesota here. So I'm going to try to be a little bit of this line movement here. Double prop sitting at plus 125. You can get that if you wanted to bet that straight, but I'm going to take the same game parlay here. I've been cashing on the same game parlay, so I'm just going to go back to the ball here. Just in case if he does fuck me on the 10 rebounds, I can definitely see myself playing the double-double and Minnesota to win and him finish with 8 rebounds and 4 threes, and the Minnesota just blows out Charlotte. I kind of see this one going first half under, Charlotte team total under. I think this is another Minnesota smash bet, but I do think Charlotte's going to be live Friday night against the Cleveland Cavaliers. If that line's 15, 16 and a half as Charlotte as a home dog, I think that would be the appeal spot, but I don't want to look forward too much ahead, but I don't know, man. Something about the Charlotte Hornets is just their effort level of at least when you watch the Wizards play, it's yeah, they're bad, but they're trying. They're when you watch the Nets play, yeah, they're bad, but they're trying. I'm watching the Hornets play, and they're just yeah, we really don't give a fuck. And it all starts with your stud players. And LaMelo, since his AAU days, LeVar has always primed him up to be the best player on the team, but never the best leader on the team. So it's one of the faults.
You are locked in. What was the SGP? What was the juice on it?
Plus 145. Minnesota money line, Naz Reid 8 rebounds, 2 3-pointers, plus 145. FanDuel Sportsbook.
And wine time on the Hornets. And Gobert has already been announced out, so he's going to miss his 8th straight. So no concerns there. I understand Saturated saying I do not enjoy betting the Hornets. Saturated saying that Nurkic is the only thing that he is interested in. Nurkic going up against Nas. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Miami Heat, 29-31, 13-19 on the road. The Cleveland Cavaliers, 51-10, 28-4 home at Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. So the first question is, will anybody be sitting here for the Cavaliers on the second half of the back-to-back? We have none listed. Everybody in. So everybody in. For the Heat, Tyler Hero is the game time decision with an illness, questionable with a head cold. Very late addition to the report, was not a shoot around this morning. So Wiggins and Jaquez have already been ruled out. Davian Mitchell is questionable. So it's Alec Burks and Terry Rozier in the backcourt, which would be good if it was 2019, but not now. So that's the situation here. An ugly situation for the Heat, and the Cavs just continue to fire. I mean, it's not going to bother me so much. I had first half and full game queued up, and I was like, you know what? I want to cut one of them, and the cut, of course, I made was the full game, just because they were on the first half of back-to-back. It just made me so angry. Heat coming off their third win in 4 games on Monday, 106-90 over the Wizards to finish off their 4-game homestand. And of course, Cavs on the second half back-to-back after securing their 11th straight win, 139-117 of the Bulls last night. Let's take a look at the cash flow here and the line history. We have the Cavaliers at -12. -12 at -108 right now. They opened up at -10.5, so we had a 1.5 move towards the Cavs. I imagine that move happened with the Hero news. 222.5 is the total. This opened up at 227, and it initially went up, but now it's going way down. We have 72% of tickets, 72% of cash on the Cavs, 94 and 93 on the over. Brizzy, it is your game here. Take it away for Heat Cavs.
Yeah, Tyler Hero was not at the shoot-around. I think that's why the total has dropped so much from 227 to 222.5. I don't think he's going to play tonight, and I think that's why the spread's so high. Cavs on the second night of back-to-back, but none of their starters played over 30 minutes, and they've gone 10-2 straight up on the second night of back-to-backs. They're on an 11-game win streak with Miami and Charlotte up next. They could keep this one rolling in this spot, especially keep an eye on the injury news report, though, because with the teams on the second night of the back-to-back, they don't have to submit their injury news report until later in the day. But I think everyone's going to be in the lineup tonight. Maybe Garland misses because he had a groin injury last week that he missed a back-to-back, I believe. But Mobley should be back tonight. He missed last night with rest. Miami's been kind of decimated by injuries, but they've won 3 of their last 4 games, granted the last game being against the Wizards. Even though Cleveland's on the second night of the back-to-back, their team total kind of seems appealing in this spot, 40-20 to the over, best record over in the NBA. Second night of the back-to-back, they've gone 9-3 towards the over. Miami 33-27 towards the over this season. Their pace of play ranks 28th. And Cleveland's second longest average defensive possession. So it could be one of those ones where Cleveland goes under their team total, but Miami goes over their team total. It just seems like Cleveland's going to limit Miami's shot attempts, and they're going to be able to get their own offense going here and another win to add to their win streak. But the play that I did move on this game was Evan Mobley over 26.5 points and rebounds, -120 at ESPN Bet. He was the only Cavs starter to have a rest day yesterday, so should be a spot offensively where they should lean on Mobley even more, regardless if this is a blowout or not. This is a good matchup for him offensively with Ware, Wiggins, Jovic, and Jaquez all out. Mobley's gone over his points and rebounds prop 12 out of his last 15 games. I think Mobley smashes in this spot.
You are locked and loaded. Mobley over 26.5 points and rebounds. What was the juice on that?
-120 at ESPN Bet.
You're locked in. Let's hear what Wine Time thinks about the spot. See him laughing at Kevin Love being projected as a starter. What are your thoughts here, Wine Time?
Yeah, 2 teams heading in opposite directions here, guys. Miami Heat trying to make a play-in run. Cleveland Cavaliers into the top of the Eastern Conference. This team's trying to win an NBA title this year. I think Cleveland could blow these guys out. I haven't moved on this game. I most likely won't. Tyler Hero's out in this one. I don't know how they can even possibly stay in this game, though. But maybe Cleveland takes their foot off the gas in that fourth quarter. They rest their starters. We'll see. No play in this one for me, honestly, though. Not much to say about this one. If I had a gun to the head, I would definitely take the Cleveland Cavaliers, and I think they would smash these guys up by probably 15 plus. I'd probably take the alternative line, smaller quarter unit bet. I might actually do that. I might look at some alternative lines, not give them out officially. A little quarter unit bet on maybe Cleveland -14.5 or 15.5 here.
Yeah, I get it. I think the Bridgie's right that we wait just to ensure that everybody's in the lineup. But at that point, Hero will probably be announced out, and it'll be a 14. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody in the chat asked, is Mobley double-doubles plus 105 is worth a play? I'd rather go points and rebounds because you never know Evan Mobley. Like, some days he wants to grab a bunch of rebounds, and other days he just wants to shoot a bunch of jump shots. His over half a three-point prop is at minus 140. He's gone over his three-point prop. I believe it was like 8 out of his last 10 games. I was looking on the site. But if Tyler Hero does miss, one Miami Heat that you could look at is Pele Larson. Pele Larson's been kind of snapping. With Jaquez being out of the lineup, he's been kind of taking his usage, and he played 27 minutes in that Washington game and had 16 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. And if it wasn't for like foul trouble, he probably would have played more minutes. And he was a huge part of the Miami Heat team that went to the Summer League final this past summer. And Miami might be in the player development category right now.
Yeah, it's the Mobley look makes a lot of sense here. Saturate on as well. Moving on the Cavaliers is a possibility. Still frustrated from last night, but it makes sense. It would be a move that would need to be bet, now, which maybe I do. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board because Alec Burks, Terry Rozier. I wouldn't be shocked if they have a good quarter, but let's see them play 30 minutes.
I played Davion Mitchell in each of his last 3 starts for the Heat, and he's been cash cow for me in daily fantasy. So as much as I don't like this game from a betting perspective, definitely circle this one for daily fantasy. Miami Heat's been a cash cow for daily fantasy plays. You can play Davion Mitchell, Alex Burks, Pele Larson, Bam Adebayo. Even though this one should blow out, I definitely think there's some merit to play the Cavs. I wouldn't be shocked, though, if Garland misses, man. That's the one that is like he doesn't have an injury tag, but I would not be shocked if he misses because he's one of those type of kids that, like, they probably ask him, are you good to go? And he says, yeah, I'm good to go. And, like, they're like, dude, you're sitting the fuck out. He's got way too much heart.
Yeah, that would be so frustrating. To have him not in the lineup if you moved on him at 12. Let's roll on. Let's roll on the next spot on the board. Wine time getting us started here. Utah Jazz 15-46, 7-22 on the road. The Washington Wizards 11-49, 6-25 at home at Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C. Jazz come in off their second straight loss in 4th in 5 games, 134-106 at home versus the Pistons on Monday. This is game 1 of a 5-game road trip here. The Wizards come in off their second loss in 3 games, 106-90 at the Heat on Monday. We have a total of 228.5 juice to the over at minus 109. This opened up at 231. We've dropped 2.5 points to 228.5. And then on the point spread here, we have Utah plus 5.5 at minus 110. They opened up at 5, so we have a half point move towards the Washington Wizards. Wizards have Poole, Brogdon, and Sadiq Bey out. Rashawn Holmes is it's listed as questionable right now with a knee injury. We're not sure if he's going to be in the lineup at this point. And then we have a Keyshawn George is questionable. He's been getting more run of late. And then Utah has Sexton out, Markkanen out, Kessler out, Collins out, and Clarkson out. It's just unbelievable. The only question mark here is whether Keontae George will be in. He's sick right now. It was a late addition. He's probably out.
Yeah, he's definitely not playing. If there's an addition to the injury report from the Jazz, I'm just going to assume they're not playing.
This is wild. So the starting 5 for the Jazz is Collier, Juzang, Sensabaugh, Martin, and Filipowski at the 5. For the Wizards, it's Carrington, Koulibaly, Middleton, George, and Sarr. Here we go. Wine time. Take it away, Jazz, Wizards.
I know it's crazy to say this, guys, but I think this might be actually quite a mismatch we have on the court here with Washington and Utah. Crazy to say. I'm really close to moving on the Washington Wizards -5 here. I can't remember the last time I saw him as a favorite, and seeing him as a favorite of 5 or more is actually wild. Looking at Utah starting 5 doesn't surprise me. Washington actually has some guys out there that can score. George can score. We know Chris Middleton can go out there and put the ball in the bucket. Marcus Smart's coming off the bench. He's giving them some help on defense, and he can definitely get to the rim still. His three-point shooting is horrendous lately. But when he plays, he definitely plays. He definitely tries out there his absolute hardest. as of right now, I don't have a play on this, but I want to move on the Wizards here in this spot. It's just crazy thinking that the Washington Wizards are -5 against anyone in the NBA, but it makes sense here. And the line moving towards them, it's about 50-50 right now on the cash split, but I like the Wizards here in this spot. We'll see if I move on them, though.
With all the players out for Utah, don't you think they should be a 6.5 or a 7? Or am I going crazy there?
Could be, but the Wizards the Wizards have won 2 of their last 5 games. They're not playing horribly. And in some of these games that I've been watching them in, Brizzy touched on it earlier, they're actually trying out there. They've got some veterans out there that are still trying to prove their worth going into next season. And people don't like to lose. This Utah Jazz starting 5, these guys just don't really have too much experience playing. These guys are starting an NBA game. That's absolutely wild to me.
Fucking Isaiah Collier is the starting point guard for USC last year, dude. Come on.
Yeah. It's absolutely wild, guys. I want to move on the Wizards here, and I think if we're going to move on them, we kind of have to move on them now because this might get to a -6. I'm getting a -5 still at about -110, so I might end up moving on this. It's tough here. But I think this is definitely a mismatch on the court, if you ask me, with the Wizards, which is absolutely wild to think, but Wizards are the only play I would make in this.
And maybe it should be made immediately, honestly.
I'm going to look at it again right here. I'm going to refresh, just make sure it's still a 5.
It just, no, because it moved to 5.5 at 11:30 this morning. So I'm being offered a 5.
Yeah, I got a -5, -110. I'm going to make it official, guys. Washington Wizards -5, -110 here. I think they're going to take care of business, even though they don't have their best player on the court in Jordan Poole. Sometimes you don't know what you're going to get from Jordan Poole anyways. And you got some guys out there that are going to give you effort at least. And Chris Middleton, I love Chris Middleton. I remember watching him play in that finals against the Suns, man. I think he should have been given the MVP in that because of those crazy shots he was making in clutch time. And he can do it still. He's definitely older. He's not going to go out there and get you 25, 30 points, but I think they can take care of business here against the Utah Jazz.
I agree. I think I might bet that right this minute, actually. Let's hear what Brizzy has to say. Take it away, Jazz Wizards.
There's so many conflicting thoughts. There's no way these front offices aren't watching fucking Cooper Flagg play at Cameron Indoor Stadium this past week, or they're like, yeah, we're done with the rest of the season here. These are just one of those spots between these bottom feeders and the conferences, both conferences, where like Utah's putting their cards on the table here. They have one game ahead. They are a couple games ahead of Washington in the pool bubble race, I guess you could say, for like 3.5 games. It's enough for them to sit their whole entire starting lineup against the Washington Wizards. So it makes me kind of not want to back them right now.
Right.
Wizards have lost 8 out of their last 10 games, but this should be a good potential offensive spot for them. Like Weinstein was saying, like Utah has gone over 8 of their last 10 games, and it's not because of their offense. Their defense has been terrible. This is a pace-up spot. Playing in Washington, who are top 5 in pace, they've scored 110.3 points per game in their last 10 games, which is an uptick from their season average. But the one thing that kind of shocked me was how fucking high this total is, man. If you just looked at like the broad view version of this, these are the 2 of the worst offenses in the NBA. How is this total in the 230s? But you know what? At the end of the day, my ROI has been a lot better in the NBA New Year by not betting on these type of games. So I'm just not going to bet on it. But like, I think the best bet on this game is the under. Like, how are the 2 worst offenses in the NBA with a whole entire starting 5 out for one team, the best star player for the other team that's a shooter out for the other team, and they're just still posting the total in the 230s? Are these two teams bad enough where it just goes over? Maybe so, but I don't know, man. I like the full game under, but I'm with Saturated in the chat. This is probably like a Filipowski ladder points prop season. Points over rebounds here for Filipowski. Ben Sensabrell finally cracked that 30-minute average. If he plays more than 30 minutes, he's going to go over his points prop. And then on the Washington side, I know Marcus Smart changes the identity of the team of like them not being a tanking team, but I still like his under on his rebounds and assists. Like he doesn't really do too much besides talk shit. I would imagine his rebounds and assists and all of his props are just going to go up with the injury news of like Keyshawn George being out and stuff like that. But I'd still bet the under. The only person I would even contemplate betting an over on the Wizards is probably Alexander Sarr. His 3-point prop's still 1.5. His bitch ass is 7'2", and he doesn't even want to post up, being the only 7-footer on the team. You know, all the centers are gone from the team, and he's still, I'm just going to pull up and shoot jumpers. One of the most astonishing things you'll ever see in the NBA of a person say, I don't want to go number one. I want to go to Washington. Shows about his character. But I would say the under is the best bet on this game.
So do I. I fear that it might have moved too much. It's something I might look at live. I just moved on the Wizards. I got minus 111, but I just moved on them on the -5. So I'm right with you. So right with wine time here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. You know, Rob Free talked about the Mavericks' lack of size here. And, you know, Dwight Powell is back. Thank God.
Dwight
Never
Powell,
said that.
double, baby, 50-1. Come on, Dwight. Just one more time for us, man.
So Brizzy cashed the Dwight Powell prop in front of me in Pubapalooza 1 at 10-1. Picked up $1,000 on a $100 bet. Right, that was Dwight Powell, right?
Yeah, Dwight.
We're going to get at the book. For me here, you know, even talking about Team Canada, we don't care if Dwight Powell's in the lineup. But here they need him. But look, I've just been in this situation so often. This Mavericks team is going to step up tonight in their first game without Kyrie. And so much so that I don't really care what the X's and O's tell you. Now, we talked about never fading a team on a 6-game of a 7-game homestand and how it worked, fading the Magic in that one. But look, I don't care. I had to stop myself from tripling up on the Mavericks. Now, this line's gone against me. I got 10.5. It's 11 now. That's not what I wanted to see. In the first quarter, I got the 3 at -105. Again, I could have bet it at offshore, but I lost a lot yesterday. I didn't want to. I just sent it into the local at -105. Right now, we have it's moved a couple cents, so it's a plus 101 from the -102. So look, I don't care. I don't care if this doesn't fit the mold of most situations. I don't care. We have 14% of the tickets and 16% of the cash. This is what always happens on the Mavericks. This is what always happens in these situations here. You know, when a team loses their star, the whole world thinks that they're screwed in the next game, and it takes more than one game. Yep. 93% of tickets, 92% of cash on the over. So as I said, it's gone to 11 here. When we get to let me just move over quick here to the full game total. On the full game total, we have this sitting at 225. This opened up at 225.5. This dropped all the way down to 222, and then it climbed back up. Very, very interesting that it's climbed back up to 225. When we get to the cash flow here, we have. Oh, I went over that. How many people are on? So here we go. Mavericks coming off their second straight loss, 4th in 5 games, 122-98 at home to the Kings on Monday that saw them lose Kyrie Irving for the year with a torn ACL. Bucks are on the second half of a back-to-back after winning their third straight game, 127-121 at Atlanta last night. For the Bucks here, we know that Trent, Portis, Nance, Connaughton are out, but one of these guys is going to be out. Dame is probable. Okay, so Dame is probable. Kyle Kuzma here is probable, so Kuzma is going to be in as well. And then is Giannis going to be in as well? Looks like maybe they're all going to be in, and they probable. They're all going to be in. I don't care. I'm on the Mavericks here. Take it away here for us, Brizzy. The floor is yours.
I think the spot that you're looking for, I think it's in these upcoming primetime game spots of like, if you look at the one thing that you didn't throw in there is that this is the last game of a long road trip for the Dallas Mavericks, and they could just be one to get the fuck up on out of there. They have 2 primetime games. They have a Friday game on primetime against the Memphis Grizzlies at home, and then they play in the Sunday afternoon ABC spot. Those are probably 2 spots that Dallas is probably going to bounce back. This kind of reminds me of the day that they traded Luka Doncic and they played the Cavs literally like within 24 hours after, and they just got fucking smoked. I bet the team total under, and like they like damn near gave you the money midway through the third quarter. Even though these 2 teams just played a couple of days ago, there's certain things from that matchup that I just can't take away from. And it was just a rebounding advantage that is substantially in the Bucks' favor here. I just don't see how the Bucks just don't put up a lot of points in the paint, and I just don't see it here for the Dallas Mavericks. Like they've gone 5-1 towards the under in their last 6, 5-2 for the Bucks for the under in their last 7 games. Bucks have been playing their best basketball of the year. They've won 7 of their last 8 games, 119 points last 5. I just feel like this Dallas spot that we're expecting for them to bounce back a little bit might just come over the weekend, Friday and Sunday here. I think the Bucks are just going to smash them here. One player prop that I'm waiting for to be released is AJ Green over 6.5 points. Really good match for him coming off the bench. He had, I believe it was 8 points last night. You're basically betting on his 3-point prop total at 1.5, 2.5. If you want to ladder that. But I think the Bucks will smash here in this spot. I just don't see how Dallas cracks the 105.5 team total. I think it was 106.5 when it opened up. It's gone down a point. I just think Dallas is trying to get the fuck back to the crib here. Nothing against. I get the emotional spot, but I just feel like it's one of those ones where like you're not really playing for anything until like Friday, Sunday. Those are probably going to be like primetime ABC, ESPN games and stuff like that. Like they have 3 national television games next week.
You know, I just, you guys have heard me. I don't need to talk about how I disagree with it. You guys know the idea. They just watched their best buddy,
for sure,
who's going to be gone for a year. It's the easiest coaching angle that there is. And I just see it in basketball, in all team sport. Well, basketball and hockey. Take it away, Wine Time. Your plan here for Mavericks Bucks.
Yeah, Jim. I waited on this game. I waited because I wanted to get an 11, maybe an 11.5. I'm right there with you. I'm going to move on the Mavericks right now. I got the plus 11, minus 110. Also, looking at Max Christie props in this one, guys. He's in the starting lineup. He hasn't hit this number in the last 5 games, over 15.5 points. And, and we get why it's that high. It's because Kyrie Irving's out. We know he's going to get a lot more shots. This is one of the guys they traded for with Anthony Davis that came over in the trade. Started playing really well when he was in the starting lineup, man. This guy can light it up too. I really liked him on the Lakers. His rookie year, he sat next to LeBron the entire season, didn't play 1 game. Kind of picked his mind a lot. LeBron talked a lot of good things about this young guy. And I expect good things from him here going forward. And I think the Mavericks, they're in the 10 spot right now, guys. Phoenix Suns are like 2.5 games, I think, behind them right now. Dallas needs to win. I'm not saying they're going to go out there and win this game, but they need to win games. They're going to give it their all right here. I think Max Christie's going to give it his all. I think Klay Thompson's probably going to have a good night too as well here. But I'm going to move on Max Christie props, and I'm going to move on the Mavericks plus 11. I think it's too much, and their star player went out. I think they're going to play with a lot of heart tonight. The Bucks laying double digits against everyone. Against anyone is kind of tough for me to do in general. But I'm on the Mavericks. I think plus 11. I think that's really good money here. If it continues to go up a little bit, I might get a little scared. We're seeing the market right now. Everyone's going to want to take the Bucks. It makes sense to take the Bucks here in this spot, but I just think this is a Mavericks spot. They just lost their star player. Some guys are going to step up today, including Max Christie. So I think, I'm on the Mavericks plus 11 and Max Christie over 15.5 points, minus 110. A lot of action for me today, guys. This is a loaded card for me today, but I'm out to win today. We got to win today. So let's go.
Got to win today. What was your Max Christie number?
Over 15.5 points, minus 110.
You are locked in. Mavs plus 11 and then Max Christie over 15.5 points. I got 10.5 and I also on them first quarter plus 3, minus 105. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 9 p.m. Eastern. Sacramento Kings 32-28, 17-14 on the road. Denver Nuggets 39-22, 20-9 at home. We are at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Kings coming off their 4th straight win, 122-98, the Mavericks on Monday. And the Nuggets coming off the 110-103 loss at the Celtics on Sunday. So we have the Kings playing their very best basketball of the season. Malik Monk and Sabonis are out, so the Valanciunas pickup becomes monstrously important here. And Christie and Valanciunas do have a friendship from Christie's hanging around. He's revered here in Toronto, so Christie's hung around a lot over the years with the Raptors, and when JV was a kid up here with us. So Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Jonas Valanciunas is the 1 through 5. For the Nuggets, Jokic is a game-time decision right now, listed as questionable. So no added information there. And then Aaron Gordon also is a game-time decision right now, listed as questionable. He's missed 2 straight games with the left ankle sprain. So we'll see if he's in the lineup or if Westbrook gets into the starting lineup. Let's get into the line history here. Wine time getting us started with the Sacramento game. We have a total of 235. It's minus 107 to the under. This opened up at 237. So we've dropped 2 points on the total. And then on the point spread, we have a -6 for the Denver Nuggets. It opened up at -6. It's important to note that this opened up at 2 in the afternoon at 9. So here we see no movement at the number 6, but we know that there has been quite a bit of movement. Chris Warren is on the Kings plus 9.5. Saturated says Hauser not 1,000,000 points in this game. Let's take a look at the cash flow for the spot. On the total, 86% of tickets, 79% of cash is on the over. And then on the point spread, we have, here we go. We have 71% of tickets, 71% of cash on the Nuggets. This is a pretty appealing market for the Sacramento Kings. Take it away one time, Kings Nuggets.
Yeah, very appealing, Jim. The one thing that didn't make this probably a 2-unit play for the Kings spread is that Denver is coming off a loss. But I'm still on it, guys. I'm on the Sacramento Kings here. Shout out to Chris Warren in the chat, man. Kings plus 6.5. I wish I got in last night. That number, my book didn't give it to me. I waited till this morning to take it. I got a 5.5. I almost bought up to 6. But not only that, I'm on the Kings money line as well. But I'm on the Kings plus 5.5, minus 110. Kings money line plus 180. Kings are playing some really good basketball going down the stretch here. Zach LaVine winning Western Conference Player of the Week, I believe. Last week had a really good performance. I'm on his over points props in this as well, over 22.5, a little bit juicy to minus 115. I think he's going to be able to break it though. You look though over his last 10 to 15 games, a lot of these games he doesn't hit his over prop. He lands right around 22 points. Something to keep an eye out for, but I think he's going to have no trouble getting that here today. The way he's been shooting the ball down the stretch here, he knows that he is the number 1 option right now on this team, and he needs to take over these ball games. They traded for him for a reason. He's making a lot of money. Malik Monk out for this one. Sabonis out as well. Definitely hurts, but I mean, you would think this line might be a little bit more than even 6.5, I would think. I know the Kings are playing really good basketball, but I mean, the Nuggets coming off a loss here. The Kings down 2 players that are averaging 20 points or more in their games. This screams Sacramento Kings to me from a market perspective. So I'm on those spots. I'm on 3 spots in this, guys. Kings plus 5.5. Not only that, I'm on Kings money line plus 180. Those are, I didn't split a unit. I put full units on both those plays. I was very close to putting 2 units on the Kings plus, if I could have gotten a 6.5, didn't do it though. I'm on LaVine over 22.5 points. That's a half unit, but I gave it out on Twitter. It's a full unit down here. That's what I'm going to give it out as. I like those 3 plays a lot here today, guys. I think the Kings are going to take care of business, continue to roll here.
You are locked in. And as I was answering to Dan, there is 6.5 minus 112 offshore. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Kings, Nuggets, your thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of have the same sentiments as Wine Time. In a league that often gets criticized for star players not playing nightly, I mean, Malone's definitely gotten the best out of this Denver Nuggets team. I've been kind of surprised at their effort level from night to night. But we got to see how Jokic's ankle's going to hold up in that Sunday game against the Celtics. It looked like he was like wilting through an injury, and I think that's a legit questionable being on the injury news report. But on paper, coming back, at first you would think this would be a good spot, but I don't like this spot for the Denver Nuggets. Them coming back from playing a little Eastern Conference road trip there. They've been at the house for the last day. I mean, they've covered 8 of the last 12 games, first in field goal shooting. Their form's been better than Sacramento, hence why they're favorited so much in this game. It's just Sacramento has seemed to figure it out on offense. They've been averaging 120.8 points per game in each of their last 4 games. Their team total sitting at 114.5. I think Sacramento could definitely go over their team total in a win or a loss. And I think they can pull this one outright in Denver. This kind of looks like the parlay buster of the night here. Denver being at 225, them coming off a loss. On paper, it looks like a good spot. But then when you kind of dig deeper into the spot, it kind of seems like a Sacramento low-key spot here. They're going to need one of these dogs to win out, right? And I don't see it being Dallas. I don't see it being Portland, maybe. I don't see it being the Hornets. I don't see it being Miami, and I don't see it being the Jazz. So, like, I think the 2 top targets in the East Coast to, like, bust up parlays is probably Portland and Sacramento, because those are probably going to be the 2 most public teams that people are going to bet on is Denver and Boston.
Yeah, and looking to just look at the money line market too. We don't look at it a lot, but 86% of bets, 89% on the Denver Nuggets, minus 227 coming off a loss. That definitely looks a little too good to be true here. Yeah, I love the Kings here in this spot. When I saw this game open up at 6.5 yesterday, I wanted to move on it so bad. I wasn't able to get the number, but that was the game I've been eyeing. I love this spot today for the Kings.
It's interesting. I don't find it. See, a couple things for me. Dan saying first game back from the trip's always tough for a team. Have to deal with domestic issues, not focus. It's all about focus, and that's true. But that last game was on Sunday. I always want the only time I'll back a team in the first game back of a trip is if they have that full day off, and then they come to the facility. So there's that, and it's not a Monday, finishing the trip on Monday, and then you fly back on Tuesday and you play on Wednesday. The second thing for me that will probably just keep me off here is what the Kings are just going to sweep this road trip. Now I know that you don't need.
Off.
Say what about man?
I said that's what kept me off. A combination of that, but
yeah,
the Colorado Rockies going back into the Rockies aren't the fucking Nuggets, but. Those altitude teams, that first game back, that altitude advantage doesn't hit the same.
They beat Utah by 17, beat Houston by 10, beat Dallas by 24. I mean, it's just everything's been going swimmingly.
But Jim, it's not that. The fact that they figured it out on offense, it doesn't matter who they're playing. The fact that they have figured it the fuck out since the Levine trade is a good sign, because for a second it was looking like the second coming of the Chicago Bulls roster from last year, and the team like dog shit. They couldn't crack 100 points a game for like the first 5 games Levine came over, and then it doesn't matter who they're playing. At least they're putting the ball in the back of the basket, which is a very good sign. I mean, when's the last time you have heard that the Kings have scored 120 points in each of their last 5 games?
It's clear you guys are on the sharp side. My man Jermaine in the house, DeRozan over 8.5 rebounds and assists. It's clear you guys are on the sharp side. I just don't know. I just don't know if I'm going to join at this point. It's just, but you guys are clearly on the. I'm going to put Kings down, but with the asterisks and the question marks. Thomas on the Nuggets alt line, and that's the same thing with. Our guy, Kelly McInnes. Let's roll on. We got 2 games left on today's card. We move on. Brizzy will be getting this one started 9:30 p.m. Eastern with Oklahoma City Thunder 15-11, 23-7 on the road. At the Memphis Grizzlies 38-23, 22-9 at home at FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. This spot for me is all about waiting on Ja. So let's see if we get any idea if he's going to be still listed as questionable. I want a Ja Morant in the lineup with a Grizzlies team angry about losing 3 straight games.
Shit, the Grizzlies play better with Ja on the bench.
Okay, I get it. I mean, we watched it. We watched that for a full season 2 years ago.
Yeah, they're not going to win a championship like that, but there's something about if Ja was out of the lineup for tonight and they just ran the Desmond Bane, it's like the Grizzlies backups. Like I feel like this would be like the star player theory spot. But if Ja's in the lineup, I don't know, man.
Well, he's been out of the lineup and they've been losing.
Wow.
So, but we watched it for a full season, 2 years ago, where they had this phenomenal record with him without him in the lineup. The issue for Dan Kelly's Jaren Jackson Jr. If JJJ is not in the lineup, he's got the grade 2 left ankle sprain week to week right now. So you get the Aldama and you get Brandon Clark. As much as we cheer for Canadians, Brandon Clark just doesn't do it. Jay Huff, GG Jackson, these guys are going to be getting more run here. So I want Ja in the lineup in this game. I want him in the lineup. Chet is out. Makes things a little bit easier. So let's go over the line history here for this one. We have Oklahoma now -7.5. I wanted to fade the Thunder. I come in thinking this is an angry Grizzly group, but I want Ja out there. On a team with a 3-game losing streak that's lost 2 straight without him, I want him to stroll out there and say, "Look, I'm here, and we're going to take on the best team in the conference." That's what I would like to have happen. And until that is listed, I don't want to move on it. This total opened up at 251. It's now at 252.5, an enormously high total. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 30% of the tickets and 37% of the cash on the Grizzlies. That's an appealing number. Like that's an appealing range for me here, especially when the line's not moving. When we get to the spread, 70% of the tickets, 63% of the cash is on the Oklahoma City Thunder. So, sorry, did I say that? I was on the sorry, let me say it again. 30% of tickets, 37% cash on the Grizzlies. Yeah, 76 on the other side. And then 64% of tickets, 68% cash is on the over. Thunder coming off their 4th straight win at home over Houston on Monday. Grizzlies coming off their 3rd straight loss, that wild 132-130 loss at home to the Hawks on Monday. Brizzy, floor is yours. Get it started, my man.
Yeah, something in the gut doesn't reflect the spot. I feel like with everyone kind of stepping up with SGA having his MVP season, it's hard going against the Thunder right now. I just don't know what's up with the Grizzlies right now. They've just been a hard team to cap. They've been in terrible form, 0-7-1 ATS in their last 8 games. And these are the 2 indicators that were like the big red flags for me for the Grizzlies. 29th in free throw attempts. It's the fucking NBA. Everybody goes to the free throw line. And 23rd in defensive rebounding rate. Now you're missing Triple J, potentially Morant. Their defense has just been awful, giving up 130 points in 3 of their last 4 games. And that was kind of just the deciding factor for me for the Thunder here in this spot. OKC's looked good in this head-to-head matchup, winning the first game by 24 points, second game by 13 points. So it's actually not too many points. This is actually probably like the right range of points. 7 consecutive games for the Thunder have gone over the total, and the Grizzlies have gone over the total for their last 5. So that's why this is the highest total on the board. I kind of like OKC's team total over. I got to look at it and see where the numbers are at, but they scored 125 points in 7 straight games. So it kind of seems like another big scoring night here for the Thunder. Would I be shocked if Memphis backdoor covered the spread? No, I would not. I mean, 9.5 down to 7.5 at first glance. So you look at this, you'd be like, yo, this is way too many points. But in my heart, though, in my gut, I think the Thunder are going to roll here in this spot.
Yeah, it's a tricky cap. Let's hear what One Time has to say about it. Take it away, Thunder Grizzlies.
Yeah, this is a really tricky game, guys. A game I didn't move on. I don't plan on moving on. And I don't plan on watching either, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, I need John the lineup in this spot here. I'm not going to go against OKC Thunder. I don't want to get in their way at this point, but Grizzlies, I mean, they got to get it together, losing 4 out of the last 5, losing 3 in a row, 2 without Ja. I do expect Ja to be in the lineup. I mean, he should be in the lineup. I mean, they got to start winning some ball games going down the stretch. They want to, I mean, the Western Conference is just so competitive right now, but yeah, I'm off this game right now, guys. I got nothing on this one. I might throw OKC in a big money line parlay before all the games tip off. We'll see. But I'm not going to move on.
It's a prime time game spot of if this was just like your regular run of the mill NBA League Pass spot, this would be a prime Grizzly spot. But like the fact this is on ESPN and shit like that, like now you got the Thunder playing on national TV, something that they usually don't do. SGA is going for an MVP race. He's in every fucking Skims commercial here in America. It's like, dude, if that's how you guys want to play it, then I'm just gonna stay.
Oh my God.
The Thunder.
My guy Wager Detective, he said this got to be a wine time special over. I was just thinking about that, Wager Detective. The only problem is before I came on the show, this total was 250.5. It's now 252.5. Continues to go up. I mean, if this seems like an over spot here. My books give me a 252.5, which is absolutely wild. This is a crazy high total. This has to go over the total. This has to hit over 250. This isn't a game I actually looked at it earlier. We'll see. I'm not going to move on it right now officially. I have to take a second look at this game later on. The fact that it keeps moving up, though, and it's at 252.5, that's wild, guys. That's a very high total, and it's most likely for a reason.
I think the total and the line movement on the spread's telling you that John Morant probably
I think he is going to play today, yeah, especially seeing it at a 7.5. This was an 8.5 before I came on the show. It's down to a 7.5. It's looking like Jaw's going to play in this one. If he does play, I expect this to go down to a 7 most likely, maybe a 6.5. We'll see because they are playing in Memphis and they need this win here, guys. And I know OKC's they're the best team in the Western Conference right now. They're the team to beat, but I don't know. We'll see. The line. This is telling me it's going to be a very high scoring game, though. Very high scoring. And if anyone's on the under in this spot, there's no way I'm on the under in this spot in any way, shape, or form, just because it's a high total. But
when you think about the defensive matchups, the one thing I'll say about Zach Edey, offensively, he doesn't look bad. It's just, his drop coverage is just terrible. Oh my God. It looks like a middle school basketball player guarding a pick and roll. And then you're going to have Sammy Aldama probably playing more minutes against Jalen Williams. Like, this is definitely an over spot of like, I just don't want to bet it and then John Morant be out and this go to like 247.
No, yeah, I think this is an over spot, honestly, the more I'm looking at it now. I just have so much action today. I'm not going to move on it right now, but and seeing SGA over 33.5 points, minus 120 juice, like that's crazy, man. SGA is probably going to get his today too.
The craziest part about the SGA is how is somebody's point prop be at 33.5 juice towards the over, but the 3-point prop still be at like 1.5 minus 150? Like what?
Yeah. Those jumpers he makes, man, are just like I swear every time he shoots the ball, it looks like it's going to go in every single time when I watch the game. It's absolutely crazy. SGA, the level he's playing at right now. This guy's one of the best players in the NBA right now. This guy is the MVP. He looks like it out there. Plays a lot of heart. And like I said, every time he releases, it's like I feel like it's going to go in every single time.
Yeah, he's assassin, mid-range assassin. Let's roll into our final game here on today's show. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us here, Pub Sports Radio. Detroit Pistons 35-27, 18-13 on the road to the LA Clippers 32-29, 19-10 home into a dome in Inglewood, California. The Clippers falling off in the second half last night. It was just exactly, it's just, when it rains, it just pours. And like that, I just was so fucking angry. So angry last night. Pistons coming off their 10th win, 11 games, 134-106 to the Jazz on Monday. Clippers on the second half of back-to-back after falling 119-117 the Suns last night. This is their third game in 4 nights. We have a total of 220. It's juiced to the over. Been bouncing around all over the place. Opened up at 219.5. Then we had a drop down to, I guess it really hasn't. It just dropped down as low as 218.5. So it really hasn't moved that much. I take that back. When we move to the point spread here, we have the Clippers plus 4.5 minus 109. They opened up plus 3.5. So we've had a 1-point move. Now this was a 5. This was a 5. This got up to 5.5. This was a 5.5 from 7 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. So it came back when it dropped down 4.5. It came back to 5 too. It was a 5 around 9 a.m. Now we have a 4.5. So we have seen this big move. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 48% of the tickets, 49% of cash on the Clippers. So it's sharp action moving this line. 91 and 91 on the over. And we take a look at the questionable report. Storm and Norman, Kawhi out. We have Simmons here. Didn't play last night. So now it's 2 straight games with knee soreness. So last thing I'm going to do is have faith in this guy. But you would think that he would be in for the Pistons. There's no Tobias Harris. Harris is out, and Stewart is a game time decision, which isn't a big deal. He's listed as probable. So we have Duran, Thompson, Beasley going to be starting at 3, Hardaway 2, and Cunningham 1. That's the situation here. Last game on the board. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Pistons, Clippers.
Yeah, I can't wait to back Detroit in the playoffs. Until then, I'm not going to move on this game right now, only because I've been on these Clippers in these last 3 games, and they've just cost me a good amount of money here in these spots, especially last night. Just disappointing, man. I'm a Lakers fan back in a Clippers team. You know what I mean? It's just it's a joke, man. These guys, I don't even know. The 3 games over 500. These guys are playing some bad basketball going down the stretch. And that's why I want to fade them, but I'm just not going to do it just because of recency bias here, because maybe the Clippers come out here and they get this win outright. But the sharp money is coming in on Detroit, why we're seeing a 4.5 right now. I mean, this line just keeps going up and up towards Detroit Pistons, and Detroit is a team that I've made a ton of money on. I'm not going to back them here in this spot. I would only take them here in this spot, guys. I think I came to a conclusion with myself that I'm going to stay away from Clipper games until further notice. I've got a bad read on this team. And watching that fourth quarter, it seemed like they didn't score a single point in the last 6 or 7 minutes. You know what I mean? It was absolutely wild to watch that game last night, especially against a team like the Suns, a team that's sinking right now. But this team is sinking right now in the LA Clippers. Detroit should beat these guys by 10 plus here in this, but I'm not going to take it. I'm going to take a hard pass on this game and root for my Detroit Pistons because I like the Pistons in the Eastern Conference right now. I'm a big fan of this team. I've been making some good money off them this year, and I'm very curious to see who their first round matchup is going to be against. And this is a team I will be backing in the playoffs.
Brizzy, what do you think of this final spot on the board?
I would say I love the month of March because we got a good sample size. But sometimes you just don't want all the information sometimes in gambling because then when you have too much information, it's like, but then this side and then that side. I'm just going to dumb it down. Intuit Dome fucking unders, man. I mean, ever since the Clippers have this new stadium and this new arena, these games have just been going fucking way under in these games. But looking at it, though, the Clippers just can't get an ATS cover more or less than a win right now after losing the game where they were led by 20-plus points. I mean, the Clippers have gone 0-7 ATS the last 7 games. Will they be pissed tonight? And then you look at their injury news report. They're like, yeah, we're going to turn this in 8 hours early. And it's like, all right. Well, that's how you guys are going to return with the starting lineup with no Kawhi out here for the second night of a back-to-back where you guys kind of got embarrassed out there. I mean, the Pistons have been one of the hottest teams in the NBA right now, right behind Cleveland, going 7-1 ATS in their last 8 games. Their road record is actually better than their home record this year, going 18-13 straight up on the road. The Clippers are already without Powell, Derek Jones. I just don't like the spot for them. Detroit's been locking up on defense, holding teams to under 105 points per game in their last 5 games. Last week when these 2 teams played in Detroit, they combined for 203 points, flying way under the 220.5 total. The bookies are kind of copy and pasting the total from last week, and I just don't see how this crap. Like, this is one of those ones where it's like first to 100 probably wins this game. Head-to-head wise, each of these teams have gone under the total in 6 straight meetings, and I think they're due for a 7th here. I'm kind of like we got a lot of time to decide. This is a standalone 10:30 game. Half of me wants to just say fuck it and bet the under and Intuit Dome games and just keep on. Like, I wonder what the exact number is of that this year, but it's been under City and Intuit Dome. And then the other side of me just says, if we like the under, shit, I might just go full in and just bet the Clippers team total under. Like, I just don't see how they crack 100 tonight. Like, the Clippers just be going through the motion sometimes. And even if this was a game where they did win outright, this could be one of those ones where, like, it's probably Cade Cunningham not having that good of an offensive game and nobody else stepping up for the Pistons offensively. So there's a lot of ways and a lot of game scripts that I can see this under cashing pretty easily. Out of the card, this is probably my favorite under.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm going to need more time. I'm just like one time with the Clippers. I'm just so disillusioned.
I can't do it, dude.
That's why I said like the unders just kind of seems like the more out the more out. Like, even if they do win this game, hopefully it just goes on.
Watching Kawhi Leonard in that fourth quarter yesterday, it was just disgusting. He looked so good there in that first half and that fourth quarter. I think he played like 10 minutes of that fourth quarter and he scored 2 points. Just disgusting.
Yeah, it's not been good. Not been good.
Like,
Let's review. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say I just don't like where the spread's been heading. Like 3.5. It looks like it's gonna probably close at. It went to 5.5. Now back down to 4.5. Like they're just trying to entice people to bet the Clippers. And I think they might just get smacked in the spot.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching, so we'll see how it bangs out. I mean, I got that Leafs Vegas game that'll be taking a lot of my attention, but we also have a big trade in the NHL. For those of you who followed me with betting the Lightning to win the division, they made a huge trade. 2 first-round picks and Mike Eyssimont they're giving to the Seattle Kraken for Yanni Gourde and Oliver Bjorkstrand. There's some people who think Yanni Gourde's the best player on the market. It's just he's been hurt for 3 months, but he's a playoff dynamo, tough guy. And Bjorkstrand, $5 million a year player. Both should really help. And remember, Yanni Gourde's coming back to the Lightning. They know what they're getting with him. So big trade for the Lightning. And for those of us who are all over Lightning props, it's a big trade for them. And they give up a lot. Now, those first round picks are going to be 26th overall and 28th overall, so it's not that big of a deal. But let's review all action here in North Anderson. Yanni Gourde's a beast. We all know the Lightning love him. Let's go over all action here. Dan Kelly, Portland money line. Nutflush Allen, Washington team total over. Wine time on Portland plus 9.5. Avdia over 15.5 points. Brizzy looking at Klingon props. Wine time on the Hornets plus 8.5. I am interested in joining you on that one. It sickens me to say it, though. It sickens me.
I won't watch the game, Jim. I'll pay attention to the score and all that, but that's not going to be a game I'm going to be watching.
Brizzy's SGP is Timberwolves. Reed, 8 rebounds and 2 threes at plus 145. Turnsy, look what Vasilevsky's doing. The run is happening. No team wants to play him in the playoffs. Leafs claim they do. Brizzy's on Mobley over 26.5 points and rebounds at minus 120. Wine time moved on the Wizards minus 5, minus 110. I joined him. Shout out to my guy Swizz in the house with us, Swizz. Chris Warren says Charlotte can't shoot. Be careful betting those guys. It's horrible betting those guys. I hear you. Wine time on the Mavs plus 11. I got 10.5. I'm on the first quarter plus 3 at minus 105. Wine time on Mavs plus 11 and Christie over 15.5 points. Wine time on the Kings plus 5.5. Kings money line Levine over 22.5 points. I don't know if I get there on the Kings. And then we stayed off the final 2 games on the board. Dan Kelly also on Zach Edey over 9.5 rebounds. Zach Edey over 9.5 rebounds. Turns says makes me extremely jealous. They're still thriving with the team Steve Eisman built. Meanwhile, the Wings can't do shit. Well, you know what, Turnsy? You're going to get Kyle Connor in the offseason. And he's going to be perfect with Lucas Raymond. And he's going to be perfect with Dylan Larkin. He's the perfect winger for that first line. So there we go. Thank you to our experts here rocking with us. Every Wednesday, we're Three-Headed Monster, Wine Time Sports, rocking with us from Los Angeles, California, and across the coast. We got Brizzy in South Jersey. Wine Time, thank you so much for your time, my man. I'm going to put both your X handles in the show. Wine Time, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show in the chat?
Yeah, guys, good time as usual with you guys on a Wednesday, man. I already know we're going to make some cash today. I'm excited. 2 weeks from now, I'll be sitting in Southtown 101 waiting for everyone to literally land. I think I'm going to be one of the first ones there Wednesday. I'll be there at noon. Jose's going to pick me up, going right to Southtown 101. Going to wait for all my guys there. Drink in hand, man. We're going to be capping. I'm going to have the laptop out, locked in, ready to go for the next day. Just really looking forward to this trip, guys. If you guys haven't booked your trip yet and you're considering it, just book it now, guys. It's pretty cheap to fly into San Antonio, wherever you're coming from, if it's a major airport. So just get there, guys. Just get there. You'll have a place to stay when you get there. I didn't have a place booked last year. My guy Troy Torrance hooked me up with the extra room at his Airbnb. Shout out to my guy there. But yeah, guys, give me a follow on Twitter, Wine Time Sports. I'll be back on Friday. Break this car down with Jimmy. I'm excited to watch these games, and I'm going to be locked in the rest of the day. I got some MLB I'm going to be going over the next couple of days. Got the day off today, so I'm excited and appreciate you guys as always for having me.
Respect my man Brizzy. I'm gonna pop his X handle in the chat. Please support our guy Billy Brisbane, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. Huge UFC card this weekend. Huge one. Shout out to our guy Brizzy. Brizzy, any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
Yeah, it wouldn't be right if we didn't give out a college basketball play for March Madness here. I was looking at the Summit League, sent this one out last night. Their tournament kicks off tonight. UMKC taking on Oral Roberts. I like UMKC in this spot, man. They have the best. I think the biggest difference for me in this matchup was UMKC has the best rated defense in the Summit League. 14 of the last 20 games have gone under the total. Oral Roberts is one of the best wing players in the conference, but with McBride, but shit, that hasn't translated any fucking wins for them this year. It seems like the game plan's pretty fucking simple. UMKC has enough wing depth defenders to throw at McBride. McBride doesn't score a certain amount of points. It's going to be like the rest of their road games that they've lost all of their road games this year. Or Roberts, 7 of their last 9 games have gone over the total, but it's because of their defense. I think this is going to be a physical grind out game, probably like a first half under, and then UMKC kind of pulls this one out in the end here. I think this is a really good matchup for them. They would play, or the winner of this game would play Omaha. And I think this is the league where, like, if you look at the future odds for the Summit League, Omaha's not number one. They have them at like 3-4 of like, one of these teams are going to knock off Omaha or, give them a run for their money of like, I think outside of St. Thomas and the Dakota teams, I think UMKC, they've been rolling of like, they've been playing the best teams in the conference to end out their season for the Summit League. So their record doesn't look that good. It looks pretty dog shit, but the actual basketball that they're playing on the court has been pretty fucking good. Like their last 3 games have been like senior days of like, they should be locked in, ready to go a little home court game here against Oral Roberts. Like this isn't the Oral Bob from years past where it was ATS cash cow.
I love it. I'm close to moving on UMKC as well. It was a spot that was moved on by Morgan Spooner. So I'm interested in joining. There's Spooner in the house here as well. Also, North Ender, I just pulled up my futures for the year, so I'll go over it here in a second. What my number was on the Lightning. Not very good. Oh, I only have them to win the East, though. 9-1 and 450 to win the division. Respect, Brizzy, my man. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Get that cash. Good luck in UFC, my man. And I will be seeing you in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time.
See you,
Thanks
boy.
for rocking with us. There is our guy, Billy Brisbane. Yeah, because Browns Hughes asked me, Jose, jump on with us as we put a bow on the show. There's my guy, T-Mac, in the house. T-Mac, I need one. I'm coming off a terrible evening. I've got my action right here for NHL futures. And honestly, I don't know how good everything looks. I have 18 bets. I have Oilers to win the West. That was only plus 350. Oilers to win the Cup at 800. Even though they've lost all these games, it's just 700 right now. I have Calgary under 81.5 points. That's a loser. I have Leafs under 102.5. I think that's going to cash, even though their live number is 104.5. I have Lightning over 98.5 points. That's going to cash. Lightning to win the Atlantic plus 450. Lightning win the East at plus 900. I have the Flyers over 81.5 points at even money. So I did the same thing with the Flyers as I did with the Habs. I took them both with a little bit extra, not much extra, but I took them both with extra over 81.5 points and the Canadians over 81.5 points. They're going to cash. Both are going to cash. So then that makes the Flyers to make the playoffs and Canadians to make the playoffs a free roll. But it is quite likely that they neither make the playoffs. I have a Stars to win the West at 5-1, Stars to win the Cup at 10-1. I have Capitals under 105.5. That's a loser. That's at one. That live's 114 right now. Then these were great additions. One February 1st, right after the trade for JT Miller, I moved on the Rangers over 88.5 points. That's going to cash. I have the Rangers to make the playoffs at plus 145, which I expect to cash. And then I have the Rangers to win the East at 18-1. So I'll have the Rangers to win the East 18-1, the Lightning to win the East at 9-1, and nothing else. There'll be nothing else for me. And then yesterday I took Devils not to make the playoffs at 9-1 plus 900. So there we go. Turn the interest in moving on Jackets futures if the number's worth it. They need to show that they can win on the road for me. You know, that's going to be real important. I don't think it's that nice, North Ender, honestly, just because of. Actually, I don't. You know, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's just you're always nervous when you have all this money in futures. I guess you're right. I don't mind it. That's my futures. What do you say, my man?
That was a lot of futures.
18. It's only NHL where I'm still destroying futures. I'm trying to cut down everything else. I'm going to move on the Cavs. It's plus 700 right now. I'm going to move on them to get and send that into my local, which means.
And that is to make the playoffs?
No, that's Cavaliers to win the NBA championship.
Oh, okay. Cavs. I think you said Habs.
Sorry. Oh, no, Cavs. I'm going to move on that right now. And you know how there's it's a bonus? So you can only bet X amount of dollars on a bonus. Not when I send it in.
Yeah.
I'm going to put 500 on that with the plus bonus. He doesn't care. So that's helpful.
Nice.
All right. That is our show for today. Let's review all action. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Justin McKelvey, stacks play today, number 1, Ole Miss plus 3.5, number 2, Grizzlies team total over 121.5. Ron Crawford on Vegas in NHL, and I know a lot of you guys are too. Portland in NBA and Florida in college basketball. Res Mob, respect play today, Louisville minus 7.5, first half, same action here for our guy Kong. 9 legacies on Michigan. Spooners on Maryland moneyline, Butler moneyline, Tennessee Tech moneyline, St. Francis minus 3.5, and UMKC minus 5.5. I'm on the Rangers minus 105 in hockey. Gogster on first period draw, full game draw. I'm on the Senators minus 1 at plus 125. Gogster on first period, both teams to score. Sends regulation and over 3.5 goals in the game. Chase J says, do you think Capitals at plus 1,300 sneaky, or is that way too expensive? I just don't think that they have a chance.
That's the wrong guy to ask about the Capitals.
But I don't think they have a chance. I'm going to fade them in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, now let's see what they do here at the trade deadline. You know, let's see what they do. But this team, as it stands right now, is just, I don't think it has a chance. Now, look, Tom Wilson is a monster in the playoffs, and then they have Prodas, who's 6'6". Look, they have a team full of character, and they deserve their success. I don't think they have a chance against the Lightning, the Panthers. I don't think they have a chance against those two teams. A chance. They're out in 5 against those teams. Florida with Kachuk back, come on. I just be a walk in the park. But I like the Rangers. I got the Rangers at 19-1 or 18, whatever it was. I like that one. But then we have Gorky on the Gators as well. I'm on the Leafs at plus 125. That line's gone so heavy against me. You know, when I've been on totals that have gone heavy against me, it hasn't hurt me that much, but of late sides have. You know, that's only moved 10 cents against me now. It's plus 135. I feel okay about that. And I'm still wondering whether we move on the Ducks here. The Rangers is perfect because I got them to make the playoffs plus 145. That's going to pay for everything. But I'm already have everything paid for with the over 88.5 points. I'm in a great spot, I believe, with them. So I'm on the Leafs. Gogster's on no goal first 9.5 and Ducks Canucks. I'm still thinking about moving on the Ducks. I stayed off Blues Kings. Then in college basketball, I've got all these decisions to make right now, and I sure fucked it up yesterday. I've got to deliver here. It's just I couldn't be more important. Today couldn't be more important for me. Good God. Southern Miss first half, I'm very interested in. I'm also very interested in, less interested, but still going to look at Boston College first half. I'm still going to look at UT Martin, even though Spooner's on Tennessee Tech. I may just stay off of it. MMA locker room, Mills is on Florida, plus the points as well. DC Capper's on Wagner, going up against Spooner, who's on St. Francis. I have some interest in Stonehill. Troy Torrance is on LaSalle. I have interest there. BJ's best bet's Ole Miss. What's that line down to? Jose, could you look at what that line's down to while I finish this off? Nuke Worker is on Central Connecticut. So is Ricky Bobby.
Which line?
Bobby says, say what?
Which line?
Oh, sorry. Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Then UCF first half full game and team total over. I'm not going to triple up, but I want to be involved. Maybe a double up spot. Cincy, it's such a big spread, but if it stays at that number, I just think they're going to smash and grab. But God, that's dangerous against the Wildcats. DC Capper on the under 137 in the Oral Roberts game. I'm going to be on NC State. Then I think I'm going to be on St. Joseph's. I want to study that more. I'm going to be on the Minutemen and then Fordham. Then South Carolina Upstate is a possibility. Colorado first half is a possibility. UMKC I expect to be on. Minnesota I expect to be on. And Nutflush on that team to Lover. I'm going to join them on that. The Raging Cajuns first half. Possibly Cal first half. But then again, I need to really make sure I have the conviction. And then the Huskies is a crazy line here. I think it's a crazy line, but I'm going to respect it. Probably stay off. Cabs on Alabama. I'm going to bet them here shortly. I have interest in Missouri, and I have interest in Ole Miss. Is it moved? Is it past 2?
It's 2.5 right now.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. All right. That is our show for today. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. All of you in the chat, you mean so much to us. Thank you for the support. Oldie, Chase J, Morgan Spooner, great job today. North Ender, the Wager Detective, Turnsy, Super True Story, T-Mac in the house. Wine Time, great job today. Man, Bear, Pig, ready to get to work. Hornets, Blazers, Jazz, and Grizzlies for my guy, Man, Bear, Pig. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Truly, truly thank you. Chris Warren, Mr. Tomatoes. Excuse me, Swizz, thank you. Oh, God. I'm nervous. The amount of action I had yesterday, I felt sick, and then the games are going on, I felt even more sick. Let's have a winning day today, Jose. Please just bless the action, my friend. Bless it. In 2 weeks from today. Now, let me ask you this, Jose. Wine Time says you're picking him up while your show will be on Wednesday. How are you going to...
I'll make it work. You just got to make these things work.
Well, I know how we're going to make it work. I'm going to tell Wine Time, get the Uber ready. Get that fucking Uber ready because Jose's hosting the show on Wednesday.
Yeah, we're going to see how all that bangs out here. But it's going to be a whole lot of fun nonetheless. You know what, Jimmy? Here you go. I got you.
Oh, there he is right there.
The action here. Let's press the action. We got to have it today, Jimmy. We need it. You want the nipples. Nipples are out here.
And now if I have a great day, you have to do this every show.
And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. If I have to take off my shirt, expose my nipples to everyone and their moms to have you have a good day, God damn it, I will, Jimmy. That's how much I care about your action and your success. So let's go out here. Let's have a beautiful day. North Ender, Jim Drone's a douche, Chris Wine. I will see you Wednesday. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Spoons, Chase, Jay, all of you. Leche. Hey, los motherfucking bookmakers. Let's go.